Chapter 2301. Hongshan, what exactly is the mission? Dui Qiming chuckled. Her vision was much higher than Cui Hongshan's. After discussing with Ming Mao, she had long determined that Xiaohua's cultivation was at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment, which was comparable to the early stage of golden core. With such a powerful disciple with them, they naturally did not need to panic. The most important thing was that this guy did not care about the position of team leader and was working hard for Cui Hongshan. As Cui Hongshan's future dual cultivation partner, how could she not be happy? Hearing Dui Qiming's question, Cui Hongshan glanced at the gloomy sky and said, Quanjin Mountain. Quanjin Mountain? Where is that? Not only had Dui Qiming not heard of it, even Su Qing was slightly stunned and asked softly. Sigh, of course we have not heard of it. Cui Hongshan sighed. Quanjin Mountain Spirit Stone Vein. Ah! Everyone exclaimed. Spirit Stone Vein. What are we going there for? Could it be that the sword cultivators are besieging the Spirit Stone Vein? Are they asking us to go and help them? Zhenhua asked naively. I don't think so. Cui Hongshan frowned. The token only said that we are to go to the Quanjin Mountain Spirit Stone Vein and defend it together with the disciples of Sky Patrol City. It should not have been discovered by the sword cultivators. I see. Dui Qiming suddenly understood and said, no wonder today's operation was so secretive. They were afraid that the sword cultivators would find out. If they found out, it would be troublesome. Yes, the spirit stone veins of other sects near Sky Patrol City are naturally secretive and may not be discovered by the sword cultivators. But our Dao sect has to set up defenses. If they find it intentionally, it will be a disaster. Not only that, if the sword cultivators obtain the spirit stone vein, their strength will increase greatly. Our Dao sect will lose many disciples. Actually, the elders in the meeting hall are overthinking. Su Qing smiled. The sword cultivators are training their disciples. If we make such a big fuss, it will be easy for them to find something to use against us. If the sword cultivators did not have the intention to seize the spirit stone vein, wouldn't it give them more ideas if they found it? How is that possible? Dui Ling retorted. Could it be that the golden core elders in the meeting hall are not as many as you think? Alas, I'm afraid that's really the case. Xiaohua, who had been silent all this time, opened his eyes and said, things really aren't as simple as Zhenhua thinks. Xiaohua, what do you think? When Dui Ling saw Xiaohua speak, he was very happy and hurriedly asked. Xiaohua glanced at Cui Hongshan, then looked at the people beside him and asked, do you all know about the abnormal change in the heaven and earth spiritual energy of Daybreak Continent? Cui Hongshan hesitated for a moment, but Dui Qiming nodded without hesitation. This concubine has heard Master mention this before. Yes, Zhen Minghui, who was controlling the flying boat, also nodded and replied, this matter was still a secret decades ago. That is, 3 years ago, most of the Jindan stage cultivators of our Thunder Palace knew about it. I've also heard of it. However, according to Master, even though this matter is of great importance, it won't affect us much. Dui Qiming reminded. The change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is extremely slow. Xiaohua said indifferently, for the time being, it doesn't have much of an effect on us cultivators. But what about those spiritual herbs? They were born from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Junior brother Xiao, you don't have to worry about this. Our Thunder Palace has already made preparations, and even the Thunder Palace has already started planting the spiritual herbs. Zhen Minghui said with a smile. What about the spiritual stone vein? Xiaohua said again, with the change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the spiritual stones can't be regenerated, so wouldn't the original spiritual stones be even scarcer? Junior brothers, have you all participated in the EG of Sentry City? You must have felt something, right? When everyone heard this, their expressions changed greatly. Of course, they had been to the EG, but they were different from Xiaohua. There weren't many things in their storage bags, so how could they sense it during the exchange? Now that they said it, how could they not know if it was true after thinking about it carefully? In that case, The spiritual stone vein of Spring Gold Mountain is really important. Cui Hongshan thought more. The sword cultivators will most likely attack this place. That's for sure. Xiaohua sneered. The Golden Core Masters in the conference hall are afraid that the sword cultivators will find these spiritual stone veins if we send reinforcements, but they have no choice but to send reinforcements, so they have no choice but to scatter and act so mysteriously. However, no matter how strict the operation is, there will always be a mistake. We don't know which spiritual stone vein this mistake will happen in, so we can only hope that we won't encounter it. Yes, this was also the scruples of the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall of Sentry City. Xiaohua was right. We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. Cui Hongshan saw that everyone was a little discouraged and hurriedly said, "We'll do our best. There's no need to think too much." "Yes, we understand," Zhenhua and the others said in unison. Xiaohua thought for a moment, clapped his hand, and took out a storage bag. He handed it to Dui Qiming and said, "This is what I exchanged at the EG. See if any of the senior brothers or martial nephews have any use for it." Dui Qiming took the storage bag with some doubts. She scanned it with her divine perception and saw that it was a qi replenishing and blood elixir commonly used by qi refinement and foundation establishment. She smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiao is considerate. I thank you on behalf of them." "No need to thank me." Xiaohua waved his hand. "I've taken such a big advantage of you. How can I feel at ease if I don't take out something?" After saying that, Xiaohua didn't speak anymore and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Under Dui Qiming's arrangement, the others divided the elixir in the storage bag and hid far away from where Xiaohua was resting. They looked at Xiaohua with reverence and some envy. Xiaohua was really too mysterious. The shocking cultivation of Chicken Crow Mountain and the generous amount of elixir he gave out was far from the poor disciple of Myriad Thunder Valley in their hearts. Even Dui Qiming was a little stunned. The elixir in the storage bag was definitely not something that Cui Hongshan could take out. "Senior brother Ming Hui, you rest for a moment and let me steer the boat." Cui Hongshan's heart also felt uncomfortable for no reason. He turned his head and sat next to Zhen Minghui as he instructed in a low voice. Zhen Minghui smiled and said, "I just steered the boat and was flying happily. You just wait at the side for a moment." Cui Hongshan didn't answer and placed his hand on the boat. He activated his true origin and fused his magic power into the flying boat. There was a moment of silence on the flying boat. Only the whistling of the cold wind could be heard and the snowflakes began to drift down from the dark clouds that were as gloomy as winter's day. Suddenly, Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Senior brother Zhen, let's lower the flying boat by 10 feet and fly towards the left." Chapter 2302. This. Zhen Minghui was slightly taken aback. He glanced at Cui Hongshan and didn't understand. "Fly west." Cui Hongshan also didn't understand. However, he knew that since Xiaohua had spoken, it was best to listen to him. However, after flying for an hour, Xiaohua said again, "All right, let's go higher. Continue to fly northeast." Zhen Minghui responded and adjusted the direction again. For the next 2 days, there would be a few times every day. Xiaohua would give a few instructions and fly in different directions and at different altitudes. Zhen Minghui and Cui Hongshan were somewhat puzzled at first, but gradually, they had some understanding in their hearts. Both of their eyes flashed with astonishment, but this astonishment also brought with it even more joy. Dui Ling couldn't help but blink as he moved closer to Xiaohua and whispered, "Xiaohua, you're not making fun of Captain, are you? Flying high one moment and low the next? Could it be that there are some restrictions in the sky?" Looking at this female cultivator who kept calling his name, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Why don't the others ask? Are you the only one who wants to ask? Are you fighting for Zhen Minghui?" "No." Dui Ling blinked at him and said, "I'm in the same group as you. Why would I fight for them? It's just that I saw that they were having a hard time flying, so I wanted to ask you. We are magnanimous people. There's no need to lower ourselves to their level. If they don't want to suffer, then get a higher grade flowing cloud flying ship. We just need to put in spirit stones and activate it a little. For this kind of low-grade flying ship, we really need them to put in some effort. Xiao Hua said without any trace of politeness. And that's right. They are the captains. If they don't put in some effort, who will? Dui Ling laughed and said, however, let's stop before going too far. We've already taken many detours in these 2 days. Next, let's just fly directly. If we can arrive earlier, then we should. Dui Ling. Dui Qiming berated in a low voice. What do you know? Come back quickly. How could Dui Qiming not know about Dui Ling's favorable impression of Xiao Hua? Although she knew that Xiao Hua already had Xue Xue and Huan Hua sex fairy Hongxia, she still wanted Dui Ling or Ming Mao to get familiar with Xiao Hua. No one said that a cultivator could only have one female cultivator on dual days. Since there were 2, what harm was there in having 3? Of course, if Cui Hongshan wanted 2, he could forget about it. Martial uncle? Dui Ling truly wanted to mediate the conflict between Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan out of goodwill. Seeing Dui Qiming berate him, he felt somewhat wronged. I'm afraid there's some danger ahead. That's why junior martial brother Xiao changed the direction of the flying boat. Dui Qiming had no choice but to voice her conjecture as she looked toward Xiao Hua. Isn't that so, junior brother Xiao? Maybe it's possible. Xiao Hua smiled but didn't say anything. He closed his eyes again. How could that be? Dui Ling pursed his lips and said, Xiao Hua is only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Although he has a true-blood Dharma body and his strength is comparable to the late stage of foundation establishment, his divine perception can't be more powerful than martial Uncle Zhen's, right? Hearing Dui Ling's nagging, Zhen Minghui smiled bitterly. He had already released his divine perception when Xiao Hua had first warned him. He had scanned the area in front of him more than once. Although he had looked again and again, he had never seen anything wrong. If he couldn't see anything wrong, then Cui Hongshan definitely couldn't see anything. These few days, he could only let Xiao Hua wander around by the nose. Another 10 days passed. Just like before, Xiao Hua would let Zhen Minghui and Cui Hongshan change direction every half a day. After that, no one asked anymore. Even Dui Ling knew that flying like this was already very far from Sky Patrol City. There were already sword cultivator disciples moving around in the vicinity. They hadn't encountered any swordsmen for more than 10 days. If Xiao Hua hadn't been able to see them in advance, what other explanation could there be? Everyone felt even more admiration for Xiao Hua. It was noon again today. The miserable sunlight was faintly sprinkled down. The fluttering snowflakes had disappeared, and the entire sky was devoid of life. Xiao Hua was cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Dui Ling was the most concerned about Xiao Hua and immediately asked anxiously. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes, but the expression in his eyes couldn't be seen. Do we have to change direction again? Zhen Minghui also asked anxiously. The flying boat slowed down. No need. Go straight. Xiao Hua said coldly. Zhen Minghui nodded and continued to urge the flying boat. To the right. Xiao Hua didn't sit down this time. Instead, he stood at the bow of the boat, placed his hands behind his back, and looked forward. The whistling cold wind blew through the flying boat's defense, blowing Xiao Hua's hair and robe up. A fierce aura was emitted from Xiao Hua's body. Okay. Zhen Minghui agreed without hesitation. Junior brother Su, you haven't used your fire-controlling fan for a long time, right? Do you want to exercise today? Xiao Hua suddenly spoke, but his eyes weren't looking at them. Oh. Su Qing was obviously caught off guard and hurriedly jumped up from the flying boat. But you all get ready. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and said coldly, this Xiao was wrong. Then, Xiao Hua didn't say where he was wrong and just stood there quietly. He really had the demeanor of an expert. They flew straight for nearly an hour. During this time, Xiao Hua actually changed direction again and again, as if he was chasing sword cultivators. Suddenly, Zhen Minghui cried out in alarm. Dui Qiming and the others also discovered it and couldn't help but become nervous like Zhen Minghui. It was no wonder that Dui Qiming and the others saw through their divine senses that there were about 30 swordsmen. all of whom were at the unsheathed sword realm. They were casually flying in their direction on their swords. When Zhen Minghui and Dui Qiming's divine senses swept over these sword cultivators, these swordsmen had already discovered it. The swordsmen were already flying over. Don't be afraid. Back then, Rooster Crow Mountain had 1,000 swordsmen and hundreds of unsheathed swordsmen. Didn't we also fly out safely? Xiaohua said coldly, these crooked melons and cracked dates are only here to deliver flying swords to us. Pfft. Hearing Xiaohua call unsheathed swordsmen crooked melons and cracked dates, Ming Mao couldn't help but laugh. She charmingly glanced at Xiaohua. Go to the left. Pretend to escape. Xiaohua instructed in a low voice. But Zhen Minghui circulated his magic power, and Cui Hongshan also stood up from the flying boat. His divine senses weren't enough to see the swordsman, so he could only walk to Dui Qiming's side. Dui Qiming whispered a few words, and Cui Hongshan nodded slightly. He glanced at Xiaohua and didn't say anything else. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they could already see the 30 sword cultivators whistling over from behind the flying boat. Beneath the feet of these sword cultivators were flying swords that radiated light in all directions. They were all different colors and looked very beautiful. Xiaohua, can you leave a flying sword for this concubine? Dui Ling suddenly asked. But Xiaohua asked curiously, you don't cultivate flying swords. This concubine came here to fight, so I have to leave something as a memento. Dui Ling smiled and said, otherwise, I will lose face when I return. And I understand. Xiaohua turned to look at the excited sword cultivators and said, fly down. Zhen Minghui immediately controlled the flowing cloud-flying boat to rush down the snow-covered hill. Damn it, why are the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect so good at pretending? Seeing Zhen Minghui's realistic performance, Xiaohua was somewhat stunned. It's actually the bastards from the Imperial Thunder sect. This sword thought they were disciples of the Seven Skills sect. The one in the lead was a tall swordsman with a black beard on both sides of his face. Go. The swordsman formed a sword seal with both hands, and the fiery sword light under his feet split into two with a whoosh sound. It pierced straight toward Zhen Minghui and Dui Qiming who were steering the boat. He shouted, this daddy made the first move, so this daddy wants to have a taste of that beautiful lady first. See, hearing this, Cui Hongshan's face instantly changed. It was as if the rock under his feet had been frozen solid for 10,000 years. Go! 2 lightning pearls flew out from Cui Hongshan's hands and nimbly arced through the air, attacking the 2 swordsmen. Little gigolo! You still dare to make a move? The swordsman didn't care at all. He slightly changed the direction of one of his flaming swords and stabbed towards the lightning pearl. Gotcha! The 2 lightning pearls collided with each other, and a thumb-sized bolt of lightning struck the flying sword. Crackle! The fiery light of the flying sword in the thunder light dimmed all of a sudden, revealing its fist-thick true body. Kakat, the Imperial Thunder sect, has long since declined. The swordsman laughed loudly and urged his sword origin. A fiery red sword light came out from the flying sword and hit the lightning pearl that had just flown to the side. With a ka sound, the lightning bead lost control and flew diagonally into the air. Hongshan. Dui Qiming was very anxious. Seeing Cui Hongshan's pale face, she hastily slapped her hand and the lightning bottle flew out from her storage bag. What's the hurry? Xiaohua coldly said. It was unknown whether he was talking to Dui Qiming or Cui Hongshan. As soon as his voice fell, Xiaohua's figure suddenly rose from the flying boat and rushed towards the swordsman at an extremely fast speed. Sword cultivator's flying speed was originally fast, and Xiaohua was even faster. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua flew in front of the flying sword. Another one has come to court death. The swordsman once again controlled his sword, wanting to cut down Xiaohua under his sword. Unfortunately, although the flying sword was stabbing towards his head, Xiaohua's figure slightly swayed and easily dodged the flying sword in a situation where it couldn't be avoided. The swordsman was greatly surprised. Sword cultivators had always used this kind of close combat method to deal with cultivators with higher realms. This was the first time he saw a cultivator take the initiative to fight in close combat. Unfortunately, just as he let out a strange cry, Xiaohua shook his Daoist robe. The swordsman suddenly felt a fierce and almost irresistible force appear out of nowhere and tightly wrap around him. The sword origin around his body completely solidified, and he was simply unable to mobilize it. Not good. The swordsman was greatly alarmed. Just as he was about to open his mouth and spit out a small sword to break this restriction, Xiaohua waved his hand again. A golden light flashed and cut the swordsman in half from the waist. The two halves of the corpse fell from the sky. Chapter 2303. Two fiery flying swords also fell diagonally along with the corpse. Oh! The two swordsmen closest to that swordsman had just activated their flying swords when they unexpectedly saw a swordsman, who had always been a one-hit kill, being killed by an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. They couldn't help but be stunned. They glanced at each other, and each of their flying swords mercilessly stabbed at Xiaohua from 3 directions. A flying sword like plum blossoms tore apart the joy in the young girl's eyes. A flying sword like the scorching sun nearly ignited the youth of a hot-blooded youth. A flying sword like a cool breeze, gentle like the charm of a fairy's tongue. These 3 swords had already enveloped Xiaohua's entire body, and the intense sword intent seemed to want to tear apart the fierce wind. Whoosh whoosh, Xiaohua's figure suddenly moved, leaving behind an afterimage in the air. He had already left the wind of the 3 swords behind him. Like a boorish man who didn't understand romance, he was even more like a gust of wind brushing against willows. His Daoist robe fluttered continuously, and then 3 golden flashes followed. Another 3 corpses fell from the air. Ah? Kill! Seeing 4 swordsmen killed by Xiaohua as soon as they came face to face, the remaining swordsmen were furious. 20 or so swordsmen simultaneously activated their flying swords and stabbed at Xiaohua. 20 or so flying swords. How could 3 flying swords compare? Just the flashing sword light was enough to dazzle people's eyes. Jeeth! A sound rang out. Xiaohua's shoulder leaped, and the phoenix Dharma body flew out from his body. The Dharma body, which was nearly 300 meters long, immediately covered the area around Xiaohua. The clear cry of the phoenix resounded through heaven and earth, piercing into the swordsman's ears like a sharp awl. Whoa! Following the cry of the phoenix Dharma body, 2 enormous wings spread out. Lightning as thick as a thumb flashed between the wings. In an instant, the 20 or so flying swords were knocked askew. However, there were still several flying swords that broke through the phoenix Dharma body's defense and stabbed at Xiaohua. Kachacha! The phoenix Dharma body's 2 claws swiftly clawed forward. Lightning as thick as a fist was born again, precisely hitting these flying swords, mercilessly knocking them out of the air. Ah? The cultivators who drew their swords used their primordial spirits to control their swords. The phoenix Dharma body repelled all the flying swords, so their primordial spirits were naturally damaged. They also deeply experienced the vast power of lightning above the phoenix Dharma body. They couldn't help but be shocked. But Xiaohua didn't give them any time to be shocked or hesitate. The phoenix celestial body flapped its wings, and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly tumbled like a tidal wave. The phoenix celestial body waved its claws again, and several thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking several sword cultivators at lightning speed. Without a doubt, those sword cultivators were instantly struck down from the clouds. At the same time, Xiaohua wasn't slow either. His figure flew up again, and everywhere he went he used the heaven and earth sleeve technique, and the soaring dragon scissors followed. He was like a wolf in a flock of sheep, slaughtering the swordsmen one after another. Ah! Not only were the sword cultivators stunned, even Cui Hongshan and the others on the flowing cloud-flying ship were stunned. Last time on Chicken Crow Mountain, when Xiaohua showed his invincible might, they were pretty much scared out of their wits. They only thought of running away, so they really didn't observe carefully. Now that they saw Xiaohua actually encounter sword cultivators, he didn't say anything and went all out to kill them. Moreover, his methods were truly swift and fierce. The sword cultivators who drew their swords were simply no match for him. How could they not be shocked? It was still the same sentence. This is a foundation establishment cultivator? Go, those sword cultivators haven't died yet. Zhen Minghui came to his senses quickly and pointed at the sword cultivators who were struck down by the Phoenix Dharma body's lightning drawing technique. Yes. Dui Qimeng, Cui Hongshan, and the others responded and flew out, heading toward the sword cultivators who were already beaten up by Xiaohua. Run! Seeing that only a dozen sword cultivators were killed in a short moment, how could the remaining sword cultivators dare to hesitate? They flew in all directions at the same time. Want to leave? Leave your lives here. Xiaohua said coldly, just now, when you were feeling good, you didn't think about now. Zhen Minghui, capture those sword cultivators. As he spoke, Xiaohua urged the Phoenix Dharma body to send down a few more lightning bolts. He himself flew up again and rushed toward a sword cultivator at an extremely fast speed. The soaring dragon shears slashed at the second sword cultivator. Even so, there were still 5 sword cultivators who escaped from everyone's siege. Xiaohua grabbed the sword cultivator's neck with one hand and looked at the sword cultivator who had already escaped several tens of feet away. He frowned slightly. It wasn't difficult for him to kill these 5 sword cultivators. He really had a lot of methods, but he wasn't willing to reveal them. You'd better try this. Xiaohua snorted coldly. He exerted strength in his hand and crushed the sword cultivator's throat. Then he patted his hand and took out the soul-absorbing bell and the toad. The soul thread on his forehead also stretched out. Ding-dang-dang, an extremely ear-piercing sound rang out. The 4 swordsmen abruptly stopped in midair and then fell down like boulders. As for the swordsman who flew the furthest, his body swayed slightly, and the sword light around him flashed. Then he flew again. Eegs. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. His figure flew and directly chased after him. Those sword cultivators who were struck by Xiaohua's lightning bolts into the air, although they didn't die, their primordial spirits were greatly damaged. They were good targets for Zhenhua and the others to practice on. When Xiaohua killed the last sword cultivator who escaped and returned, Dui Ling and the others had also killed most of the remaining sword cultivators. Xiaohua landed on the hill. He reached out and grabbed a sword cultivator who was struck down by the soul-absorbing bell. His soul thread then entered the sword cultivator's glabella. Inside the sword cultivator's mind, there was also a mysterious dark cloud. However, that dark cloud was clearly a lot more solid. Its outer layer seemed to be wrapped by something sticky. At this moment, the dark clouds had already been torn apart like cotton, and they were torn apart. It didn't take shape. Sword cultivators are indeed powerful. Otherwise, how would I deal with soul cultivators? Xiaohua nodded inwardly. He flung his hand, and the sword cultivator's corpse fell to the ground. He stretched out his hand and looked at the thing in his hand that looked like a withered leaf. He thought, just now, that sword cultivator didn't fear my soul-absorbing bell. I'm afraid it was the effect of this thing. Although this thing can create a barrier around the soul, it's indeed very powerful. Could it also be a soul tool? This thing was naturally discovered by Xiaohua from the sword cultivator's mind that escaped just now. Damn it, this sword cultivator has this thing. Maybe other sword cultivators also have this thing. Xiaohua was immediately somewhat depressed. He didn't think of this matter. Previously, there were many cultivators' souls that he didn't check. Kachacha, a few thunderous sounds were heard. It was from Dui Qimeng's thunder bottle that flew out and struck a sword cultivator flying. That sword cultivator was originally a second-grade drawing sword cultivator, whose cultivation was higher than Dui Qimeng's. However, after being struck by the Phoenix Dharma body's lightning, his sword essence was damaged. He didn't have time to take any medicinal pills. Even the lightning in his body was still entangled with the sword essence, preventing the sword essence from circulating and healing. How could he resist Dui Qimeng's thunder bottle? Barely managing to control her sword to balance her body, Su Qing waved her fire-controlling fan. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth was sucked into the fan. A tongue of fire descended from the sky and trapped her. Chapter 2304. The sword light around the swordsman's body faintly appeared, and he curled up like a hedgehog. Although the flames were fierce, they could hardly break through his defense. Zila, another sound that made the swordsman's heart tremble was heard. It was actually Zhenhua's thunder-trapping bead. A seemingly weak lightning covered his head. The swordsman hurriedly raised his hand, and a sword light appeared in his palm, sweeping a large gap in the lightning net. However, the rest of the lightning still fell on the sword light on the swordsman's body. This lightning wasn't very powerful, but when it fell on the sword light, a purple-red color suddenly appeared in the sword light. It was the lightning that was wreaking havoc in the swordsman's body. Under the pincer attack, the sword light suddenly dimmed. Su Qing's flames took advantage of this and immediately ignited the swordsman's entire body. At the same time, the other 3 swordsmen were easily killed by the combined forces of Cui Hongshan, Zhen Minghui, and the others. At this point, the 30-plus swordsmen were completely annihilated by the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. 30 drawn swordsman is this young master's limit. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and he had a plan in his heart. If he didn't reveal his full strength, he would have to protect these 9 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples and not let a single swordsman escape. He could only face 30 drawn swordsmen, and there couldn't be many drawn swordsmen. The chances of 30 drawn swordsmen appearing in the first stage of the battle aren't many, right? Xiaohua thought to himself. Zhenhua, Dui Ling, bring the corpses of these swordsmen over. Xiaohua withdrew his phoenix celestial body and instructed them. Yes. Dui Ling answered crisply, her face full of excitement. Just now, she used lightning strike to smash a drawn swordsman into the ground from midair. This was definitely something she could show off in the future. Apart from Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui who didn't move, Dui Qiming, Ming Mao, and the rest of the 7 people all moved. They flew to different places and brought the corpses of the 30-plus swordsmen over. The swordsmen killed by the lightning and fire didn't seem to be much, but the swordsmen killed by the soaring dragon shears were very miserable and bloody. Dui Qiming and the other 2 female cultivators couldn't bear it. Even Cui Hongshan frowned slightly. Xiaohua saw this and didn't say anything. He only said, burn their corpses and take out everything from their storage pouches. Everyone can choose a flying sword. If there are any pills, spirit herbs, spirit stones, and other items from my Dao sect in the storage bag, please distribute them to everyone. As for the rest, I will keep them. Xiaohua's words were somewhat overbearing, but no one had any objections. Captain Chuives, why are there so many pills and spirit stones in the storage bags of these swordsmen? Qiu Su was the first to realize that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted. Isn't it obvious? I wonder how many Dao sect disciples have died at their hands. Cui Hongshan's brows relaxed when he saw these items. You're exaggerating. Xiaohua didn't think too much about it. Seeing so many things come out of the swordsman's storage pouch, he was also shocked. He couldn't help but feel regret. Fortunately, Dui Qiming was extremely tactful. She gathered everything into a few storage pouches and only took half of the medicinal pills, spirit herbs, and spirit stones. She didn't take any of the magic tools or treasures and left them all in the storage pouches. She then brought a few more storage pouches to Xiaohua and said with a smile, Junior brother Xiao, these swordsmen were all killed by you, so it's fine for us to take a little advantage of you. You should take these. Seeing Dui Qiming like this, Xiaohua felt embarrassed. He took the storage pouches and took out the pills and spirit herbs. Then he took out the 30 flying swords and said with a smile, Dui Ling said it just now, and this Xiao also agreed. Everyone will get a flying sword. No one can't take it. Otherwise, this Xiao won't have any face. Dui Ling was very happy and almost jumped up. However, she wasn't in a hurry to be the first to choose. Instead, she looked at Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui. Cui Hongshan also liked these flying swords, but when he saw Xiaohua's smile, he still felt unhappy. He hesitated in his heart. This Zhen's thoughts are the same as Dui Ling's. Moreover, These are the flying swords of the drawing swordsman. They are no small matter. If we don't take them now, when will we? Captain Cui, this Zhen will pick first. As he spoke, Zhen Minghui's divine sense swept over and picked up a flying sword that was 3 inches long. There were faint flames rising from the inside of the sword, and he held it in his hand happily. Although Xiao Hua directly called out his name just now, he didn't seem to feel that it was inappropriate. This Su won't be polite either. Su Qing went forward with a smile and also picked a sword. Xiao Hua looked and his heart moved. His divine sense swept over the storage pouches and he picked up a few sword slips to check. Soon after, Ming Mao and the others also picked up a sword each. In the end, only Cui Hongxian and Dui Qiming didn't have a choice among the Foundation establishment cultivators. Seeing Dui Ling and the other 2 aura-refining disciples' eager expressions and Cui Hongxian's hesitant expression, Dui Qiming sighed. She took a step forward and said with a smile, "Hongxian, I want 2 flying swords." "You don't pick." Cui Hongxian's heart lightened and he pretended to be indifferent as he responded. Just as Dui Qiming was about to randomly pick 2 flying swords, her figure paused for a moment and her gaze fell on 2 unremarkable flying swords at the edge of the room. With a wave of her hand, 2 similar-looking flying swords fell into her hands. "Oh, martial uncle, these 2 flying swords are so ugly." Dui Ling complained, "I'm afraid they're the worst among these flying swords, right?" Dui Qiming smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true. Maybe these flying swords are used by those 3rd-grade swordsmen." As she spoke, her gaze swept over Xiao Hua, who had just transmitted a message to her, as if nothing had happened. Soon after, Dui Qiming, Zhenhua, and Bai Sugu each picked a flying sword that they liked. As for these magic tools, each person can also take 2. Xiao Hua received the flying swords and waved his hand, taking out about 20 magic tools. That's great, that's great." Dui Ling and Zhenhua clapped their hands and each chose 2 magic tools of slightly lower quality without hesitation. Seeing Xiao Hua's generosity, everyone was happy and didn't hold back. Dui Qiming still chose 4 magic tools and put them into her storage bag. "Bring your flying swords over." After giving them some trivial things that Xiao Hua didn't care about, Xiao Hua finally said, "These flying swords still have the primordial spirits of sword cultivators. I'm afraid they can't be used. This Xiao will help you erase them." But Dui Ling didn't understand these things. When he heard Xiao Hua mention it, he was naturally the first to agree and took out the flying sword that had a faint plum blossom on it. Xiao Hua took the flying sword and a green and red sword light flashed from his hand, wiping it on the flying sword. The sword light of the flying sword instantly dimmed, and even the faint plum blossom from before had disappeared. This. Dui Ling saw the unsightly appearance of the flying sword and pouted. "Hee, don't be unsatisfied." Xiao Hua smiled and stuffed the flying sword into his hand. "There's a sword cultivator's primordial spirit inside the flying sword. Be careful, he might take over your body. You keep that sword cultivator in your storage bag every day. Aren't you afraid?" Yes. Dui Ling came to his senses and became happy again. After Xiao Hua erased all the primordial spirits of the flying swords, he instructed, "Senior brother Zhen, let's get on the ship. Let's go in the same direction as before." Zhen Minghui set up the flying boat. Everyone boarded the flying boat and flew in the direction they came from. Xiao Hua still sat in a corner of the flowing cloud flying boat. The other disciples were a little far from him. They gathered at the side and took out their own flying swords, gesturing nonstop and showing off their own gazes. Xiao Hua was very happy in his heart. He clapped his hands and the palm-sized withered leaf appeared in his hand. Then he took out a sword slip. This sword slip was taken from the swordsman's storage pouch. Xiao Hua looked at it for a moment and frowned. This withered leaf was called a spirit armor and the method to control it was mainly based on sword energy and primordial spirit. However, Xiao Hua clearly felt that this item should be a soul item. Using sword energy to control it was probably the same as using the Daoist method to cultivate the soul technique. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua put away the sword slip and released the soul strand. When the soul strand touched the withered leaf immediately emitted a faint green light and gradually became smaller. Great! Xiao Hua was secretly happy. He put away the soul strand and the green light turned into the size of a mung bean. It flew into his transcendence eye and then followed the soul strand to the side of the mysterious dark cloud. Cui Hongxian and the others naturally saw the green light and saw it fly into Xiao Hua's glabella. Their eyes flashed with surprise as they exchanged glances with each other. Then, they looked at Xiao Hua's safe and sound appearance before turning their gazes outside the airship. It was as if they didn't notice anything. Xiao Hua was really too mysterious. They didn't think much of it before, but the more they interacted with him, the more they didn't understand. They were all disciples of the Imperial Lightning School and Myriad Thunder Valley, but the difference between them wasn't just big. Cui Hongxian was even more certain now. Even if his master was helpless, no. Even if all the disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley were to face off against the 30 or so swordsmen, they would have been completely wiped out. There was no way the situation would have been reversed like this. Xiao Hua, he infiltrated my Myriad Thunder Valley. What is he planning? Cui Hongxian couldn't help but be puzzled. Xiao Hua put away the spirit armor around the dark cloud. The green light was entangled by countless soul strands and immediately grew in size. It was a green armor that looked like a fishing net. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. The soul strands slowly trembled and tried to transmit different kinds of fluctuations to the spirit armor. After less than an hour, the spirit armor suddenly emitted an extremely bright light. Lines appeared on the green armor, and these lines were formed by runes that were entangled with each other. These runes were similar to the green seal text. Countless runes rapidly circulated and gradually grew in size. The spirit armor flew toward the dark cloud under the guidance of the soul strands and firmly protected the dark cloud. The dark cloud's surface also seemed to be somewhat solid. Chapter 2305. As expected. Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he saw the armor protecting his soul. He kept the soul strand and opened his eyes. We're almost there, Xiao Hua said in his heart as he released his Buddhist awareness. After another cup of tea, Xiao Hua instructed, Senior Brother Zhen, stop the flying boat. But Zhen Minghui stopped the flying boat and listened to Xiao Hua's instructions. Everyone, look over there. Xiao Hua sighed and pointed to the right side of the flying boat. It was a valley between the mountains. Cui Hongxian and the others were puzzled. When they stood up and looked down, their faces were filled with shock. Especially Dui Ling, Zhenhua, and the other Qi refinement disciples, their eyes flashed with panic and anger. That's right, in the valley, on top of the pure white snow, there were dozens of Dao sect cultivators' corpses, staining the pure white snow with blood. These corpses were in a mess, too horrible to look at. In particular, there were several female cultivators, all naked. Their Daoist robes had long been torn into countless pieces. Senior Sister Dui, take Ming Mao and Dui Ling and bury the corpses of the female disciples. Xiao Hua ordered with his eyes closed. Yes. Dui Qiming suppressed the grief in her heart and waved her hand, taking Ming Mao and Dui Ling with her. After a long while, the three female cultivators flew back with tears in their eyes. Their eyes were filled with anger. Sight, this is the great battle of Dao cultivators. Anything can happen. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. Previously, I only wanted to avoid these sword cultivators, but I forgot about their brutality. They fed their swords with their bodies. Although they were upright, they were also ruthless. Killing is the best way to deal with each other's enmity. Only now did everyone know why Xiao Hua had his eyes on the 30 or so swordsmen who drew their swords and wanted to kill them all. It turned out that he had already seen the tragic situation here. Without waiting for Xiao Hua's order, Cui Hongxian flicked his sleeves and said, Su Qing, you and the others go and clean up the other corpses. Su Qing and the others gritted their teeth and flew out, gathering the remaining corpses and burying them. What about the tokens and other items of those disciples? When Su Qing and the others returned, Dui Qiming clapped his hands and took out the token that was scattered on the snow and casually thrown away by the sword cultivator. "Leave it all to me." Cui Hongshan sighed and said, "They should be the 3 teams from Cool Breeze Valley, Mo Sang Mountain and Thousand Leaf Ridge. I wonder if they have the same mission as us. It's also a merit for us to bring the tokens back to Sky Patrol City." "Where are their storage pouches?" Xiao Hua asked in grief and indignation. Cui Hongshan shook his head. "That's a different story. It belongs to whoever takes it." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a few more tokens. There were even 3 captain tokens. Cui Hongshan also dejectedly put them away. As the flying boat took off again, everyone was silent. Obviously, their previous joy was defeated by the cruelty of reality, and Xiao Hua no longer pointed out the direction of the flying boat. Another few days passed. These few days were not easy. Just like the frequency of Xiao Hua's reminders, they would encounter more or less sword cultivators every half a day. However, with Xiao Hua, a cultivator who concealed his cultivation and still had the strength of an early-stage golden core cultivator, the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect was not in danger at all. Most of the time, Xiao Hua did not even make a move and only let them fight on their own. Blood and hatred were often the driving force for cultivation advancement. In just a few days, the 9 people's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and even in terms of cooperation, they had become more perfect. Seeing this, Xiao Hua could not help but sigh. It's not unreasonable for sword cultivators to start a war. After fighting for several years, not only will their swordsmanship improve greatly, but their realm will also definitely break through. Compared to experience, it's really effective. On this day on the flying boat, Dui Ling, Bai Sugu, and Zhenhua had sword wounds on their arms that had not yet healed. They were asking Dui Qiming and Qiu Su about their doubts about cultivation when they heard Xiao Hua, who had been silent all this time, say, "Senior brother Minghui, there's another strange enemy on the right in front. Moreover, it seems to be a fellow Daoist from the Dao sect. Stop in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, we'll fly over." Zhen Minghui did not hesitate to change the direction of the flying boat and fly over. Xiao Hua closed his eyes again. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Zhen Minghui stopped the flying boat as instructed. Xiao Hua put away the flying boat, and everyone flew forward under Cui Hongshan's lead. "Quick!" Xiao Hua urged. He changed his habit of always flying at the back and took the lead to fly forward. Everyone knew that the situation was urgent, and they all urged their magic power to follow behind Xiao Hua. However, before they could fly too far, Xiao Hua's figure had already flown far away, gradually disappearing from their sight. Sigh. Seeing this, Cui Hongshan could not help but sigh in his heart. In his mind, he actually recalled the helpless exhortation from earlier on Sky Thunder Peak. "This, who's protecting who? Quick!" Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said, "There must be sword cultivators fighting fiercely with our Dao sect disciples in front. We can't fall behind." However, when Cui Hongshan rushed to the scene, Xiao Hua was not in their field of vision. Even when Cui Hongshan released his divine sense, he could not find any trace of Xiao Hua. The scene was extremely dangerous. There were 10 disciples, as many as the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect, but they were wearing the Tai Ching sect's uniform. They were surrounded by more than 10 strange swordsmen. These swordsmen were divided into 2 groups. One group was abnormally tall, and their bodies emitted a strange brilliance. That brilliance was linked to the magic tools they held in midair. The other group only had 3 swordsmen. These 3 swordsmen were even more strange. They had their backs to Cui Hongshan and the others, so Cui Hongshan and the others could not see their faces clearly. However, their flight was very strange. When they flew, their hands were spread open like wings. They did not use magic tools or magic treasures, and only charged at the Tai Ching sect disciples. Every time they flew, the Tai Ching sect disciples' magic tools would be knocked away, forcing them to retreat quickly. "Fellow Daoist from the Imperial Thunder sect, come and help me." Before Cui Hongshan could take a closer look, A Tai Ching sect disciple at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment said happily. Fellow Daoist, don't worry. We'll come over right now. Cui Hongshan responded and quickly analyzed the situation. He then directed Jin Minghui, Dui Qiming, and the others to fly to different Tai Ching sect disciples to help. A scream that caused the blood and qi of all the cultivators present to surge rang out. The strange swordsmen with their backs to Cui Hongshan and the others turned around. Although Cui Hongshan and the others were prepared, their hearts still trembled and they were greatly shocked. Chapter 2306. The bodies of these three swordsmen were extremely thin and shriveled. Moreover, their skeleton-like faces were extremely prominent. Their mouths and noses were pointed forward, like the beaks of birds. Their eyes were withered and yellow, and their gazes were sharp and ferocious when they looked back. Bird cultivator. Cui Hongshan and the others immediately understood that this was the bird cultivator they had been warned to be careful of several times in the encampment of the Imperial Thunder Sect in Sky Patrol City. Whoosh, the bird cultivator who was attacking the early stage foundation establishment cultivator, clapped his hands. Cui Hongshan saw that his hands under his Taoist robe were extremely thin and long, and they actually emitted a sharp cold light. Faintly, some yellow feathers were emitted from his Taoist robe. As the bird cultivator waved his hands, a powerful wave of air surged out. The bird cultivator's body flew out in a strange manner, drawing an arc in the air as he charged into Cui Hongshan's defensive range. Go! Cui Hongshan had already taken out his Thunder Pearl. Following the activation of Cui Hongshan's Dharma power, he attacked in front of the bird cultivator. However, how could the Thunder Pearl compare to the bird cultivator's agility? When one of the Thunder Pearls flew in front of the bird cultivator only waved his left hand slightly. His entire body was like a bat flying sideways. The Thunder Pearl slid down the bird cultivator's back, and the bird cultivator's hand was already in front of Cui Hongshan's forehead. Hiss, this was the second time Cui Hongshan had seen such fast flying. He was shocked and at the same time he sucked in a breath of cold air. All the hair on his body stood on end. He waved his hands naturally, and almost reflexively he cast a defensive spell. However, how could such a hurried spell block the bird cultivator's fierce attack? Before the spiritual qi of heaven and earth could condense, it was shattered by the bird cultivator. Cui Hongshan could almost hear the sound of the wind piercing the air between the bird cultivator's claws. The sharp cold light was reflected in Cui Hongshan's eyes. The situation was too urgent. Naturally, the early stage foundation establishment cultivator who was originally entangled by the bird cultivator also hurriedly activated the green ring-shaped magic weapon to smash the bird cultivator's back. However, it was clear that the bird cultivator didn't care about the green hoop at all. He didn't defend himself at all, and Cui Hongshan, who was willing to be injured in order to help, died under his claws. Something strange happened. Just as Cui Hongshan was about to hurriedly throw out the other two Thunder Pearls, the bird cultivator suddenly screamed. His Taoist robe straightened, as if the feathers under his Taoist robe were standing up. His two sharp claws didn't care about hurting Cui Hongshan. Instead, he turned around to protect his head. His orange eyes flashed with panic. Fight! When Cui Hongshan saw this, the other two lightning beads flew out and took the opportunity to collide with each other. A flash of lightning instantly appeared, and the thumb-sized lightning struck the beast cultivator. Crackle! Blue lightning instantly enveloped the bird cultivator. At the same time, the Tai Ching sect cultivator's green ring also struck down. Pooh! A dull sound rang out, and an earthy yellow light appeared on the bird cultivator's back. The bird cultivator was instantly knocked down by several dozen feet. However, a yellow light flashed across the bird cultivator's face. He spread his wings and was about to fly again. This bird cultivator is too powerful, right? Cui Hongshan was very surprised. He was confident that he wouldn't be able to take a hit from the green ring, let alone the lightning from the Thunder Pearl. Fight! At this moment, Xiao Su, who was also in the early stage of foundation establishment, finally threw out his own magic tool, Thundernet. However, the timing of Chiyosu's Thundernet was just right. It landed on the bird cultivator's body when he spread his wings, trapping the bird cultivator in an instant. Good. The Tai Ching sect cultivator almost clapped his hands and hurriedly circulated all the magic power in his body. The green ring flashed with an intense green light and suddenly enlarged, producing an extremely strong confining force that enveloped the bird cultivator. Then, it trapped the bird cultivator from top to bottom. Following that, it rapidly shrank, tightly and firmly trapped the bird cultivator. Dui Ling, Cui Hongshan was overjoyed when he saw this. He hurriedly called out to Dui Ling, who had a thunder seal in her hand, wanting her to use her thunder seal to attack. However, Dui Ling was a few dozen feet away, urging her thunder seal to attack the magic tool with the wavering blue light. How could she have the time to help them? Watch this, Xiao. Right at this moment, Xiao Hua's voice resounded. Cui Hongshan turned around and saw Xiao Hua leisurely flying over from the direction they came from. The cloud suppression seal, which hadn't appeared for a long time, was already in the air. Xiao Hua? The Tai Ching sect cultivator saw this and his face showed a pleasantly surprised expression. He even called out Xiao Hua's name. Hee, fellow Daoist, we meet again. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This Tai Ching sect cultivator was none other than He Fang Yuan, who was forced to foundation establishment by Xiao Hua during the Feather Immortal Assembly. Junior brother Xiao, quickly come and help me. Seeing that Xiao Hua's cloud suppression seal was actually 10 feet in size and overflowing with an earthen yellow brilliance, as well as the heaven and earth spiritual energy that had formed a jade necklace, He Fang Yuan shouted in joy. Go! Xiao Hua chanted an incantation and pointed his finger. The cloud-suppressing seal rumbled with a deafening sound as it smashed towards the bird cultivator. The cloud suppression seal flew dozens of feet above the bird cultivator's head, and that powerful sealing force trapped the bird cultivator. The bird cultivator was already unable to break free from the green rings and lightning net, and now he couldn't move at all. His entire body was flattened as if it was flat. Boom! The cloud suppression seal landed and smashed the bird cultivator into the ground without any suspense. When the cloud suppression seal was pulled out again, 2 lumps of mangled flesh and blood could be seen on the sunken ground. On top of it was a small lump of colorful feathers. It was the corpse of a spirit bird, and below it was an ordinary human corpse. Great! He Fang Yuan said in joy. To think that junior brother Zhao's treasure would have such power now, I am truly envious. Fellow Daoist, you must be joking. Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and the cloud suppression seal flew into the air and shrunk slightly, protecting him. He smiled. This treasure's power is not bad, but its speed is too slow. If this bird cultivator wasn't trapped by fellow Daoist, I wouldn't have been able to kill him with the cloud suppression seal. With every advantage, there is always a disadvantage. Why is junior brother Xiao so obsessed with perfection? He Fang Yuan's divine sense swept over the other disciples, and he knew that with the support of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples, he had completely reversed the previous situation, so he stopped and said to Xiao Hua with a smile, moreover, this magic treasure seems to have been repaired by junior brother Xiao, and its power is even more powerful. Is there anything junior brother Xiao is not satisfied with? Saying this, He Fang Yuan seemed to have thought of something and blinked. However, according to what I know, Changbai sect seems to have an even more famous overturned sea seal than this cloud suppression seal. Its power is even greater, and its flying speed is even faster. It fits junior brother Zhao's expectations. Overturned sea seal? Xiao Hua shook his head. I don't seem to have heard of it. Yes, it has been a long time since I last saw it. I heard it was lost, but Changbai sect doesn't admit it. However, we are all sects of Meng country, how can we not know? Even I know, how can others not know? Changbai sect is only deceiving themselves. He Fang Yuan explained, but soon after he felt that it was inappropriate, and hurriedly said, Oh, junior brother Xiao, I did not mean to mock you, you should know. No worries. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Senior brother you should quickly look at the other disciples. The current situation is not that easy to deal with. Yes, I understand. He Fong Yuan cupped his fists. Junior brother Xiao, please lend me a hand. This artifact cultivator and bird cultivator are quite strange. They are different from the records in the sect, if not for the cloud suppression seal and lightning seal, these treasures, it would not be easy to kill them. I understand. Xiao Hua glanced at Cui Hongshan, who had already left him and joined another group, and nodded. Dui Qimeng was facing an artifact cultivator. That artifact cultivator's body was emitting an orange light, and was connected to a huge fireball in the air. That fireball's brilliance was extremely dazzling, and outside of the brilliance, there was a foot-long flame burning fiercely. This artifact cultivator's original opponent was a Tai Ching sect disciple who was wielding a sharp hook artifact. That sharp hook was an extremely fierce artifact, but under the attack of the fire bead, there was a faint red flame burning on it, and the hook was actually somewhat distorted. Even that Tai Ching sect disciple felt an indescribable anxiety in his heart. Dui Qimeng took out the lightning bottle, and from the bottle's mouth, purple lightning poured down like rain, instantly suppressing the destruction of the fire bead. Not only was the flame restrained by the orange brilliance, but the light around the artifact cultivator's body also dimmed by more than 40%. The artifact cultivator's entire body was connected to the artifact. The fire bead artifact cultivator's eyes were different from the bird cultivator's. They were scarlet red like a pillar of fire in the air, and the cold laughter coming from his mouth also had the feeling of friction between artifacts. As the fire pearl cultivator sneered, a pillar of fire appeared from his body. With a wong sound, the pillar of fire rushed toward the fire pearl in the air. Woo, the fire bead made a woo-woo sound inside the pillar of fire, and its color gradually changed from orange to green. What made Dui Qimeng and the Tai Ching sect disciple feel even more uneasy was that along with the change in color, the shape of the fire bead also changed. It actually began to gradually expand, and then it became illusory. Attack! Dui Qimeng didn't dare to hesitate any longer and once again used her magic power. A layer of lightning fell down and covered the fire bead. Similarly, the Tai Ching sect disciple used his magic power, and the sharp hook drew a snow-white light in the air and directly fell into the pillar of fire. An ear-piercing cry came from the fire bead, and within the lightning, the pillar of fire evolved into a firebird. It flapped its wings extremely vividly, and dozens of fire arrows shot out from the firebird's wings, riddling the pillar of lightning with thousands of holes. Moreover, at the same time the firebird flapped its wings, its green beak rapidly pecked at the hook. With a scream, the Tai Ching sect disciple's face was already pale. He formed a hand seal, and the hook flew back from the firebird's beak, and a pinky-sized hole appeared on the hook. Chapter 2307. Seeing that the equipment cultivator was so powerful, Dui Qimeng's heart trembled. She once again circulated her magic power, but this time, she changed her hand seal. Absorb! Dui Qimeng shouted, and another lightning net was thrown down. The lightning net flowed within, and the lightning bottle produced a strong suction force. The flames around the firebird were sucked up and slowly entered the bottle. The fire pearl equipment cultivator was slightly stunned. At this time, the fire pillars around him were gradually extinguished, leaving only an orange flame connected to the firebird. The suction force of the lightning bottle was quite strong, and the fire between the equipment cultivator and the firebird was showing signs of being stirred up. The fire pearl equipment cultivator roared again, and a whirlwind appeared around him, as if he was circulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this time, 4 lightning pearls fell from the sky, landing in front of and behind him. They were Cui Hongshan's 4 lightning pearls. The 4 lightning pearls flew in front of and behind the equipment cultivator, rapidly colliding with each other. 2 streaks of lightning appeared at the equipment cultivator's face and the back of his head at the same time. The fire pearl equipment cultivator clearly did not care. He raised a hand that was flickering with flames, blocking his face. As for the lightning behind his head, he simply ignored it. Gotcha! The lightning in front of his face was blocked by the equipment cultivator. However, the equipment cultivator had clearly underestimated the lightning from the lightning pearls. This lightning was much stronger than the lightning from Dui Qimeng's lightning bottle. This lightning actually passed through the gap between the equipment cultivator's fingers and hit the front of his face. Just this lightning alone was naturally only able to injure one of the equipment cultivator's hands. It was extremely difficult for it to injure his vitals. However, at this time, the lightning behind the equipment cultivator's head also struck. Between these two lightning bolts, a faint purple lightning bolt suddenly appeared. This lightning was extremely thin, almost as thin as a strand of hair. However, its power was extremely strong, and it directly pierced through the equipment cultivator's head. A crack that was invisible to the naked eye appeared between the weapon cultivator's eyebrows. Jiji. At this time, the firebird also let out a miserable cry, and a similar crack appeared on its forehead. Great! Dui Qimeng was delighted and took the opportunity to circulate her magic power, increasing the suction force by 30%. The firebird finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a wail, it fell into the lightning bottle. Dui Qimeng didn't hesitate to summon the lightning bottle back to her when she saw the firebird fall into the bottle. At this moment, the lightning bottle suddenly expanded, and some red light appeared. Inside the thunder bottle's mouth, a brilliant flame was born. It was precisely the brilliance of the connection between the firebird and the tool cultivator. The thunder bottle actually swayed and was about to fly in the direction of the beast cultivator. Fight! Cui Hongshan scolded again, and the 4 lightning pearls drew 4 strange arcs in the air and collided with each other again. 2 bolts of lightning were produced once again. Simultaneously, one from the front and one from the back, they struck towards the weapon cultivator. At this moment, the flames on his body had already been extinguished, revealing his normal body. Roar! The weapon cultivator panicked. How would he dare to let the lightning strike him again? He flew towards Dui Qimeng and spat out another stream of Samadhi true fire. Withdraw. Seeing this, Dui Qimeng used her flying technique to avoid the weapon cultivator. At the same time, she used all her strength to activate her magic power. She clapped her hands, completely ignoring the changes in the lightning bottle. She wanted to snatch the lightning bottle from the weapon cultivator and keep it in her storage bag. The lightning pearls were extremely fast. When they collided, lightning flashed. The weapon cultivator was helpless. He could only turn his head and spit out his Samadhi true fire at one of the bolts of lightning, drowning it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dui Qimeng suddenly activated her quintessential essence. The lightning bottle disappeared from her hand and was kept in her storage bag. She looked at the weapon cultivator with the fire pearls. As the firebird was kept, the brilliance on his body dimmed, and his eyes were filled with panic. Kachacha! The lightning behind the equipment cultivator struck him. Ah! The weapon cultivator screamed and fell. A thumb-sized wound appeared on his back. Great! Seeing this, Cui Hongshan was overjoyed. He knew that after the weapon cultivator's artifact was taken away, his defense would be greatly reduced. Although his lightning pearls couldn't cause a fist-sized wound, it was still effective. Immediately after, he activated the lightning pearls. That Tai Ching sect disciple could naturally see this. He endured the damage to his artifact and also activated his hook to help Cui Hongshan. Damn it, this Cui Hongshan actually knows the principle of lightning splitting yin and yang. Under the protection of the cloud-suppressing seal, Xiaohua was able to clearly see what Cui Hongshan was doing. Inside his phoenix celestial body, the male and female lightning beast's inner cores were precisely relying on the yin and yang attributes of the 2 inner cores to produce lightning and use the lightning attracting technique. Naturally, he was very sensitive to Cui Hongshan's 2 lightning bolts just now. This guy's 2 lightning beast's inner cores are still inside this young master's space. He probably doesn't know, right? However, seeing him like this young master is still unhappy. Let's talk about it when there's a chance in the future. Eldest senior brother used the lightning beast cores to give birth to Xiang Zhili. Who will this guy and Dui Qimeng give birth to? Right now, it's a sword battle. Don't play any tricks. Xiaohua's gaze was pensive. He looked at Cui Hongshan and then at Daoist Meng. It was quite thought-provoking. There was no need to talk about the remaining battle groups. With the assistance of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, especially with Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal, the fate of these tool and beast cultivators had already been decided. In just an hour, 6 tool cultivators and 3 beast cultivators were killed by the combined forces of Tai Ching Sect and Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. Tai Ching Sect was a famous sect in the country of Meng. Its status was higher than Imperial Thunder Sect in the country of Xi. However, at this time, the disciples of the two sects had gone through trials and tribulations together. Their bodies had scars left behind by their enemies, and their hands were also stained with the blood of their enemies. Not to mention that the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples had come to save Tai Ching Sect disciples. Moreover, the leader of this Tai Ching Sect team was an old friend of an initial stage Foundation establishment disciple from Imperial Thunder Sect. Seeing his remaining 7 disciples take out Tai Ching Sect's medicinal pills and affectionately hand them to the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, He Fang Yuan sighed and flew to Cui Hongshan. He bowed and said, I Tai Ching Sect's He Fang Yuan thanks fellow Daoist for saving my life. I am Xiaohua's old acquaintance. I have yet to ask for fellow Daoist's name. After He Fang Yuan escaped danger, he chatted with Xiaohua for a while. However, at that time, Cui Hongshan had already gone to assist Daoist Meng, and Xiaohua avoided talking about Cui Hongshan's matters. Even now, He Fang Yuan still didn't know Cui Hongshan's name. Although Cui Hongshan was somewhat dissatisfied, Xiaohua's strength was obvious. If it weren't for Xiaohua, honestly speaking, he might not have dared to accept the challenge. Now that he heard He Fang Yuan's courteous bow and the other party was at the peak of initial stage Foundation establishment, how could he dare to slight him? He hurriedly returned the greeting and said, I, Cui Hongshan, am a disciple of Myriad Thunder Valley with Xiaohua. I am not talented, but I am the leader of my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. This is also a coincidence. I just happened to pass by this place. It seems we are fated to meet fellow Daoist. Chapter 2308. Indeed, indeed. He Fang Yuan glanced at Xiaohua and smiled. Back then, I met Dao friend Xiaohua at the Feather Immortal Assembly. To think that in the Sword Path battle in Patrol Heaven City, I was saved by Lightning Imperial Sect's disciple, and this leader is even Dao friend Zhao's junior brother. It's senior brother. Cui Hongshan reminded in a low voice. Senior brother? He Fang Yuan was slightly dazed as he glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua acted as if he did not hear him at all. He was slightly surprised. He clearly felt that Xiaohua's magic power surpassed Cui Hongshan's. Moreover, if Cui Hongshan was Xiaohua's senior brother, Xiaohua would have introduced him. Since Xiaohua did not introduce him, he naturally thought Cui Hongshan was Xiaohua's junior brother. However, He Fang Yuan only thought for a moment before smiling. In short, I am really fated to meet Imperial Thunder Sect. Unfortunately, I still came too late. Cui Hongshan saw several Tai Ching Sect disciples cleaning up the corpses on the ground and knew they were Tai Ching Sect's disciples who died, so he comforted them. Sigh, if you did not come, my Tai Ching Sect would have been completely wiped out. He Fang Yuan smiled bitterly before looking into the distance and frowning. Actually, if not for that strange maze cultivator, even if you came to help, I'm afraid. Oh, why do you say that? Zhen Minghui and the others took the pills and also came forward to greet He Fang Yuan. After Cui Hongshan finished with them, Zhen Minghui asked curiously. Of course, when he asked, he inadvertently glanced at Xiaohua. It's quite strange. He Fang Yuan was still puzzled. Just before Cui and the rest arrived, about 15 minutes later, a cultivator who was bewitched came. Can you look at the corpses of those 2 artifact cultivators? Is there a sword mark on their foreheads? Saying so, He Fang Yuan pointed in the distance. There were 2 corpses that were a head taller than the 2 artifact cultivators that Cui Hongshan and the others dealt with. Zhen Minghui's divine sense swept over them and his eyes flashed with shock as he nodded. That's right. The skin and bones of these artifact cultivators are extremely hard, even magic treasures cannot penetrate them. Sword marks? Could it be the work of a sword cultivator? Sword cultivator? How is that possible? He Fang Yuan laughed. If a sword cultivator appeared here, how could we still be alive? It was impossible for a sword cultivator to kill a weapon cultivator. This is probably the work of a senior from the Changbai sect, right? Senior He, what is going on? Please explain clearly. Dui Ling was greatly surprised and hurriedly asked. These two artifact cultivators are the most powerful of the dozen or so. He Fang Yuan said with lingering fear on his face. When my clavicle hit them, it was no different from hitting a magic treasure. It could not injure them at all. And their magical weapons are even more powerful. They should have the attack power of the peak of the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. We just fought with them, and 3 of our disciples were killed by these 2 weapon cultivators. I don't dare to let them fight with the other disciples, so I can only face them myself. Just as I was about to take out my clavicle, the artifact cultivator's magic treasure sent my clavicle flying. It looked like I was about to die at the hands of that artifact cultivator. A green and red sword light appeared in front of the artifact cultivator's eyes. I saw it very clearly. That weapon cultivator only lasted for 2 rounds and was not a match for that fast and sharp flying sword at all. In the 3rd round, the flying sword pierced through the space between his eyebrows and he fell to the ground. Only now did that senior Miho's figure appear 100 feet away. He Fang Yuan said with envy. Next, that green and red flying sword did not stop at all. It flew towards another extremely powerful artifact cultivator. That artifact cultivator was even more powerful than before. His entire body was covered in green light and was as hard as his magic treasure. Moreover, this artifact cultivator's flying speed was also extremely fast. I'm afraid it was even faster than Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. Either way, his magic tool couldn't even touch a single hair on his body. But no matter how powerful this artifact cultivator was, he was no match for the Changbai Sect's senior. In just 5 rounds, really, just 5 to 6 rounds, that green and red flying sword strangely pierced through the back of the artifact cultivator's head. And that artifact cultivator's magic treasure did not even touch that senior's. But that senior is also strange. He only killed these 2 artifact cultivators and did not wait for my thanks. He did not even care about our lives and flew away in another direction. He Fang Yuan laughed. I was still puzzled earlier, but now I know. That senior must have seen Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and knew that we could kill the artifact cultivator and beast cultivator. Thus, he killed the leader and left the rest of the swordsmen for us. Green and red flying sword? Cui Hongxin and the others were shocked as they thought to themselves, isn't it a golden brilliance? What? Have you seen this Changbai sect senior before? He Fang Yuan observed their expressions and asked curiously. No, we don't have that fortune. How could we see this Changbai sect senior? Cui Hongxin emphasized the words Changbai sect. That's true. If any senior doesn't want us to know his identity, we naturally won't know. He Fang Yuan nodded and bowed towards another direction. Junior He Fang Yuan, senior came in a hurry and did not thank me. Now, junior thanks senior for saving our lives. Cui Hongxin and the rest had strange expressions as they looked at He Fang Yuan's bow. They could not understand Xiaohua at all. After He Fang Yuan finished bowing, Tai Ching Sect's disciples also cleaned up the corpses of the dead disciples and took out the artifact cultivator and beast cultivator's storage bags. Dao friend Cui, you came to help us. This storage bag should be taken by you, right? He Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before waving his hand generously. Cui Hongxin smiled and waved his hand. Even though we came to help, Tai Ching Sect's Dao friend also contributed greatly and lost many of our fellow disciples. How can we take it? Let's split it evenly? Saying so, Cui Hongxin looked around and smiled. Why are there only 7 or 8 storage bags? 2 seem to be missing? Oh, those 2 storage bags were taken by Changbai Sect seniors. He Fang Yuan smiled. If they don't take it, I will feel even more uneasy. That's good. Cui Hongxin also smiled. Splitting it like this will make us feel at ease. Next, Tai Ching sect's disciples divided the items in the storage bags evenly and gave them to Zhen Minghui, who gave them to everyone else. After the items were distributed, Cui Hongshan cupped his fists. Dao friend he will have to part ways, I will take my leave. He Fang Yuan also cupped his fists and looked at Xiao Hua, saying, after this mission is completed, I will go to Imperial Thunder Sect's station to find you and junior brother Xiao. Alright. Tai Ching sect's disciples and Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples cupped their fists and smiled, flying up at the same time. However, after flying for a few meters, they were surprised. The two groups were flying in the same direction. Cui Hongshan looked at He Fang Yuan. The two had bitter smiles on their faces. After thinking for a while, Cui Hongshan smiled. Dao friend He, are you going to Golden Spring Mountain? Ah yes. He Fang Yuan also laughed loudly. This is too much of a coincidence. Let's go together. The disciples of the two sects were also happy. They flew up in their respective groups. He Fang Yuan chatted with Cui Hongshan for a while in front. When he saw Xiao Hua flying leisurely at the back, he stopped and waited for Xiao Hua to come closer. Junior brother Xiao. Long time no see, your cultivation is also out of my expectations. He Fang Yuan smiled. I knew that junior brother Xiao would be able to reach foundation establishment smoothly. Your cultivation far surpasses mine. It's nothing. Xiao Hua smiled. As long as I cultivate diligently, heaven will take care of me. He Fang Yuan smiled apologetically. I am really lucky. Every time I meet junior brother Xiao, good things happen. Last time. Senior brother He, I have already said it at Feather Immortal Assembly, it was all your own hard work. Xiao Hua naturally knew what He Fang Yuan wanted to say. He quickly stopped him. He Fang Yuan nodded repeatedly, but after thinking for a while, hesitation appeared on his face. He transmitted, Junior brother Xiao, actually, I have something to tell you. Speak. Xiao Hua saw his transmission and knew it was not a small matter. He nodded. This matter concerns junior brother and my sect. If I did not participate in this sword path battle, I might not be able to explain it to junior brother Xiao. But since I met junior brother Xiao and junior brother Xiao helped me again, I feel that I should explain it to junior brother Xiao. What is it? Is it about Feather Immortal Assembly? Xiao Hua's heart shook. He raised his eyebrows and asked. That's right. He Fang Yuan nodded. He looked at the Tai Ching sect disciples in front of him and transmitted, Junior brother Xiao should know that Feather Immortal Assembly's illusion formation can record images, the situation of my foundation establishment inside the illusion formation. The sect knows about it. Moreover, the sect master even summoned me and asked me in detail. Is that so? Xiao Hua frowned. He did not deny it. Moreover, I heard, the sect master even found a few disciples with great strength and tried, but they did not succeed. He Fang Yuan could not speak too directly. He hinted vaguely. Thank you. Xiao Hua nodded. This matter is strange. It has nothing to do with me, but it seems that some disciples also established foundation when they fought junior brother Xiao, right? He Fang Yuan thought for a while and said. Xiao Hua had a bitter smile on his face. He shrugged. Actually, I was already at the peak of Qi refinement stage 12. Isn't it normal for there to be a few foundation establishment disciples? At that time, my cultivation level was low. I could only bully others with great strength. Your sect master had to be so far-fetched, I had no choice. However, it has been so long I did not encounter anything. I am sure your sect master has thought it through, right? Of course, this Xiao still has to thank senior martial brother He. Chapter 2309. Xiao Hua said it was fine, but his heart was thumping as he became vigilant. Although this wasn't a special secret of his, if it were to fall into the eyes of someone with ulterior motives, especially the masters of sects like the Tai Ching sect, it would definitely be more dangerous than secrets like the Buddhist sect's cultivation level and the dragonization art. No need to thank me. He Fang Yuan cupped his fists. I hope that by going to Jin Quan Mountain with junior brother Xiao, I will be able to return safely. I think so. Xiao Hua thought inwardly and answered casually, These weapon cultivators and sword cultivators are only SSO, senior brother, his luck is so good, of course you will be fine. Sigh, don't talk about weapon cultivators and beast cultivators. Hearing this, He Fong Yuan smiled bitterly. Before coming to patrol Heaven City, I searched the sex records to study the weakness of weapon cultivators, sword cultivators, and beast cultivators. However, I did not find the weakness. Instead, I found that sword cultivators are better, but weapon cultivators and beast cultivators are different from the records in the sect. What's the difference? Xiao Hua was surprised. He did not have time to look at Imperial Thunder Sect's records, so he did not know what He Fong Yuan was talking about. Junior brother Xiao, you didn't notice? He Fong Yuan looked at Xiao Hua. That beast cultivator is strange. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and shrugged. I smashed it to death, I really did not notice. Junior brother Xiao, you really have nothing to worry about. He Fong Yuan was speechless. Didn't you see that beast cultivators actually refine spirit beasts into their bodies? Is that so? What's so strange about it? Isn't that how beast cultivators do it? Xiao Hua asked. The ignorant are fearless. He Fong Yuan sighed and thought for a while before asking, do you know Shi Country's spirit husbandry sect? They do. Xiao Hua nodded. They rear spirit beasts and use them for battle, of course I know. That's good. He Fong Yuan nodded. Actually, in Tai Ching sect's records, beast cultivators are similar to spirit husbandry sect, but beast cultivators are stronger and their spirit beasts are of higher grade. Moreover, beast cultivators are the same as sword cultivators. They can place their primordial spirits in spiritual beasts and control them more flexibly. Ah? Only now did Xiao Hua understand He Fong Yuan's words and shouted in shock. Isn't that so? The beast cultivators I saw today had the bodies of humans, but their heads were the heads of spirit beasts. Exactly. He Fong Yuan nodded solemnly. Beast cultivators can actually refine spirit beasts into their bodies. This is a symbiosis with spirit beasts. Not only do they have the strength of cultivators, they also have the innate abilities of spirit beasts. This is something that our Dao sect cultivators cannot compare to. That tool cultivator, is he all right? Xiao Hua probed. Not necessarily. He Fong Yuan shook his head again. Weapon cultivators are the same as sword cultivators. They have the cultivation path of man and sword as one. But that's only possible if you reach the transformation stage, which is the same as my Dao sect's nascent soul stage cultivators. Those weapon cultivators just now were obviously only at the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage, but they were actually able to connect their bodies with magic treasures. They were only one step away from transforming into a weapon. This is simply inconceivable. And what I don't understand the most is that they seem to have a problem with their brains. What do you mean? Xiao Hua asked again. Let's not talk about that Changbai sect senior. He escaped after killing 2 weapon cultivators. It is normal that these weapon cultivators and beast cultivators did not escape. He Fong Yuan explained again. But when Dao friend Xiao and the other Imperial Thunder sect disciples came, they were clearly not our match and should have escaped. But they simply did not run. They stubbornly defended until we killed them one by one. Don't you think this is strange? That is true. Xiao Hua really did not think so much. Only when He Fong Yuan mentioned it did he realize that these were indeed some inexplicable details. Maybe they have a mission? They don't dare to leave? Xiao Hua said softly. What mission can there be in such a remote place? He Fong Yuan shook his head. Even if there is a mission, they should escape first. Maybe they want to intercept us? Xiao Hua said casually. That is impossible? He Fong Yuan smiled. When we teleported out of Patrol Heaven City, we were very secretive and quickly flew towards Quanjin Mountain. Even if our 2 teams have the same mission, we do not know each other. How could they know? Senior brother, his words make sense. Xiao Hua nodded and looked ahead. We should tell Dao friend Cui about this. You are the leaders of the 2 teams after all. Dao friend Cui? He Fong Yuan was surprised. You don't call him senior brother? This is my myriad Thunder Valley's family matter. Dao friend, he should not interfere. Xiaohua waved his hand. Alright. He Fang Yuan smiled. No matter what, I will always side with junior brother Xiao. Don't worry about this. Just based on what Dao friend he said earlier, I will remember this favor. Xiaohua smiled and nodded, sending He Fang Yuan off with his gaze. This is troublesome. Although Xiaohua did not seem to care, he was muttering in his heart. How could he not care about the concern of Tai Ching sect's master? That was a sect that was even more powerful than the Imperial Thunder sect. It was estimated that because the Tai Ching sect was in Meng country and the Imperial Thunder sect was in Shi country, and Xiaohua had been appearing and disappearing unpredictably all these years, the disciples of the Tai Ching sect didn't receive any news about Xiaohua, so they didn't directly look for him. It was hard to say who would win in this sword path battle. Sigh, keep a low profile. Xiaohua was gloomy. I just want to cultivate peacefully. I already gave the credit to some Changbai sect senior. How can I retreat? However, He Fang Yuan's words are really strange. If the artifact cultivator and beast cultivator did not have some mission, then they might have been affected by the artifact or spirit beast, losing the vigilance and thinking that cultivators should have. Not to mention Xiaohua's speculation about whether the artifact cultivator and beast cultivator had some mission. Far away in the west of Shi country, at the border with Huan country, an emerald green sword light was flying through the sky in the biting cold wind. On that sword light was a person wearing a long green robe. This swordsman's hair was white, his cheekbones were bulging, and there were no wrinkles on his pale yellow face. As the sword light flickered, the swordsman's body would sway slightly. That sword intent pierced into the air, piercing through the cold wind. Not to mention the snowflakes that were faintly floating in the air, they could not even get close to him. As the swordsman's body swayed, the sword light would transform from time to time, and a green sword would appear on that sword light. This swordsman was actually an illusory sword cultivator. Just as the illusory swordsman flew past a towering cliff, the sword intent cut through a baby fist-sized icicle on the cliff. That icicle fell down the cliff, and no sound could be heard for a long time. From the front of the swordsman, a fiery red brilliance quickly chased after him. Whose flying sword book is it? That swordsman frowned slightly, his body stopping in the air. That green sword phantom immediately withdrew into his body, and with a wave of his hand, a finger-long flying sword landed in his hand. When the swordsman finished reading the contents of the flying sword, his expression changed greatly, and he shouted with a stern voice, "Idiot! You ruined my plan. 100 deaths are not worth regretting." As he spoke, sword light appeared in his hand, and that flying sword was actually torn apart by the sword light in the swordsman's hand. Like a piece of white paper, it turned into fragments and fell from the sky. This makes this sword. The swordsman gritted his teeth and hesitated, as if he wanted to turn back. However, the swordsman stood in the air for a long time, and in the end, he flew up again and flew forward. But this time, there was no sword light like before, only a green figure. The swordsman flew for more than half a day and arrived in front of a towering ice mountain. The ice mountain was extremely high, piercing straight into the gloomy sky, as if it was going to pierce the sky. This ice mountain was extremely wide, stretching for more than 10 miles. The swordsman flew to the ice mountain and did not stop. Instead, he flew around the ice mountain, and in the time it took to eat a meal, a crack that was several feet wide appeared in the ice. The swordsman hesitated for a moment, and then rushed into the crack. The crack was between the ice mountain, and a huge whirlwind was generated from the crack, as if it could blow the swordsman away in an instant. However, the sword light around the swordsman's body flashed, and a green treasure sword appeared. Wang, a burst of sound was heard, and the sword light slashed down, splitting the whirlwind. In an instant, there was a moment of silence. And in this moment of silence, the sword light flashed, and the swordsman rushed into the crack. Out of the crack, the swordsman's eyes lit up, and a huge lake appeared in front of him. The surface of the lake was extremely large and emerald green. Icy mountains surrounded the surface of the huge lake, blocking the surrounding cold wind. Moreover, several pale white rays of sunlight shot out from the dark clouds in the sky, like huge light swords, piercing into the lake in the valley. Under the sunlight, the lake not only became more green, but there was not even the slightest sound of wind. There were no ripples on the surface of the lake, and it was really like a huge gem. The swordsman was not shocked by the strange scene in front of him, as if he was already used to it. He flew past a corner of Lake Chui, and landed on one of the protrusions on the stone wall, and stood there quietly. On the left side of the stone wall he was standing on, not only were there rare spirit grasses growing everywhere, even under the stone wall, near Lake Chui, there were spirit grasses that were the size of a fist and looked like lotus flowers that were full of vitality. The lotus-like spirit fruits emitted a delicate fragrance, and even if the swordsman stood high up, he could still faintly smell it. However, the swordsman was distracted, and did not pay attention to it. Looking at the surroundings of Lake Chui, on the stone wall, there were dozens of protrusions. And at this time, on these protrusions, there were many different swordsmen. Among these swordsmen, most of them were similar to the swordsman who just came. They stood there quietly, with their eyes slightly closed, and their entire bodies seemed to be in a trance. Each one of them was like an unsheathed sword, and the shape of the sword was faintly discernible. These swordsmen were actually at the illusory sword realm. Chapter 23:10. As for the remaining cultivators, they were naturally beast cultivators and weapon cultivators. Not to mention the crouching tiger and coiling dragon of the beast cultivators, the shadows of the strange spirit beasts would appear from time to time. Even the artifact cultivators would occasionally release the light of the artifact cultivators. All of this indicated that these deviant cultivators also had the cultivation of the sword cultivator's illusory sword. An hour passed by quickly, and another dozen or so swordsmen arrived on their swords and stopped on the stone wall. Clank! A loud sound like a sharp sword rang out. A green sword ray flew out from the wall opposite of the green-clothed swordsman and landed on Lake Chui like a meteor. The sword energy on the sword ray was like frost, and layers of ice began to form on the surface of Lake Chui. Wang, on the stone walls surrounding Lake Chui, all the swordsmen released their sword intent, creating a fierce hurricane. Every swordsman's body let out a sword cry. Welcome, fellow swordsmen. The emerald green sword light receded, revealing a woman in emerald green sword attire. The woman's face was extremely cold, and there was a murderous aura between her eyebrows. Although she called out to everyone, there was not much warmth in her eyes. Zeng, zeng, zeng. Dozens of sword lights that were not inferior to the female swordsman's flew out from the stone walls and landed on the surface of Lake Chui. Although the swordsmen appeared to be standing in a disorderly manner, they were clearly positioned from top to bottom and left to right. It was obvious that this was a very profound sword formation. I am Black Phoenix Sword Sex Lu Rucheng. Greetings, fellow swordsmen. The female swordsman cupped her fists and bowed towards the crowd. Greetings, LV Genu. The swordsmen also cupped their fists in return. Lu Rucheng straightened up and said coldly, "The Sword Dao War has been going on for more than a year. Our sword cultivators have suffered great losses. On the other hand, the Dao sect cultivators did not suffer many losses either. The Dao sect has the advantage in numbers. If we sword cultivators are unable to find a way to win and obtain victory in a short period of time, we will definitely be forced to retreat in the end." LV Genu, that's easy for you to say. Do you have a way to win? A tall, middle-aged sword cultivator dressed in red swordsman attire coldly replied, "We sword cultivators have fought countless battles with the Dao sect. We've always had the upper hand in the beginning. Later on, we were gradually pushed back. In the end, we were forced to retreat to the sword realm. There were even many great battles where we were forced to retreat at the beginning. Could it be that my sword cultivator seniors aren't as smart as you?" Hee, so it's Qin Jian of the Void Heaven Sword School. A rare smile appeared on Lu Ruochang's face. "Swordsman Qin, you're now famous in the Dao sect. They've searched the entire border between the state of Xi and the Sword region to find you. I heard that your bounty has risen to an extremely high level." "This Qin is untalented." Qin Jian laughed coldly. I Qin do not know how to win. I only want to kill as many cultivators as possible. Once I kill them one by one, wouldn't the cultivators retreat? If it's as sword friend Qin said, then it's simple. Another old man dressed in khaki swordsman attire shook his head. There are as many cultivators as there are hairs on a cow. Even if they stand there and let us kill them, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill them all. Swordsman Yuan Qing, does everyone in the skyscraper sword school have such thoughts? Are you scared witless by a bunch of pigs? Qin Jian glanced at the old man and sneered. Ha, I won't be so stupid as to kill those useless pigs. Yuan Qing of the Motian sword sect smiled and did not refute. Sigh, yes, if it were so simple, then there wouldn't be thousands of remains of sword cultivators in the sword tomb. There wouldn't be thousands of broken swords wailing. Lu Ruochang also sighed. At this moment, a middle-aged swordsman with a red face said, Swordsman Lu, this is only the first stage of the battle. We only need to follow the instructions of our masters and kill as many cultivators as possible so that we won't be forced back to the sword realm. Why are you so pessimistic? Chu Jianchong from the Xianjian sect? Lu Ruochang glanced at the middle-aged swordsman and asked, How is Duan Yuming, Swordsman Duan? The 4 people from your Xianjian sect have all died at the hands of cultivators. Our battle this time also originated from your Xianjian sect. You should be on my side. Thank you for your concern, Swordsman Lu. Senior Duan's primordial spirit has returned and has entered the Xianjian sect's sword pool to recuperate. If he can find a suitable body, he can take over it. Otherwise, he can't use the secret technique of weapon cultivators to feed the sword with his body and become a sword spirit. Chu Jianchong said in a sorrowful voice. How sad. Lu Ruochang sighed softly. This sword is naturally on LV Genyo's side. Chu Jianchong cupped his hands and said, However, Chu thinks that we don't need to think too much. We only need to exhaust the strength of the Xianjian sect in the early stages of the battle and kill all the Qi refinement and foundation establishment disciples. This is to complete the task given by our masters. It's all nonsense. A drawn-out voice sounded. It was a weapon cultivator whose body was flashing with a faint brilliance. The weapon cultivator was extremely tall, like a bamboo pole. In the brilliance, there were several sections of a pagoda faintly visible. Didn't I hear that LV Jianchong was going to set up a formation in the sword catacomb? What's the situation? The weapon cultivator said coldly, I thought that everything was in order. I only need to lure all the cultivators to the sword catacomb. That's why I came over. If I'm going to listen to your nonsense, I'm going to turn back. Hehe, so it's Senior Fan Kuan from the 7 Spiritual Mountains. Lu Ruochang smiled and said, Senior Fan, don't be anxious. How can the illusory sword formation be easy to set up? Moreover, a simple sword formation may not be able to trap so many cultivators. I've left some assassins in the illusory sword formation. This isn't something that can be done easily. Then I've wrongly accused you? If there's anything you need the 7 Spiritual Mountains to do, just say it. If those formation weapons are to be used, I'll personally go into battle. With Senior Fan's words, I'm 100 times more confident. Lu Ruochang cupped his hands and said, I've invited all of you here to ask about your preparations. So you've already made preparations. Not bad, not bad. Fan Kuyuan nodded with a smile. Sword friends from the Clear Sword Sect, Lunar Sun Sword Sect, Flame Bamboo Sword Sect, Failing Sword Manor, and Soaring Wind Sword Sect? What's your situation? Can you tell us about it? Lu Ruochang's gaze swept across everyone, and the green-robed swordsman shrunk his neck slightly. Lu Ruochang was very sharp, and a trace of sternness flashed in his eyes. He then looked at the others. Zhong Haoxuan from the Clear Sword Sect greets all of you. An extremely robust swordsman cupped his hands and said, My Clear Sword Sect has already found the sword spirit used in the illusory sword formation. If I'm not wrong, we should be able to find it within 3 months. Good. Lu Ruochang clapped his hands and praised, the yin-yang sword spirit that the Clear Sword Sect is looking for is the most demanding. I didn't expect sword friend Zhong to be so capable to have found it in such a short period of time. It's really praiseworthy. Chapter 23:11. My luck is indeed not bad. But this is also because the heavens are protecting my sword region. That Dao sect cultivator's luck has come to an end. Let them know who the true king of the Dawn Rain continent is. Zhong Haoshuan nodded coldly. Mu Ting of the Lunar Sword sect greets my fellow swordsman. A female swordsman dressed similarly to LV Ruochang stepped forward and bowed. However, this female swordsman's face was as beautiful as a flower, and she smiled wholeheartedly. The sword spirit that my Lunar Sword sect was looking for has been obtained. It is currently being nurtured in my Lunar Sword Valley's sword pool. If the illusory sword formation needs to be used, I can retrieve it at any time. The following two people, Tian Simu of the Flaming Bamboo Sword sect and Ruo Ling of the Failing Sword Manor, both spoke about the results of their sections. The sword spirit and other items that they needed were all prepared. As long as LV Ruochang gave the order, the illusory sword great battle could begin. Good. Seeing that the swordsmen had completed their tasks extremely well, LV Ruochang smiled and said, "Thank you for your assistance, fellow swordsmen. I am extremely grateful. Back then, when you recommended me to take charge of the illusory sword formation, I was very nervous. With all of you sword friends working tirelessly, this sword finally has some confidence in my heart." LV Jian, the weapon cultivator, Fan Mingyuan, frowned slightly and said, "I know about this illusory sword formation. I have used it before. Just by relying on it, this formation can kill Dao sect cultivators in the middle stage of the Golden Core stage, but it will be troublesome to deal with those in the late stage of the Golden Core stage. Moreover, with so many foundation establishment and chi refinement cultivators, the illusory sword formation might not be able to withstand it, right?" Senior Fan is right. LV Ruochang said respectfully. However, the last time this formation was set up was 3,000 years ago. Back then, countless Dao sect cultivators were killed, and the Golden Core cultivators were also frightened. If not for the 3 late-stage Golden Core cultivators who suddenly became nascent souls, I am afraid that we would have achieved even more glorious results. Yes, since you know, could it be that your illusory sword formation is even more powerful than the previous one? Of course. Lu Ruchang nodded his head confidently. This time, I have set up the illusory sword formation in the sword tomb. Firstly, I can make use of the sword intent of the remnant sword in the sword tomb to increase the lethality of the illusory sword formation. Secondly, I can make use of the metal chi in the sword tomb to suppress the spiritual chi between the Dao sect cultivators and the heaven and earth, preventing any more Golden Core cultivators from conceiving. In this way, not only can we kill cultivators in a large area, we can even kill late Golden Core stage cultivators. Yes, what LV Jinyu said makes sense. Weapon cultivator Fan Mingyuan nodded slightly. There are very few cultivators with a metal attribute constitution in the 3 cultivation kingdoms. Furthermore, it's unlikely that they'll be able to use the metal chi within the sword tomb. Furthermore, the sword catacomb is the most eye-catching place for sword cultivators and the Dao sect. You set up the illusory sword array there to lure them into the trap. They will definitely be surprised. Hee, isn't this what the Dao sect meant by catching the enemy off guard? A swordsman laughed. I still have some misgivings. Weapon cultivator Fan Mingyuan was still worried. There are a lot of foundation establishment disciples in the Dao sect. Our illusory sword array doesn't have a sword cultivator to support it. I'm afraid, Senior Fan. LV Ruochang was not angry at Fan Mingyuan's insistence on getting to the bottom of the matter. Instead, he was very willing for him to ask. LV Ruochang replied with a smile, "This is one of the things that I want to tell you." As he spoke, LV Ruochang looked at the green-robed swordsman and said with a smile, "Ling Yunwu from the Lingfeng sword sect, have you received what I gave you? Have you found the spirit-swallowing bugs?" Spirit-swallowing bugs? Hearing this, all the sword cultivators were stunned and looked at each other. Fan Mingyuan asked curiously, "LV Jianyu, Are you talking about the spirit-swallowing bugs? LV Ruochang looked away from Ling Yunwu and replied with a smile. I found some records about the spirit-swallowing bugs in the ancient books of the Black Phoenix Sword sect. 100 years ago, when I was traveling in the Meng Mountains, I happened to get the black silk wood. Therefore, I gave it to Ling Jianyu and asked him to find the spirit-swallowing bugs. After all, the spirit-swallowing bugs are near the Chestnut Valley, which is the closest to the Lingfeng Sword sect. Well, I kind of understand now. Fan Mingyuan nodded slightly. LV Jianyu planned to use the spirit-swallowing bugs to devour the Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators, and then use the illusory sword array to deal with the rest of the cultivators? Exactly. Lu Ruchang's tone was slightly arrogant as he said, this worm is the head of all spiritual worms in the world. It loves to devour spiritual energy, Dharma artifacts and Dharma treasures refined by Daoist cultivators, as well as their vital essence. It is very suitable to kill cultivators. I set a part of the illusory sword array, especially for the spirit-swallowing bugs. Let's call it the spirit-swallowing array for now. As long as foundation building stage and Qi refining stage disciples enter this formation, they will certainly be killed by the spirit-swallowing bugs. Oh good. The few weapon cultivators beside Fan Mingyuan also nodded slightly. However, the few beast cultivators beside them had unsightly expressions on their faces. Ling Jianyu, have you found the spirit-swallowing bugs? Fan Mingyuan looked at Ling Yunwu again. Huh, why don't you say anything? Do you want to give me a surprise? LV Ruochang smiled again, which was rare. After all, the spirit-swallowing bugs was her trick, and she had already given the windy silk wood to the Lingfeng sword sect, which was the safest step in the illusory sword array. She didn't think there would be any mistakes. Well, Ling Yunwu, who was in cyan clothes, was a little embarrassed. He mumbled and hesitated. Thump. LV Ruochang felt something was wrong and said coldly, LV Jianyu, what do you mean? I gave you the windy silk wood and the sword pouch. Don't tell me you didn't see them. Of course not. Ling Yunwu smiled apologetically. I've already got the windy silk wood and the sword pouch, and I've been to Chestnut Valley many times. According to LV Jianyu's records, I finally found some clues. Although I can't be completely sure, but, in that case, why don't you tell me directly? LV Ruochang was relieved. It's just that, when I was on my way here, I received a flying sword message from the sword sect. Ling Yunwu gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, more than 30 bright sword third-grade disciples I sent to find the spirit-swallowing bugs were all killed. More than 30 bright sword third-grade disciples? All killed? LV Ruochang was also surprised. The Taoism sect actually attacked Chestnut Valley? Was there a gold core cultivator? Well, Ling Yunwu said awkwardly, the Taoism sect cultivators haven't attacked Chestnut Valley yet. These disciples were killed near White Jade Mountain. Didn't your disciples go to Chestnut Valley to find the spirit-swallowing bugs? Why did they go to White Jade Mountain? LV Ruochang sneered, Ling Jianyu, don't tell me, you gave the sword pouch and the black silk wood to your disciples. That's right. That's right. Ling Yunwu's expression was uncertain. LV Ruochang's expression changed greatly. He stared at Ling Yunwu for a long time and sneered, Ling Jian, you're really at ease. That's the black silk wood, one of the few spiritual woods that can be used to find the spirit-swallowing bugs. You actually let your disciples, who are only at the bright sword realm, be in charge of it. And that sword pouch, although it's empty, it's still a treasure. You don't have to worry about letting people hold it. Do you really think that the things of my Black Phoenix Sword sect are not things? Alas, no matter what LV Jianyu says, I can't refute it. Ling Yunwu smiled bitterly. I already had a plan last time. I was going to go there personally, but with LV Jianyu's spiritual sword summoning me, I dare not come. Moreover, I was afraid of delaying LV Jianyu's important matter, so I sent my capable disciples. I wanted to give you all a surprise during this period. But who knew? That your proud disciples actually ran to the White Jade Mountain and were killed by the practitioners of the Gold Core realm? LV Ruochang seemed to be ruthless and said coldly, I've already explained the matter of the spirit-swallowing bugs clearly. The spirit-swallowing bugs are the most important part of the illusory sword formation. If your Lingfeng sword sect delays this matter, you'll have to bear the consequences. What else could Ling Yunwu say? He cupped his hands and said, I feel guilty. When this matter is over, I'll immediately go to the White Jade Mountain and find the black silk wood and the sword pouch to atone for my mistakes. Atone for your mistakes? What kind of achievements do you have? LV Ruochang sneered. Who knows which Gold Core Realm practitioner killed the 30 swordsmen? Where are you going to find him? LV Jianyu, a beast practitioner who had been silent for a long time, whispered, You don't only need the black silk wood to find the spirit-swallowing bugs, right? There are a few other kinds. And if we know the approximate location of the spirit-swallowing bugs, our Quilted Mountain sect has a secret technique that can help us find them. LV Ruochang looked up at the beast practitioner who was as short as a baby and sighed, Where are we going to find the other kinds of spiritual objects? Besides, I know that the Quilted Mountain sect and the 7 spiritual mountains have this secret technique, but I'm sure Senior Green Peak knows the consequences of the secret technique better than I do, right? Alas, what's the point of talking about the consequences at this point? Green Peak said bitterly, We beast practitioners have always been regarded as abnormal by the Daoist sect. We're indebted to the sword practitioners for protecting us. Now, as long as we can use our beast practitioners, we'll do it even if we have to sacrifice our lives. Okay. LV Ruochang nodded and didn't comment. Let's wait for my news. Ling Yunwu felt very guilty and smiled apologetically. If news of my death comes, Senior Green Peak will make the decision. What are you talking about? Fan Mingyuan scolded. Although we don't cultivate Daoist techniques and don't understand karma, we're still cultivators in the world. You can't speak nonsense. Yes, I understand. Ling Yunwu hurriedly bowed. LV Ruochang glanced at Ling Yunwu coldly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a bird's cry. It was like a mournful wail that soared into the sky. It pierced everyone's ears and immediately disrupted the tranquility of the valley. Even the quiet sound of the lake had layers of ripples. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Chidian.com. Chapter 23:12. Who is it? The swordsmen were shocked and turned to look. A yellow light flashed, and from the light, a giant rock that was hundreds of feet in size rushed into the valley, closely rubbing against the cracks in the valley. Once the giant rock entered the valley, it immediately spread its wings. Its huge wings flapped, and the wind howled, casting its shadow on Lake Chui. The giant rock did not stop. Instead, it circled above Lake Chui, and its sharp eyes swept past the swordsmen. The swordsmen, weapon cultivators, and beast cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. Then, their faces became respectful again, and they bowed in unison. After the giant rock circled around Lake Chui, it proudly landed on the stone wall and retracted its wings. At this moment, 2 distinct figures, one tall and one short, were revealed on the giant rock's back. The most conspicuous one was naturally the tall one. This person was 3 feet tall, had thick arms, and a muscular body. On his head, which was much larger than a dipper, was a big red nose. It was very eye-catching. Looking at the short figure, he was shorter than an ordinary person by more than half, and only reached the giant's knees. There was nothing special about this dwarf, but there was always a cunning look in his 2 small eyes from time to time. Pang! The giant landed on a protrusion on the stone wall, and the stone wall shook slightly. Greetings, Senior Qi. The swordsmen bowed in unison. The giant rock was Qi Peng, the valley master of the Osprey Valley in the Hing country. He was a beast cultivator whose cultivation was comparable to a sword transformation realm cultivator. Wait for me. Qi Peng withdrew his figure and reverted to a middle-aged man covered in yellow light. He raised his hand and gestured. Yes. The swordsman stood up. How did the discussion go? Qi Peng asked. We respected what you said and only delayed the Path Sect's cultivators near Sky Patrol City. Moreover, we are setting up a large formation in the Sword Tomb, and we are preparing to give the Path sect a head-on blow. Lu Ruchang replied respectfully. Just as he was about to introduce his plan, Qi Peng waved his hand and said, "This is something that you should worry about. Don't tell this old man. It's not my turn to step up yet." "Yes, I understand. This is a chance for us to train." LV Ruochang didn't dare to say much and replied respectfully. "Yes, this old man is here to bring you some news." Qi Peng raised his hand and said, "This is the chief of the mountain-crossing giant tribe, Lian Xiaochao. This is the chief of the Cloud Cave Dwarf tribe, Gao Dezhuang. I believe all of you sword friends know that the giant tribe and the dwarf tribe are also participating in this war under the persuasion of the sword cultivator elders. Everyone hasn't seen the two tribe leaders yet, right?" Although the giant had given him an extremely Xiao name, and the dwarf had given him an extremely name, none of the swordsmen dared to laugh. Their faces were all unusually respectful. When he heard Qi Peng's introduction, he bowed again and said, "Greetings, Patriarch Lien and Patriarch Gao." "Yes, get up, get up." Gao Dezhuang was very happy and waved his hand to signal everyone to get up. Even Xiaochao didn't say anything. "It's great news that the giants and dwarves are joining the war," Qi Peng said again. "However, this old man has even better news to share with all of you. This old man has joined forces with the elders of a few weapon cultivators and beast cultivators to head to Alchemy Valley. I have already convinced the two hidden experts in the valley. As long as the two elders appear, the nascent soul cultivators of the Daoist sect will definitely not be their opponents. Moreover, what's even better is that it will definitely not cross the bottom line of the Daoist sect's spirit-severing stage old monster." When the swordsmen heard this, they all had strange expressions on their faces. Indeed, they didn't even know where the Alchemy Valley was in the Huan country, let alone the hidden experts. "Senior Qi, what you said is—" Fan Mingyuan seemed to have thought of something and stuttered. "Yes, it's that old man." Qi Peng nodded. "Moreover, there's another old man, who I'm afraid you don't even know. He seems to be even more powerful than the old man you mentioned. This matter is not set in stone yet, so don't think too much. We definitely can't ask them to take action now. In the end, we just need them to appear and control the situation." "Yes, this junior understands." Fan Mingyuan hurriedly bowed and replied. This old man was just in a moment of happiness. This old man is here today to bring you some news." Qi Peng laughed again. "Clan leader Gao's people are the best at the earth amplification technique, which is even more powerful than the Daoist sect's 5 elements escape technique. The dwarf clan's people found many Daoist sect cultivators moving in the east of the sword realm. Moreover, they seem to be moving to a few fixed places. Hence, clan leader Gao told this old man about this matter. This old man was with clan leader Lien. When I thought of you all here, I came to inform you." "Yes, thank you for your message, Senior Qi." LV Ruochang bowed and thanked him. "This is also a topic that we are discussing here. This is a task that my master and I have assigned to us." "Oh, I see." Qi Peng smiled and nodded. "The younger generation will surpass us in time. All right, you all can discuss the arrangements. This old man won't interfere anymore." After he finished speaking, Qi Peng's body glowed with a strange brilliance. It looked faint, but it covered his entire body. When the brilliance disappeared, the giant rock appeared on the stone wall again. With a long cry, the giant rock bent its neck toward the sky. Its cry shook the sky. Then, it flapped its wings and slowly flew up. Gao Zhuang and Lian Xiaochao hurriedly jumped up and landed on the giant rock's back. Lian Xiaocao's body was so big that even the stone wall shook. However, when she landed on the giant rock's back, the giant rock didn't even sway. This junior respectfully sends Senior Qi off. LV Ruchang and the others bowed respectfully and watched as the giant rock spread its wings and flew through the gap in the valley sealed by the hurricane. When the giant rock's figure disappeared into the gap, LV Ruochang and the others straightened up. Their eyes were still filled with respect. Senior Qi is indeed a godly person. Fan Kuyuan sighed with emotion. Not only did he find the giant clan, but he also found the mysterious dwarf clan. The most incredible thing is that that person, he actually knew where to go. He invited him out. Who is that person? Who is that person? LV Ruochang couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Senior Qi has given the order. This old man doesn't dare to speak carelessly, Fan Kueyuan said with a smile. Besides, this old man doesn't know who the other person is. Forget it, LV Ruochang said with a smile. What will come will come. We just have to do our own thing. That's right. Fan Kueyuan nodded. Then he asked curiously, Senior Qi's news is very important. I'm afraid it's a new plan of the Daoist sect. Why did LV Jinyu say that you already have a plan? Chapter 23:13. Senior Fan, why do you think the people of Sword Realm are attacking the 3 countries? LV Ruochang asked with a smile. Are you trying to test this old man? Fan Mingyuan laughed. No, I'm just asking casually. LV Ruochang shook his head slightly. Fan Mingyuan smiled and said, if it was the previous battles, I might have thought that it was because of the conflict between Sword Realm and the 3 countries, so we had to fight to determine the outcome. However, this old man knows that the reason for today's battle is because of the 2 girls from the Shenzhen sect and the 2 illusory swordsmen that they lost. However, the truth is that due to the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, spiritual stones, spiritual herbs and other items have decreased. Our sword domain is too narrow and cannot compare to the 3 countries of the Dao sect. Therefore, we have to snatch their spiritual herbs and spiritual stones. That's right, Senior Fan is right. LV Ruochang nodded and said, this is also what the elders told us at the beginning of the battle. Although the Dao sect's array is not as powerful as the sword array of our sword domain, in terms of concealment and defense, it is stronger than the sword array. At the border of our sword domain, Shi country, and Meng country, there are more than 10 spirit stone veins. However, because of the protection of the Dao sect's formation, it is not easy to find them. In the previous battles, we spent some effort on them, but the results were minimal. Moreover, Sword Realm did not lack spirit stones at that time, so who would care about them? However, it's different now. Sword Realm spirit stones are about to dry up. The spirit stone veins at the border of Sword Realm have become our savior. The purpose of this battle is to steal these spirit stone veins? Fan Mingyuan suddenly realized. The attacks and killings are all just a pretense? If Senior Fan understands it this way, then it's possible. LV Ruochang and Fan Mingyuan's conversation spread throughout Lake Chui, so all the swordsmen could hear it clearly. Many people had the same look of realization as Fan Mingyuan at this moment. What about the illusory sword formation of the sword catacomb? Fan Kueyuan asked curiously. This has nothing to do with snatching the spirit stone mine, right? Not only can we kill off cultivators, we can also snatch the spirit stone mine. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Lu Ruochang said with a chuckle. Fine. These things are too complicated. I really can't understand them. Whatever LV Jinyu says, I'll do it. Fan Mingyuan turned to look at the swordsman and smiled bitterly. The other swordsmen are probably the same as me. Perhaps this is the reason why the teachers didn't make it clear. I didn't mean to keep it a secret. LV Ruochang shook his head. This matter is very important. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Yes, I know. Fan Mingyuan waved his hand. Elder Qi, are you saying that the Dao sect's cultivators are sending disciples to protect the spirit stone mine? Exactly. Lu Ruochang nodded. The cultivators of the sword domain have been pressuring the Dao sect cultivators. They have clearly sensed danger. The spirit stone mine is even more important to them, so they have to increase their vigilance. However, they don't know that the sword domain's goal is the spirit stone mine. They want to send reinforcements, but they are afraid that we know the location of the spirit stone mine. They don't want to attract our attention, so they are fearless and mysterious. To put it bluntly, they are not even worth a single spirit stone. How should we deal with them? I will listen to LV Jinyu's orders. I dare not. I have already asked the swordsman of the Quilted Mountain sect and the Wild Beast Mountain Manor to help keep an eye on the cultivators' movements. Now that I have the help of the dwarf clan, I am even more confident. LV Ruochang said with great confidence. Following her explanation, various orders were issued as they discussed. The swordsmen of the various sects nodded solemnly and accepted the orders. This discussion lasted for several days. After all the details were discussed, the swordsmen who received the mission did not waste a single word. They flew out of the gap on their swords, leaving behind Ling Yunwu of the High Wind Sword sect. Ling Jianyu, it's not that I want to blame you. LV Ruochang knew what Ling Yunwu meant, but her tone was still indifferent. In addition to the previous arrangements, the High Wind Sword sect has to complete and cooperate with the actions of the other sections. You still have to find the black silk wood. After all, if you can save the life of a beast cultivator, you should do it. Yes, I understand. Ling Yunwu nodded. This matter originated from me. Even if I have to pay with my life, I will find the black silk wood and the sword pouch. I will not implicate the sword friends of the beast cultivators. Ling Jianyu, you don't have to do this. The cultivators who appeared in White Jade Mountain were at most middle-stage Gold Core realm. Maybe there were some late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. How can Ling Jianyu be afraid of them? Don't worry and go boldly. The cultivators who can hurt you are still in Sky Patrol City, outside the sword domain. Yes, I will leave. Once I find the spirit-swallowing bugs in Chestnut Valley, I will send a flying sword message to LV Jianyu. Ling Yunwu cupped his hands and bid farewell. Okay, I will listen to Ling Jianyu's good news. LV Ruochang nodded and watched Ling Yunwu fly away. She also jumped and turned into a sharp sword light, rushing out of the valley. Only the green lake behind her was left undisturbed. Besides, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and the Taiching sect were in the same place. Naturally, they could no longer use the drifting cloud flying boat. The 10 disciples flew together with the remaining 7 disciples of the Taiching sect. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect flew faster than the disciples of the Taiching sect. Xiao Hua didn't notice it at first, but after flying for an hour, he finally came to his senses and nodded to himself. The Imperial Thunder sect's cultivation method is lightning cultivation. Although the lightning cultivation method has already changed to the lightning escape technique, the various cultivation methods derived from the lightning escape technique are still effective. When the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples practice cultivation methods, they naturally practice their flying techniques extremely well. Cui Hongshan and the others naturally noticed it. The uneasiness in their hearts when they saw the disciples of the Taiching sect gradually lessened, and a trace of pride appeared on their faces. Unfortunately, this thunder escape technique needs the help of external objects, especially the inner elixir of the Thunder Beast. The inner elixir of 2 yin and yang attributes is used to create the power of thunder and then turn into the thunder escape technique. This is also the reason why the Imperial Thunder sect recruits disciples with thunder attribute physiques. Unfortunately, a single thunder attribute can only touch the edge of the thunder escape technique. If the thunder escape technique is mastered, it is still far from enough. Moreover, I don't have a thunder attribute physique. With the help of the Phoenix celestial body, I embedded the 2 inner elixirs of the Thunder Beast into the celestial body and refined the thunder escape technique to the realm of thunder escape technique. If I didn't witness the vision of Xue Xue's foundation establishment, how could I have such an opportunity? However, I'm at a loss as to how others can cultivate this imperial lightning travel technique. After all, they either can't embed the inner elixir into the celestial body, or they already have a thunder attribute physique. How they use the inner elixir is different. Let's not talk about others. The great divine ability that was given to Xiang Zhili, the thunder escape technique, is the most suitable. He was born from the inner elixir of a male thunder beast, so using the inner elixir of a female thunder beast would make it easier. But how to do it is still very troublesome. Thinking up to here, a bright light flashed through Xiao Hua's mind. It was a great merit he made when he first entered the Imperial Thunder sect. Thunder Devouring Bead. That's right, it's really that item. Xiaohua's eyes showed a trace of understanding. This item is not only the nemesis of all the Imperial Thunder Sect's formations, but also the beginning and end of thunder. Didn't I see the image of the founder of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Daoist Master Qian Yun, in the main hall of the Thunder Palace? He was enlightened by comprehending the Thunder Bead and founded the Imperial Thunder Sect. Because of this, he ascended. If I can comprehend this item, wouldn't I be able to master the Thunder Escape technique? Sigh, what a pity! The Thunder-Devouring Bead is the treasure of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Ever since I took it out of my space, it has disappeared without a trace. How could Daoist Master Qian Lei let me comprehend it? It seems that everything depends on fate. Right, what about Chen Qinghua? This guy hibernated and never appeared again. It's been dozens of years, why haven't I seen any traces of him? I'm afraid he has met with disaster. While Xiaohua's thoughts were running wild, they traveled for another half a day. During this half a day, they actually didn't see any traces of sword cultivators. However, the foothills under their feet were covered with more and more snow, and even the chirping of birds and the language of beasts were rare. Clearly, this place was very remote. Fellow Daoists, we will reach our destination in another half a day. Seeing that the journey was safe, He Fang Yuan's vigilance also weakened. Seeing that flying was very boring, he laughed and said loudly. His voice was not soft, and the snow on the mountain wall was disturbed. At the peak, first, a palm-sized snowflake fell. Then, as the snowflake fell, more and more snowflakes fell. Not long after, an overwhelming amount of snow fell from the sky like a collapsing mountain. The disciples of the Tai Ching sect and the Imperial Lightning sect were flying between two tall mountains. The snow on top of the canyon was extremely powerful, and it covered the entire canyon. Everyone's divine sense swept over and saw that the snowflakes were like dust, and the accumulated snow was like a tide, covering half of the sky. Ah? Snow? Avalanche? He Fang Yuan was shocked. He really didn't expect that just one sentence from him would cause such a big trouble. He had heard about this avalanche from the guards of Sky Patrol City, but he never thought that he would actually encounter one. Quickly fly. At this moment, no one dared to hesitate. No one wanted to fight against the heavenly might. Although the avalanche was still very far away, it was still an aurora after all. If they were really buried by the snow, even if they were Foundation establishment cultivators, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Moreover, the most important thing was that he had lost all face. Surging like waves, falling like a mountain peak. Although this small amount of snow is very light and humble, when there is a lot of it, it actually has such great power. Heaven and earth are so mysterious, any inconspicuous place can be a reference for us cultivators. Xiaohua unhurriedly flew behind everyone, allowing the snowflakes to hit his face like white mist. He released his divine sense and carefully observed the gradual formation of the avalanche. It gradually grew from small to large, causing him to sigh with emotion in his heart. Chapter 23:14. Although the avalanche was very powerful, covering half of the canyon, and the rumbling sounds echoed in the canyon, everyone was still cultivators, and most of them were Foundation establishment cultivators. They had already escaped from the canyon before the avalanche hit them. He Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, and this time he lowered his voice. Captain Cui, it's all because of my carelessness, let's not talk about it now. Cui Hongshan seemed to have thought of something, and quickly lowered his voice. Let's leave quickly. Also, it's best to take a detour. That's right. He Fang Yuan's face turned cold, and he came to a realization. He released his divine sense and looked around carefully, then he asked, Captain Cui, how do you think we should take a detour? Captain He, you can decide. Cui Hongshan said humbly, after all, Captain He is my senior brother. Alright. He Fang Yuan knew this was not the time to be humble, so he waved his hand and flew towards another direction along the foothills. After waiting for the Imperial Thunder Sect and Tai Ching Sect disciples to fly away for a while, A small human head suddenly popped out from the clean rock wall that had just experienced the avalanche. That human head had a small nose and small eyes like a child's. The avalanche actually happened here? That human head mumbled in a low voice, and then jumped out from the rock wall. It was a dwarf who was less than 2 feet tall. That dwarf's nose twitched a few times, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. Cultivator. Huh, there's actually a cultivator here. I found the cultivator's whereabouts. After speaking, the small eyes blinked a few times in joy, and with a stomp of his foot, his body once again disappeared into the rock wall, and just like Xiaohua's earth escape technique, he chased after the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. How would the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples know that their whereabouts had already been discovered by the dwarf? Over there, they were still extremely careful in concealing their whereabouts, and constantly changing their direction, so that their goal of heading towards Jin Quan Mountain would not be exposed. Another 2 days passed, and just as everyone was about to fly towards Jin Quan Mountain under He Fang Yuan's lead, there was a rumbling sound in front of them, and the ground was shaking. Because of He Fang Yuan and the other Tai Ching sect disciples, Xiaohua was too lazy to release his Buddha's sense. Now that he felt it at the same time as everyone else, he immediately released his divine sense. Seeing the situation over there, he was stunned, and then a trace of joy appeared. A few miles ahead to the left, there were more than 20 beast cultivators who had turned into birds. They were circling in the air and attacking the cultivators who were trapped in the air. Below the cultivators, there were more than a dozen giants who were dozens of feet tall. They held huge spiked clubs in their hands and waved them in the air. As for the besieged cultivators, there were about 40 of them. They all wore different Daoist robes and were clearly from different sections. Although these cultivators activated their magic artifacts and fought with all their might, their speed could not compare to the beast cultivators. Not only could their magic artifacts not hit the vital parts of the beast cultivators, many times they were forced to fall down by the beast cultivators, and they looked very miserable. As for the bird cultivators, although there were fewer of them, their attack power seemed to be on par with the cultivators. However, they only surrounded and pressured the cultivators, not allowing them to escape. They even forced the cultivators to fall into the giants' attack range. Looking at the ground, there were several corpses, and they were all badly mutilated. Obviously, they were all done by the giants' terrifying spiked clubs. Seeing such a pressing situation, Cui Hongshan hesitated. The cultivators who were trapped in the air by the beast cultivators and giants were all Foundation establishment cultivators, but even they were in such a miserable state, running for their lives and even struggling at death's door. How could he and the other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples be able to get away with it? Not only him, even He Fang Yuan was hesitating. He was different from Cui Hongshan. He had already lost 3 Tai Ching sect disciples, and if he got involved in this killing situation, he might suffer even more losses. Moreover, the beast cultivators and giants did not seem to have noticed their arrival. If they escaped now, it was still not too late. The scene was unusually quiet, and it was truly a torture. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples involuntarily looked at Xiaohua. "Damn it, why are you looking at me?" Xiaohua was somewhat angry in his heart. He really didn't want to reveal too much of his strength in front of others. However, he also knew that these 20 or so bird cultivators and a dozen giants were absolutely not something that these disciples could deal with. He really had no choice but to take action. He Fang Yuan was naturally astute. When he saw Cui Hongshan and the others looking at Xiaohua, he immediately understood. Of course, he also looked at Xiaohua. Seeing He Fang Yuan looking at Xiaohua, the Tai Ching sect disciples also looked at Xiaohua. In an instant, the gazes of the 2 sects disciples fell on Xiaohua. "Go!" Xiaohua cursed inwardly, but he could not show it on his face. He waved his hand and said only one word, then slowly flew forward. "Go!" Cui Hongshan's heart relaxed. He waved his hand and said loudly, "No matter which sect's disciples are from, since they are Dao sect cultivators, they are our fellow disciples. We cannot let them fight alone." "Yes, we will follow Captain Cui's orders." Dui Chi Meng and the others replied loudly. With Xiaohua's guarantee, their hearts tightened. Seeing the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples so valiant, the Tai Ching Sect disciples felt slightly guilty. They immediately felt that they were small, so they also shouted, "That's right, what joy is there in life, what fear is there in death? If we don't take action now, we will have inner demons in the future. How can our cultivation progress?" Kill. The group of Tai Ching Sect disciples and Imperial Thunder Sect disciples all flew to the front and actually surpassed Xiaohua. They charged towards the group that was already in a precarious situation. This is great. At this time, the besieged Dao sect cultivators naturally discovered that there were reinforcements. Their hearts felt incomparably warm, as if they had encountered a sunny day amidst a gloomy rain. When the bird cultivators heard the commotion, they were first startled. However, when they saw that it was only a dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators, their hearts relaxed. They each opened their mouths and cried out, then beat their wings and did their best to kill the besieged cultivators. Attack! Cui Hongshan and the others did not dare to be negligent. They flew high to avoid coming into contact with the giants on the ground. They had already taken out their respective magic tools and attacked the bird cultivators. The bird cultivators' figures were very fast. They beat their wings and flew up, easily dodging the magic tools. Then, they expanded the range of their attacks and surrounded the Imperial Thunder Sect and Tai Ching Sect disciples who came as reinforcements. There were only 20 or so bird cultivators, but they actually dared to deal with 50 cultivators. The gap in the encirclement was definitely much larger. The 40 or so cultivators who were previously besieged saw the gap in the encirclement expand, and their faces revealed joy. They knew that they had a chance to escape. However, they could only watch. No one could really escape. Chapter 23:15. But just as these cultivators turned around and were about to attack the bird cultivators with their magic artifacts, a voice called out, "Senior Brother Jiang, I'm really sorry." As the voice rang out, an early-stage Foundation establishment disciple with a well-built body wearing the Daoist robes of the Nanming sect broke away from the group of cultivators. He charged through the gap between two bird cultivators and flew into the distance. "Xianxia, you!" roared a mid-Foundation establishment Nanming sect disciple. Just as he was about to rebuke Xianxia, however, a few more disciples suddenly flew out from the group of Lightning Rider sect disciples who had been brandishing their dermic artifacts to meet up with the Lightning Rider sect disciples. They didn't even bother to greet them. They were even worse than Xianxia. You wait? Cui Hongshan was stupefied. He really hadn't expected that when he and the others came to help, these disciples would actually abandon them and flee by themselves. The escape of these disciples was not a big deal, but it tugged at the last heartstrings in the hearts of the cultivators. Even the cultivators with the most solid hearts were moved. Everyone had to face a test in this life and death situation, whether it was for themselves or their conscience. Xiaohua looked at them coldly, and then at the beast cultivators who were surrounding them but not attacking. He already understood that this was done by the beast cultivators on purpose. Feng Yuan's earlier conjecture that beast cultivators and weapon cultivators were brainless was instantly dispelled. "Stop right there!" The captains from the various sects were all furious and hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it would have been better if they hadn't shouted. Once they shouted, even more cultivators took the chance to escape. In just a moment, nearly 20 cultivators had already escaped through the gap between the bird cultivators' encirclement. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the group of beast cultivators surrounded the remaining 40 or so cultivators. In other words, the Imperial Thunder Sect and Tai Ching Sect disciples had come to replace these cultivators, and these cultivators had replaced the Imperial Thunder Sect and Tai Ching Sect disciples and escaped. At this moment, a Tai Ching Sect disciple couldn't take it anymore and glared at Xiaohua. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he didn't even greet Xiaohua as he flew towards a gap that seemed to be right in front of Xiaohua. However, just as he flew out of the gap, Xiaohua said urgently, "Quickly come back." Only a fool would reply. The disciple's figure passed by the bird cultivator and he was extremely happy. Now that he had the time to spare, he sneered back. Unfortunately, just as he spoke, the four-eared beast cultivator on his left suddenly flashed and dashed toward his back like a bolt of black lightning. The bird cultivator's flying speed was simply too fast, and he wasn't far from the Taiching sect disciple. Although the Taiching sect disciple was extremely vigilant, he still only noticed the bird cultivator when he was a few feet away from him. Whoosh! The bird cultivator's wings suddenly swept out like an extremely hard artifact towards the Taiching disciple's neck. The Taiching sect disciple had already activated his magic treasure and attacked without hesitation. The sound was precisely the shape of a plum blossom. Flower petals spread out from the magic treasure and enveloped the bird cultivator who was about to pounce over. The bird cultivator didn't dodge at all. With a muffled zzz sound, the flower petals exploded around the bird cultivator and completely enveloped him. A trace of joy flashed through the Taiching sect disciple's eyes, and he was about to use his magic power to fly away again. Jeeth! The bird cultivator, who was originally a bit crooked from the flower petals, suddenly opened his mouth and his body swayed even more strangely. He immediately broke through the magic treasure's attack and instantly closed in on the Taiching sect disciple. At the same time, his beak-like mouth suddenly pecked forward and chiseled into the Taiching sect disciple's shoulder. The beast cultivator's beak broke through the Taiching sect disciple's defensive yellow talisman and tore off a large chunk of flesh from the disciple's shoulder, revealing the pale white bone inside. Since the Taiching sect disciple was injured, his body was already crooked and he slowly fell from the sky. He was barely able to stabilize himself in midair. At this moment, all the cultivators who were looking at this disciple had a trace of pity in their eyes. They actually couldn't bear to see him die. Bam! With a loud bang, a huge mace appeared behind the Taiching sect's disciple, causing a gust of wind to blow as it appeared behind him. The Taiching sect disciple's defensive light that had been bitten through by the bird cultivator was immediately annihilated the moment it touched the spiked club. The spiked club hit the Taiching sect disciple's head almost without any resistance. Like a watermelon being smashed, red and white, a disgusting smell of blood burst out. All of this happened in just a few breaths of time. Xiaohua had time to give a warning, and Fang Yuan didn't even have time to shout angrily before the Taiching sect disciple died. Their broken corpses fell to the ground, mixing with the dead disciples from before. Hiss! Everyone from the Taiching sect and Imperial Thunder sect sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally understood why so many cultivators were surrounded but none dared to escape. However, before these people could recover from their shock, another strange thing happened. Opposite the dead Taiching sect disciple, another Imperial Thunder sect disciple also quickly rushed towards the gap between the two bird cultivators. This disciple, is he sick? The cultivators were stunned. After all, although this Imperial Thunder sect disciple's flying speed was fast, it was only slightly faster than the Taiching sect disciple. It was far from surpassing the flying speed of a bird cultivator. However, the Imperial Thunder sect disciple actually had a puzzled expression. That's right, it was puzzled, not astonishment, grief, or any other expression. Because this person was none other than Xiaohua. Xiaohua's figure flew towards the gap between the two bird cultivators. His choice of location was extremely good, it was right between the two. The two beast cultivators naturally stared at the scene in front of them. When they saw Xiaohua flying, they also followed him. However, after flying for a while, they stopped again after flying for less than half a foot. This was because they both saw that the other party had already moved. Of course, they stopped at the same time. When they saw each other stop, they flew up at the same time. However, after flying for a foot, they seemed to have a tacit understanding and stopped at the same time. They waited for the other to attack while they guarded the encirclement. Damn it, is this an act? If Xiaohua wasn't a genuine cultivator, the cultivators in the encirclement would have suspected that Xiaohua was friends with these two bird cultivators. At this time, the two bird cultivators were also angry and seemed to be criticizing each other. At the same time, They no longer hesitated and flapped their wings, attacking Xiaohua from the left and right. Ouch! Xiaohua looked as panicked as the Taiqing sect disciple. He was very afraid of the bird cultivators who suddenly closed in on him. He didn't even take out his magic tool. With a wave of his hand, dozens of fireball talismans were shot out. Rumble! These fireball talismans were actually of the highest quality. They set off a heat wave that soared to the sky. They were even more powerful than the magic tools of the Taiqing sect disciple. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's opponents were bird cultivators who were famous for their body techniques. This top-grade fireball talisman only managed to burn a few pieces of the bird cultivators' feathers. Not only was it unable to kill them, it had even angered them. Two extremely angry bird cries resounded. The two bird cultivators flew out from the flames and pecked at Xiaohua's shoulders like lightning. Xiaohua's figure rapidly descended, wanting to dodge the attacks of the two bird cultivators. Below him, a giant also raised its wolf-tooth club, preparing to attack Xiaohua's butt. Serves him right. This was the thought of all the cultivators except for the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple and He Fang Yuan. Even the Taiqing sect disciples felt a trace of satisfaction in their hearts. In their eyes, the initial stage foundation establishment Xiaohua was already a dead man. Facing two bird cultivators and a giant, and falling into such a passive situation, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to escape, right? Just as everyone's thoughts became active again, retracting their gazes from Xiaohua's body and looking at the gap next to Xiaohua after he lured away the two bird cultivators, a golden light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Immediately they heard Xiaohua shout, "Damn it, you dare to hit my butt? I'd like to see if your strength is greater or mine." Immediately after, in front of everyone's eyes, Xiaohua suddenly took out an ordinary stick that was 2 feet long and as thick as the mouth of a bowl. He actually calmly twirled the stick in his hand in an extremely gaudy manner before smashing it towards the incomparably huge mace. Woo! This was the sound of the giant's arm, which was as thick as an adult's waist, swinging the wolf-tooth club. This whistling sound was so loud that it covered all the movements in the surroundings. Even when the giant stepped on the ground trembled slightly. Naturally, the sound of the wind on Xiaohua's stick was also concealed. Or perhaps Xiaohua's stick didn't make any sound at all. When the group of cultivators heard the sound of the wind and looked at Xiaohua again, they couldn't understand how the two bird cultivators suddenly fell from the sky. Although they didn't seem to have any injuries, in their divine senses, the two bird cultivators were completely dead. What is going on? While they were bewildered, He Fang Yuan's eyes shined with extraordinary splendor. It was not that he didn't have confidence in Xiaohua. Just like now, when Xiaohua was competing with the giant in terms of strength, he firmly believed that Xiaohua wouldn't be at a disadvantage. But when fighting with the two bird cultivators earlier, or trying to escape from the two bird cultivators, he didn't have any confidence in Xiaohua. Naturally, He Fang Yuan had been staring at Xiaohua all along. He had an involuntary conviction in his heart. He firmly believed that Xiaohua wasn't a cultivator who would run away without a fight. Sure enough, when He Fang Yuan's eyelids slightly blinked, that golden light came from Xiaohua's hand. He simply couldn't see where this golden light came from. It was as if it was just the outline of a flood dragon, and with just a flash of golden light, it passed through the necks of the two arrogant bird cultivators. Immediately after, the two bird cultivators fell from the sky without even making a sound. Chapter 23:16. However, He Fang Yuan could clearly see that in the short time the golden light disappeared and the staff was raised, Xiaohua reached out and took away the storage pouches on the waists of the two beast cultivators. Dang! A deafening sound resounded. That intense fluctuation came from the place where the staff and the mace collided. Just like the fireball talisman that Xiaohua threw out earlier, it instantly washed away all the snow and other objects within a radius of 6 meters. Immediately after, that fluctuation was like the surging waves of the sea, rushing out in all directions. In the air, whether it was the Dao sect cultivators or the beast cultivators, They were all unable to stand steadily from the impact of this sound wave. Even the Imperial Thunder Sect's Qi refinement disciples and the two beast cultivators' bodies swayed a few times before falling from the air. Xiaohua's loud laughter resounded again after the sound wave. Good strength, good strength. Take another strike from this young master staff. As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure flew up once again. That long staff streaked across the sky, emitting a whimper sound, and smashed towards the giant who was standing there foolishly. His arm was already completely numb, and his mace was also twisted in the middle. Looking at the giant's feet again, that pair of large feet had already sunk into the ground. It was actually smashed into the ground by Xiaohua. Dang, another sound resounded. This sound was clearly not as powerful as the first one, but it still lingered in everyone's ears. But this time, that giant's mace was completely bent. It was simply unable to take shape. Even the giant's arms were trembling, powerlessly hanging down. His face was pale, and his eyes flashed with fear. Take another strike from this young master staff. Xiaohua was unforgiving. The staff was lifted up again as if it was light. Something shocking happened. Before Xiaohua could lift up the staff, that giant actually pulled out his feet from the ground. Without saying anything, he dragged the mace and flew towards the distance. That large foot smashed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Don't run, take another strike from this young master staff. Xiaohua's figure suddenly flew up, as if he was chasing after that giant. However, with a slight sway of his figure, he actually arrived at the nearest giant and smashed down with his long staff. That giant was still puzzled. He didn't know what the escaping giant meant, but Xiaohua's staff hit his forehead. Needless to say, the giant raised his mace and charged forward. It was simply a replica of the previous one. Another huge tremor, another wave of sound was set off, and everyone was thrown into the air. What was different from before was that this giant didn't wait for Xiaohua to pick up the long rod again. He dragged the spiked club back and turned around, catching up with the giant that had fled earlier. That graceful turn of his body. It was simply too vivid. It did not matter if this giant ran away. Just like the Dao sect disciple who ran away first, the thought of running away immediately rose in the hearts of all the giants. They did not wait for Xiaohua to fly towards them. Instead, they took the initiative and carried the wolf-tooth club on their shoulders without any hesitation. Then, they spread their big feet, which were rarely seen in the Dawn Rain continent, and fled without a trace. The bird cultivators who had barely stabilized themselves in the air were stunned. They also seemed to have woken up from a dream. They had just woken up from the destruction of two bird cultivators. A bird cultivator cried out. Without any hesitation, he soared into the sky and charged towards the clouds. When the other bird cultivators saw this, they also cried out and flapped their wings, wanting to fly away with that bird cultivator. You can stay here. A trace of fierceness flashed through Xiaohua's eyes. His figure also flew, and he was actually much faster than the bird cultivators. He charged towards the bird cultivator who had just killed the Tai Ching sect disciple. That bird cultivator was greatly alarmed. Without any hesitation, he charged towards Xiaohua, extending his unusually sharp beak. However, just as he extended his beak, he seemed to have realized something. His wings flapped, and his figure quickly turned around, drawing an arc in the air as he tried to escape again. At this moment, Xiaohua's figure was only about 3 meters away from him. At such a close distance, how could Xiaohua let him escape? The long staff in his hand danced again, and like a jade pillar supporting the heavens, it stabbed straight towards the bird cultivator's abdomen. Seeing that it was about to hit the bird cultivator's body suddenly emitted a tricolored brilliance. The bird cultivator's flying speed suddenly increased, and the distance between them immediately increased again. Damn it, if it's half a foot longer, I'll stop. Xiaohua cursed angrily. Just as he was about to activate the hibernating lightning escape, something strange happened. That 2-foot-long staff suddenly grew half a foot. I owe this? Xiaohua was shocked. Of course, even if the staff grew half a foot longer, it still wouldn't be able to hit the bird cultivator. This half a foot that suddenly grew was not seen by anyone. Hit, in a hurry, Xiaohua didn't have time to check. He activated the hibernating lightning escape and suddenly sped up. The long staff suddenly struck out, hitting the bird cultivator's abdomen. Pooh! A mouthful of blood was spat out. The bird cultivator screamed miserably, curled up his wings, and fell from Xiaohua's side. Xiaohua casually took the bird cultivator's storage pouch. If he didn't pay any more attention, that bird cultivator's body would have long been smashed to pieces by the long staff. How could he still be alive? Don't go! Leave a few more behind. Xiaohua shouted, but his body slowed down. He no longer used the hibernating lightning escape. The bird cultivators were scared by Xiaohua's beating. These few shouts actually caused the bird cultivators' bodies to sway slightly. They really thought that Xiaohua had caught up to them. When they saw that Xiaohua was only standing in place and didn't chase after them, they finally relaxed. They didn't even dare to look back and directly rushed into the sky. When they couldn't see him anymore, they fled far away. Damn it, did this young master go too far again? Xiaohua's divine sense swept over. He saw that the dozens of people below him were standing there in a daze. They were all looking at him with an inconceivable expression. Even the people from the Imperial Thunder sect were the same. Yes, this time, Xiaohua didn't use the Phoenix Dharma body. Even so, he still fiercely scared away dozens of giants with his strength alone. He even killed 3 bird cultivators and drove away the bird cultivators who they saw as snakes and scorpions. They didn't have any killing methods at all. Was this still a Foundation establishment cultivator? Forget it. Xiaohua sighed and closed his eyes. The true essence in his body also stopped flowing. His body fell from the sky upside down. Xiaohua, Ming Mao and Dui Ling were already prepared. As if their hearts were connected, they simultaneously flew into the sky, wanting to catch Xiaohua. Good, Cui Hongshan, I'll remember you. Xiaohua was angry. I saved you again. Why aren't you hurrying over to catch me? If I let 2 female cultivators catch me, how am I going to explain it to Xue Xue? Io, just as he fell into Ming Mao's embrace, Xiaohua finally woke up. He forced himself to stand in the air and said to Ming Mao and Dui Ling with a bitter smile, "Many thanks to the 2 of you." This Xiao cough. Immediately after, Xiaohua coughed and his entire face turned red. Chapter 23:17. Junior Brother Xiao, are you hurt? Ming Mao asked with concern. I'm fine. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out an elixir. He put it into his mouth without even looking at it. Then he said while gasping, I'm exhausted, and my magic power is also exhausted. I need to rest for a while. Then he looked at Zhenhua and said angrily, Nephew Zhen, why don't you come and support your uncle? Yes, I will go now. Zhenhua stared blankly for a moment, then his face was filled with joy. He hurriedly flew over and firmly supported Xiaohua. At this moment, the rest of the people came to themselves. The shock on their faces was replaced by respect. Then they heard a surprised voice. You, Xiaohua, the disciple of the Imperial Thunder faction who lifted the divine object from the sky at the Feather Immortal gathering of the Taiqing sect? Yes, it must be you. Yes, it's Xiaohua. I can't be wrong. Another cultivator also yelled with elation. I also participated in the Feather Immortal gathering, and I was stunned by fellow Daoist Zhao's divine power. Who would have thought that we would be reunited again after so many years? Fellow cultivator Zhao's divine power showed off again and saved us. Xiaohua was stunned. He looked up and saw 2 surprised faces. Then he looked at their robes. One of them was from the Kunlun faction, and the other was from the Utopia faction. However, these 2 people's faces were unfamiliar to Xiaohua. He couldn't remember them at all. After all, the Imperial Thunder faction wasn't in the same group as these 2 factions at the Feather Immortal gathering. Xiaohua didn't fight with them in the second stage. Fellow cultivator Xiao, you were famous at the Feather Immortal gathering. The disciple of the Kunlun faction flew over and said while cupping his hands, I'm Xianxia from the Kunlun faction. Fellow cultivator Xiao, you don't remember me, but I have a deep impression of you. Back then, you made a name for yourself in one fell swoop. This coup is truly envious. I'm Yang Fangqing from the Utopia faction. The disciple of the Utopia faction said while cupping his hands, Fellow cultivator Xiao, thank you for saving my life. Oh, you are from the Feather Immortal gathering. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Then he weakly cupped his hands and laughed in a low and deep voice, so it's an old acquaintance of mine. What a coincidence. It wasn't a life-saving grace, it was just to save himself. Alas, it's actually a fluke. I'm just a paper tiger. If those giants and beast cultivators hadn't been scared away by me, I would have been in your care. The junior brother Xiao has already done his best. Yifang Yuan also flew over and said with a smile, but with junior brother Zhao's killing of 3 beast cultivators, they already have no way to trap us. As long as we work together to fight them, we will definitely be able to escape. Next, Yifang Yuan cupped his fists and smiled at Xianxia and Yang Fangqing. Tai Ching Sex Yifang Yuan greets the 2 senior brothers. Back then at the Feather Immortal Assembly, I had the chance to meet the 2 of you. Hello, senior brother He. Ku Xingxi and Yang Fangqing hurriedly returned the greeting. Back then, we parted ways at Tai Ching Sex Hao Domain. Senior brother, he was the first Feather Immortal Assembly disciple to reach Foundation establishment. We have been envious of you for a long time. Hearing this, a trace of shame appeared on Yifang Yuan's face. He glanced at Xiao Hua and smiled. This foolish brother was lucky enough to be a step ahead in the Foundation establishment stage, but that is all in the future. Now look at the difference between me and junior brother Xiao. It is really 1,000 miles. Senior brother He, you should compare yourself to us. Junior brother Xiao has the appearance of a celestial being. Ordinary people can't compare to him. Ku Xingxi laughed loudly. These 3 people were Xiao Hua's old acquaintances. As soon as they met, they were very lively. First, they gathered around Xiao Hua. As they chatted and laughed, the people around them also gathered around. Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at the 3 people. Another few cultivators flew up a few steps, cupped their hands, and said to Xiao Hua with a smile, "This humble Daoist and the others thank senior brother Xiao." Hearing their words, they clearly wanted to befriend him. But Xiao Hua's face was deathly pale. He waved his hand and weakly said, This Xiao is completely exhausted right now. I'm afraid I can't meet all of you. If there's anything you need, you should talk to my captain." After he finished speaking, Xiao Hua closed his eyes and no longer paid attention to the crowd. Everyone saw this and did not dare to force him. They could not determine Xiao Hua's cultivation level and strength, they only thought he was truly exhausted. They hurriedly and carefully flew towards Cui Hongshan and cupped their fists. Of course, Tai Ching sect and Imperial Thunder sect came together. Yifang Yuan also brought Tai Ching sect's disciples to greet the disciples of the other Dao sections. Sigh. Xiao Hua closed his eyes and released his Buddhist sense. Seeing the sincerity and flattery of the many disciples, he could not help but sigh. Thinking of the pleasure of killing the bird cultivator just now, a kind of desire suddenly appeared in his heart. That kind of desire was the desire for freedom, the desire to soar into the sky. It was as if the Dao sect disciples here had become a burden to him, a burden that made it difficult for him to use his divine abilities. Even at this moment, Xiao Hua felt that Imperial Thunder sect was his shackle. He did not have the freedom he had when he was a lone cultivator. At that time, although Xiao Hua did not have a cultivation method, he could act recklessly and use all of his divine abilities without hesitation. But after arriving at the Imperial Thunder sect, although he had access to cultivation methods and medicinal pills, he had no choice but to conceal himself. He was afraid that if he revealed too much about himself, the master would discover something fishy about him. It is hard to live up to the reputation. Sometimes it is indeed like this. Xiao Hua sighed, but then he laughed inwardly. If I did not enter Imperial Thunder sect, I would not have had so many fortuitous encounters. Even when I was chased by that old ghost Jing Ru, where could I have run to? Wouldn't I have been killed? This young master is being insatiable. But on this Dawn Rain continent, there are giants? Back then, when Master said that I had the special bloodline of giants, he only said that there were giants in the Guihe Sea. Even the Blood Ray Island disciple who claimed to have an ancient bloodline was not as tall as this giant. I just don't know if this giant can really find out about my origins? Xiaohua guessed inwardly. But thinking about the giant's silly appearance, Xiaohua shook his head vigorously in his heart. He did not want to have anything to do with them. After the group of cultivators exchanged greetings, they began to discuss their itinerary. The few team leaders whispered to each other, knowing that they were heading to Golden Spring Mountain for a mission. And this place was not far from Golden Spring Mountain. With so many cultivators gathered together, it was obviously not easy to conceal their whereabouts. If the location of Golden Spring Mountain was exposed, not only would it be disadvantageous to the Spirit Stone Mine, it would also be detrimental to their own safety. Therefore, the few team leaders discussed for a while and decided to use the old method, which was to split up and enter Golden Spring Mountain from different directions. Of course, since these few teams had already gathered here, the few team leaders naturally had to exchange messaging charms. They even agreed on the distance between each other to prevent the situation of being surrounded by the bird cultivators and giants again. At this moment, Cui Hongshan's messaging charms were snatched away by the other team leaders. Obviously, they had placed all their hopes on Xiaohua. After the arrangements were made, everyone cupped their hands and released their divine senses. Then, according to the plan just now, they each chose a route and flew up. Let's go! Cui Hongshan saw that everyone had left and waved his hand. Zhen Minghui and the others replied in a low voice, but they did not get up. However, Dui Qiming said in a low voice, Xiaohua's body has not recovered. I'm afraid it's not suitable for him to move now. In my opinion, it's better for him to rest for a while. Cui Hongshan had considered this, but the other apprentices of the Kunlun sect and the Utopia faction all wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Cui Hongshan also felt a little nervous. He wanted to take Xiao Huafei with him for a while before stopping to rest. It's better for us to leave first. Cui Hongshan thought for a while and said, the beast cultivator and the giant have just been defeated here. Who knows, they might come back. Xiaohua was very brave just now. I'm afraid he won't be able to fight now. If we stay here, we'll be the prey of the beast cultivator and the giant. It's really unwise. Moreover, the 10 people of my Imperial Thunder Sect's first small team are still here. I want to quickly bring you all into Golden Spring Mountain. This way I can be at ease. Cui Hongshan's words were very selfless. If others heard it, they would definitely feel that he didn't care about his own junior brother's injury and only cared about everyone's life and death. Xiaohua could naturally hear it. He was slightly angry in his heart and secretly said, if it wasn't for me, I'm afraid your wish would have been strangled to death by the sword cultivator. But after thinking for a while, wasn't this also his own wish? Moreover, if the beast cultivator was really at a loss and the group of people came back, should he attack or not? Forget it. Xiaohua sighed, opened his eyes and said in a low voice, I'm fine. I'll listen to fellow Cui. Let Zhenhua support me at the end. But Dui Qiming nodded. She knew that the soul of the entire small team was Xiaohua. If he really wanted to rest, then he must rest. Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui's hearts were no longer at a loss. They looked at each other and Zhen Minghui said with a smile, I'll lead the way. Captain Cui will bring up the rear. And that's fine too. Cui Hongshan slightly hesitated before agreeing. After waiting for everyone to fly, Xiaohua also flew up with Zhenhua. Cui Hongshan urged his magic power and flew behind Xiaohua. Fellow Cui, let me ask you a question. Xiaohua didn't turn his head and asked in a low voice. Speak less. Cui Hongshan said coldly, Master always said that you have a lot of questions and don't do proper work. Sure enough, it's true. Last time, you used a magic treasure and a dharma body to deal with the sword cultivator. This time, you actually used some divine artifact. Don't you think you have too many tricks up your sleeves? Why do you have the same tone as Master? Xiaohua sneered. If I didn't use the wishful rod, Do you think those giants would be scared away? Wishful Rod? That's a good name. Cui Hongshan nodded and said, Is that the thing you obtained at the Feather Immortal Assembly? Chapter 23:18. Yes or no? Do I need to tell you? Xiaohua replied snappily, You haven't answered my question yet. However, Xiaohua's heart was also happy. Wishful Staff, this name was really easy to come up with. It was a gift from the heavens. He didn't say it out loud, but it actually sounded good. You haven't said what the question is. How can I answer? Cui Hongshan replied bluntly. It was none other than Zhenhua, who couldn't help but laugh. I'm scared. Zhenhua whispered. I'm scared that the giant will come again. You're that scared? Why don't you show me how scared you are? If you're scared and don't come out, I'll drag you to the giant 20 miles away. Xiaohua scolded. You're so young and you haven't learned anything. You only know how to lie. Yes. Zhenhua said in panic. I was wrong. Uncle Xiao, don't be angry. Tisuke, why are you venting your anger on a child? Cui Hongshan couldn't figure out whether Xiaohua was scolding him or not. He could only reply, How do you know there's a giant 20 miles away? I remember Master said that you used the jade Kirin fruit to stimulate your divine sense. There's no reason for your divine sense to be farther than mine. Why should I tell you the reason? I'm lying, okay? Xiaohua rolled his eyes. You haven't answered my question yet. What's the question? Cui Hongshan was a little anxious. Those disciples of the Extreme Happiness faction, Kunlun sect, Immortal Ascension sect, and Blue Li sect. How will they be dealt with? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. Cui Hongshan glanced at Zhenhua and said, If we weren't there, who ran away? As long as the disciples of the 4 sects don't investigate, who will know? But these 10 people ran away in front of us. The disciples of the 4 sects didn't dare to cover it up. They could only report it directly. Otherwise, they would also be punished. The fate of these 10 disciples was already decided the moment they ran away. They're bound to die. The 4 sects absolutely can't tolerate them running away when they're fighting, especially with the reinforcements of the Imperial Thunder sect and Tai Ching sect. I understand. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. These people really deserve to die. Did they not think about it? We risked our lives to come here, yet they actually hardened their hearts and fled? Alas, the test of life and death is too great. Cui Hongshan sighed. Even I am a little hesitant, let alone them. Although the captains of the 4 sects didn't say anything, it seems that they will only report this matter to the higher-ups and won't take any other measures. If those disciples manage to escape alive, they can only become rogue cultivators and face the joint pursuit of the 3 cultivation kingdoms. Xiaohua nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Cui Hongshan also flew up carefully. From time to time, he would vigilantly release his spiritual force to prevent the bird cultivator from attacking again. Fellow Daoist Cui, you don't need to be so careful. The beast cultivator and giant have long been scared out of their wits. They won't chase after you. Xiaohua couldn't help but remind Cui Hongshan when he saw how cautious he was. Better safe than sorry. Cui Hongshan laughed coldly. However, it was clear that he had relaxed after this. He only flew slowly and did not extend his consciousness too far. It was a pity. Although Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness was powerful, he was still careless. Just as they flew away for less than a cigarette, the dwarf who had chased after them once again emerged from the place where he had killed the bird cultivator. Hiss, the dwarf sucked in a breath of cold air. The small head that had just emerged immediately shrank back. It wasn't until a long time later that he tremblingly revealed his small nose. He vigorously sniffed a few times before revealing half of his body again. He looked left and right. Looking at his appearance, he was afraid that if there was even the slightest sign of trouble, he would escape into the ground and escape. However, apart from the sound of the wind, the snow, and the smell of blood that lingered for a long time, there really wasn't any other danger. The dwarf finally jumped out of the ground and carefully looked around. He sniffed again and looked in the direction that Xiao Hua and the others had flown in. His face was full of panic and hesitation. Finally, the dwarf decisively turned around and escaped into the ground, heading into the distance. In the end, this cowardly dwarf did not dare to continue to chase down. Quanjin Mountain was not far away. However, after flying for half a day, a huge mountain range could be seen in front of them. This mountain range was not tall, but it was extremely large and covered an extremely wide area. The mountain range was covered in ice for thousands of miles. It was as smooth as a mirror and there were no spirit grasses or spirit trees to be seen. Apart from cultivators, there were absolutely no other signs of human habitation. Even birds that spread their wings and flew would not come here. This is Quanjin Mountain? Xiaohua's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the endless mountain range in the distance. He unconsciously frowned. This situation, apart from the ice and snow, was not much different from Qishu Mountain Range. Even that cold place was extremely similar. Let's go. Cui Hongshan did not say anything else. He directly flew to the front and took out the team leader's token. He carefully looked at it and raised his head to look again. He waved his hand and flew towards a certain place in the mountain range. Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness also saw that far away in the mountain range, Tai Ching sect's disciples were also flying up under He Fang Yuan's lead. It seemed that their direction was not the same as Imperial Thunder sects. Sure enough, Cui Hongshan brought Xiaohua and the others to another place in the mountain range. When they reached the mountain range, Xiaohua looked around. This was actually a continuous stretch of green pine forest. Those green pine trees were over 100 feet tall. The crisp pine needles were condensed into a layer of sparkling ice, swaying in the breeze. Occasionally, there would be pine branches that could not withstand the pressure of the snow falling down, making a silent sound. The place where they landed, apart from a thick layer of snow, there were also some rotten withered branches. How could one tell that this was a spirit stone mine? Xiao Huan naturally understood that this was definitely a concealment formation. However, he released his divine sense and looked for a long time but did not see any clues. He unconsciously shook his head. Sigh, there are indeed many experts in this world. This young master's formation skills can be considered to have some accomplishments, but I can't even see a little bit of it. Flying down from the mountain range, Cui Hongshan activated his magic power. The captain's token emitted a faint brilliance, and a fist-sized brilliance flew out from the token. Then, it transformed into a sparrow-shaped bird. It flapped its wings and flew into the depths of the mountain forest. Everyone did not say anything. They all followed the little bird and gradually went deeper into the forest. That light was also strange. It did not fly high at all. It only flew slowly between the pine trees that were not too dense, like a fluttering butterfly. After flying for a little more than half a day, that light stopped. It suddenly flew several feet and disappeared into a pine tree that was only the size of a person. Chapter 23:19. Is it here? Xiaohua was not in a hurry. He looked at the pine tree and used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. Zhen Minghui and the others were also puzzled. It seemed that there was no fluctuation of magic power in the surroundings. When Xiaohua and the others saw Cui Hongshan's movements, they suddenly realized. Cui Hongshan walked to the pine tree and gestured up and down. His body flew up about 2 zhang and extended a finger, pointing at an inconspicuous spot on the tree. However, there was no movement from him at all. But Cui Hongshan was not surprised. His body landed again. This time, he actually lowered his body and pointed at the spot opposite the tree 3 inches from the ground. Then, he left the pine tree again and waited quietly for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Then, he flew up again and pointed at the tree's spots high up. After Cui Hongshan pointed at it 3 times, he flew to the side of the pine tree again. This was different again. It was actually 3 tree spots in a triangular shape. There was nothing special at all. Cui Hongshan pointed 4 times. When Cui Hongshan flew to another place, Xiaohua simply stopped looking. Needless to say, there was some mechanism on the pine tree. It was not set up by magic. What was the use of looking at such a complicated method? But the strange thing was, when Xiaohua released his divine sense and carefully looked under the pine tree, where was there any trace of magic? There wasn't even a single passageway or mechanism. Damn, this is really interesting. Xiaohua smiled and released his Buddhist sense. His Buddhist sense was still the best. Xiaohua finally found a trace of abnormality. But before he could take a closer look, Cui Hongshan smiled and said, "All right, let's go in." After speaking, Cui Hongshan's figure floated and entered first. Xiaohua looked up and saw that about 2 zhang above the pine tree, there was a hole the size of a person. It was like the pine tree's eye, looking at him with ridicule. Okay, Xiaohua did not look anymore. He withdrew his Buddhist sense and followed everyone into the hole. The inside of the tree hole was extremely dark. When his divine sense swept, the inner wall of the tree actually blocked everyone's divine sense. I'm afraid this isn't some ordinary pine tree. Xiaohua had already understood that if it wasn't a strange spiritual wood, it wouldn't be able to block his spiritual sense. Cui Hongshan led the way in front and kept flying downwards. After flying for thousands of feet, or even thousands of feet, a misty brilliance appeared in front of their eyes. It was the light of the bright flower stone. At this time, the space gradually became bigger. The entire downward passage was actually an inverted loophole. Oh my God, this is incredible! Xiaohua's divine sense slightly swept out. He was just as curious as everyone else. He couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart, this spirit stone vein is really a secret. It's so deep underground that it's thousands of feet deep, whose divine sense would be so bored to check under this desolate pine forest. It's no wonder the sword cultivators didn't notice it even though it was so close to Heng country. For you, an indescribably cold voice suddenly emerged from beneath Cui Hongshan's feet. Cui Hongshan immediately stopped descending and looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw that on the stone wall of the tunnel, there was a cave that was half the height of a person. A cultivator dressed in pitch-black clothes was sitting cross-legged there and asked him without raising his head. I'm Cui Hongshan, the captain of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. I'm leading my team of 10 people to Mount Quanjin to support the fellow cultivators from Sky Patrol City. Cui Hongshan saw that it was a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. He didn't dare to hastily report his name and took out the captain's token. Oh, so it's a fellow cultivator from the Imperial Thunder Sect. That cultivator raised his head. His entire face was covered by a cloak. He stretched out his hand and said, I'm a disciple of Mount Quanjin's Sky Patrol City. I thank the Imperial Thunder Sect for coming to help. In addition, since fellow cultivator Cui can come here, there must be a guide. However, there are rules. Captain Cui, please take out the token and check it. Of course, please. Cui Hongshan handed over the token, and the cultivator took it. He took out a magic weapon that looked like a ruler from his arms. He urged his spiritual power and placed it on the token. A yellow light flashed on the ruler, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, a thumb-sized ball flew out from the ruler. It paused for a moment, and then flew into Cui Hongshan's token. I, Mount Quanjin's imprint, have entered Captain Cui's token. When this matter is over, Captain Cui can use this imprint to return to Sky Patrol City. Sky Patrol City has nothing but gratitude. The cultivator clapped his hand and the token fell into Cui Hongshan's hand again. Captain Cui, please continue forward. According to the other disciples of Sky Patrol City, your Imperial Thunder Sect's other teams have arrived. The resting room of your Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples is arranged in the northwest area. You can go there with the disciples who welcome you. As for how to defend, how to guard, and how to fight, we'll have to wait for all the disciples to arrive before we can decide. Yes, I understand. Cui Hongshan took the token and kept it in his arms. He cupped his hands and flew down. Xiaohua and the others followed closely behind him. Such a mysterious arrangement and such a deep tunnel, I'm afraid it's not easy to be discovered by a sword cultivator, right? As long as we guard on time, we should be able to complete the task. Facing the enemy is nonsense. Xiaohua laughed in his heart. He believed in his own vision. Even his Buddhist consciousness could not find the underground mineral vein. How could a sword cultivator know? This time, his first team had drawn a good lot. They would definitely not encounter such a dangerous situation like last time. After flying for another 100 feet, everyone's eyes were bright. They had reached the end of the tunnel. This was a space with a radius of several hundred feet. In this space, there were dozens of disciples in Sky Patrol City's city guard uniform. They held celestial devices and other items and were on guard. Before Xiao Hua and the others landed, the disciples' divine senses locked onto Xiao Hua and the others. When they saw the faces and robes of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples, they relaxed slightly. They also wanted to check the tokens. Xiao Hua took advantage of this time to look around. He saw that other than the tunnel where he and the others landed, there were 4 to 5 pitch-black holes above the space. It should be a tunnel that led to here from another direction. Sorry, everyone's tokens also need to be checked. After checking Cui Hongshan's captain token, another 9 city guards stepped forward and politely stretched out their hands. Sigh, it's really troublesome. Dui Ling muttered softly. Hee, I'll let this fellow from the Imperial Thunder Sect know. The city guard in front of Dui Ling laughed and said, My Quanjin Mountain is a spirit stone mineral vein. It's not only extremely important to my Sky Patrol City, it's also crucial to the entire war. No matter how careful you are, you can't be too careful. Hee, I was just saying. Dui Ling laughed and took out the token. Xiao Hua also took out the token cooperatively and handed it to the city guard. At the same time, he smiled and said, Just now, I saw Tai Ching Sect's captain he arrive first. I wonder where they are arranged? Tai Ching Sect? The city guard checked the token and laughed. I have been on duty this entire time and have not seen any Tai Ching Sect disciples. However, a small team from the Rock Border Sect came in earlier. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his brows and said curiously, He Fong Yuan is right in front of us. Could it be that Quanjin Mountain has multiple entrances? Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao will be on duty in a few days, so I won't hide it from fellow Daoist. My Golden Spring Mountain has 8 such entrances, and each entrance has 4 to 6 tunnels that lead to the surface. Does your fellow Daoist from the Tai Ching Sect know where they came from? However, the Tai Ching Sect disciples seem to be arranged in the northwest region. You just have to go in and look for them. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua received the token and nodded in reply. After everyone's tokens were checked, a Qi refinement disciple walked over and respectfully led the way in front, bringing them to the northwest region to rest. Walking out of the space of the entrance, Xiao Hua felt his vision suddenly become clear. The first thing he looked at was the top of his head. He saw that although there were no gloomy winter clouds above his head, nor was there any blue sky or white clouds, there was a layer of faint azure. There was a layer of fine light emitting from it, and it did not seem like a cave 10,000 feet below. Moreover, this azure sky above his head was extremely high. It seemed to be several hundred feet high, and there was no feeling of oppression. Xiao Hua moved his gaze away from the top of his head and looked in front of him. It was another huge space. This space was not too flat, and there were some ravines and hills. It was somewhat similar to the mountains commonly seen in the country of Xi. What surprised Xiao Hua the most was that above these ravines and hills, there were some green and bright colors. It was the color of Xiao Chao and Xiao Hua. It was really more lively than the spring gold mountain pine forest above his head. Looking at the space again, there were already many cultivators. Most of these cultivators were disciples of the Sky Patrol City, and most of these disciples were Qi refinement disciples. There were very few disciples above the Foundation establishment realm. Some of these disciples were in a hurry, flying in the space from a cave on one side of the space to another place. Some disciples seemed to be a little slow, or even slightly limited. As for the Foundation establishment disciples of the Sky Patrol City, they should be the disciples on duty, leading some Qi refinement disciples and cruising at the edge of the space. My goodness, is this the Spirit Stone vein? Xiao Hua didn't dare to extend his divine sense too far, and only swept it to the left. The rich and familiar earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth filled the entire space. Taking a deep breath, he was able to feel the coolness of the spiritual energy in the air. Seems this task is not as difficult as I thought. Xiaohua thought again. Even if I am on duty here, I can still cultivate during normal times. In this place where the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is rich, my cultivation will definitely improve faster. This young master needs a lot of spiritual qi of heaven and earth for cultivation. I'm afraid this spiritual qi is useless. Chapter 23:20. Thinking about it, Xiaohua could not help but feel a little regretful. He looked to the side of the space and saw the cave closest to him. It must be the entrance to the spirit stone vein. Thinking about the piles of spirit stones inside, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. It was a pity that the Sky Patrol City disciple who led Xiaohua and the others walked in front. Otherwise, Xiaohua would have gone forward to ask about the spirit stone vein. The arrival of Xiaohua and the others did not attract the attention of the Sky Patrol City disciples. It seemed that the number of Path Sect disciples had increased during this period of time. Just as the Sky Patrol City's disciple was about to lead Xiaohua and the others into a large cave, a loud noise came from a cave not far away from Xiaohua. Many of the disciples who were flying into the cave stopped and gave way to the noise. Then, a group of Sky Patrol City disciples who were only at level 3 or 4 of the Qi refining realm flew out of the cave. These disciples lined up neatly in rows of 5. Under the leadership of a 10th layer Qi refining disciple, they filed out of the cave. Xiaohua paused for a moment and watched like Cui Hongshan and the others. He waited until this group of disciples had completely flown out of the cave and into another cave before flying up again. Xiaohua saw clearly that there were more than 1,000 disciples in this group. Each disciple had a bulging storage bag on their waist. Moreover, these disciples' faces were full of fatigue as if they were extremely tired. I'll let you know. These are the disciples of our Sky Patrol City who are mining here. When the Qi refinement disciple saw that the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples had stopped, he did not urge them. He waited for them to fly up again before he introduced them with a smile. Half of the disciples recruited by the Sky Patrol City have to mine in the spirit stone veins. Only when they have accumulated enough spirit stones can they officially become the official disciples of the Sky Patrol City. These disciples have to hand over the ores they mine to the warehouse. When the warehouse is full of spirit stones, the general will bring them back to the Sky Patrol City and hand them over to the city governor. General? Xiaohua was stunned. Sure enough, Cui Hongshan was also puzzled and asked in a low voice, General is? Senior Tu Hong, right? Yes. The Qi refining realm disciple nodded and said, Senior Tu is a Golden Core realm senior. He has been in charge of the Spirit Stone Vein in Mount Springgold for hundreds of years. The title of General is a title of honor in Sky Patrol City. My Golden Spring Mountains disciples all address Senior Tu as such. This junior is also used to it. As they spoke, Xiaohua and the others entered the cave. This cave was also huge. Just like the previous space, there were some flowers and plants. After flying for another incense stick's worth of time, the number of Sky Patrol City's disciples decreased. It was also much quieter. The Qi refinement disciple said in a low voice, This is the place where the high-ranking disciples of the Sky Patrol City rest and cultivate. It's usually quieter here. Due to the arrival of the seniors, the general has moved the disciples here to another place. The heaven and earth spirit Qi here is denser than anywhere else. I hope you'll be satisfied. Many thanks for Senior Tu's arrangement. Cui Hongshan replied with a smile. When a huge stone wall appeared in front of them with numerous caves on it, the Qi refinement disciple clapped his hands and took out a jade amulet. He handed it to Cui Hongshan with both hands and said, Inside each cave are 10 quiet rooms, all of which can be used for cultivation. Captain Cui and the other seniors, please rest for a while. After a few days, when all the seniors who came as reinforcements arrive, the general will definitely receive you all. All right, many thanks. Cui Hongshan took the jade amulet. Also, if there's nothing else, please stay in this quiet room. If you feel bored, you can walk around outside the quiet room. However, please do not fly out of the cave outside. The Qi refinement disciple smiled apologetically and reminded, our Sky Patrol City has set up many powerful restrictions here. Many of them are so powerful that even the general does not dare to touch them casually. If any of the seniors were to walk into the wrong place, I'm afraid the consequences would be very serious. Hehe, we understand. Cui Hongshan smiled and cupped his hands. After the Qi refinement disciple bowed, he turned around and flew away. Hehe, I thought it would be an extremely dangerous mission. Zhen Minghui and Xiao Hua had the same thought. After the disciple left, Zhen Minghui chuckled and said, so it's so carefree. It's the same as when I was patrolling the Thunder Palace in the past. The heaven and earth spirit Qi here is so dense, it seems to be even better than the Thunder Palace. This mission is really too easy. I'm afraid so. Cui Hongshan injected his dermic powers into the jade amulet. The jade amulet turned into a stream and rushed into one of the caves. After breaking the restriction outside the cave, he smiled and said, the spiritual stone veins in Mount Quanjin are buried so deep. I'm afraid that the Sky Patrol City has set up this place for thousands of years. Even if a sword cultivator were to fly over it, it would be impossible for them to know about it, not to mention that they would not even think of this place. As long as the disciples who come to Mount Quanjin are more cautious and not let the sword cultivator's eyes and ears find them, we will have nothing to worry about. Dui Qiming nodded. What about the dozens of disciples who escaped? Xiao Hua reminded, if they were captured by the sword cultivator, they might have been forced to confess or have their souls searched. Cui Hongshan's expression changed slightly. He frowned and said, I'm afraid it's not good to ask. This is a shameful matter between the Utopia faction and Kunlun sect. It's not good for me to mention it. I just hope that they don't know about Mount Quanjin, or that they were killed by the sword cultivator once they saw him. Let's go. Xiao Hua was the first to enter the cave. He smiled and said, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Senior 2 is a golden core cultivator. With him around, we don't have to worry. Inside the cave, there were indeed 10 quiet rooms. Xiao Hua and the others each found one. Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui discussed together. Dui Qiming and Ming Mao chattered together. Xiao Hua was the first to activate the restriction of the quiet room. Without waiting to sit cross-legged, he took out the wishful rod. The scene of killing the bird cultivator really shocked him. Along the way, he wanted to take it out and take a look. Xiao Hua was a little frustrated and scratched his head. Grow, Xiao Hua looked at the wishful rod that was less than 2 feet long and shouted in a low voice. With a whoosh, Xiao Hua's hand moved slightly, as if his arm had stretched out. The wishful rod indeed stretched out less than half a foot long. Ha! Xiao Hua laughed. He reached out and touched his nose. He shouted again, grow. Whoosh, the wishful rod once again grew half a foot long. Grow, grow. After Xiao Hua called out twice, he shut his mouth. The wishful steel rod grew again, reaching a total of 3 feet before stopping. Xiao Hua's hand also felt that it had stretched to the end, and could no longer stretch any further. In the records of ghost cultivators, the wishful rod of the 5 elements can pierce the 9 heavens and explore the 9 underworlds. How can this wishful rod only reach 3 feet? Xiao Hua said. Chapter 23-21. Then Xiao Hua secretly laughed. Damn, this is already good. I still don't know how to refine the 5 elements wishful heaven staff. I can get such a prototype. With this thing, I will try my best to find the refining method and the materials used. As long as the opportunity is right, I will be able to refine the 5 elements wishful heaven staff sooner or later. Alas, I am afraid I will not see the great wisdom heavy sword in the future. This guy seems to have accompanied me for a long time. Xiao Hua played with the wishful heaven staff technique in the quiet room and shrunk the wishful heaven staff. Similarly, he could only shrink it to about 1 foot and could not shrink it anymore. After putting the wishful heaven staff into the space, Xiaohua looked at the duckling. After these days of recuperation, the duckling was obviously out of danger, just like Goldie. However, her recovery was also very slow and she still had not woken up. Alas, this space is a bit strange. I don't know how many years these eggs have been here, but why haven't there been any changes? Why can't anything hatch? Xiaohua swept his gaze over those insect eggs again. He actually had the intention to take these insect eggs into his spirit storage pouch, but then he had another thought. In any case, I have no use for these things. I want to see what exactly is stopping these insect eggs from hatching. Immediately after, Xiaohua took out the items from the 30 sword cultivators, as well as the 3 storage pouches from the bird cultivators. The sword cultivators' storage pouches were mostly filled with sword slips, spirit stones, and unknown medicinal pills. The bird cultivators' storage pouches had even more spirit stones, as well as some sword slips and medicinal pills. However, the bird cultivators' medicinal pills were very strange. They were as big as chicken eggs and incomparably smelly. Xiaohua sniffled and hastily put away these medicinal pills, and only then did he carefully look through the sword slips. After looking at them for a long time, Xiaohua was disappointed again. These sword slips didn't contain any primordial spirit sword controlling techniques, and they were only ordinary sword techniques for sword cultivators. This storage bag is a bit strange. When he picked up the last storage bag, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. The storage bag space was very large, and there was a faint sword light flowing inside. It seemed that the sword light could fly out. Moreover, in this storage bag, there was only a sword slip and a palm-sized purple-red wood. There was nothing else. That's strange. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then raised the storage pouch and looked around. After thinking hard for a moment, he somewhat understood. This storage pouch seemed to have been taken from the sword cultivator's bosom when he killed that sword cultivator who could resist the soul-absorbing bell. I'm afraid he has some background. Xiaohua thought and took out the sword slip. When he finished reading the contents, he was even more puzzled. Spirit swallowing bug? Wasn't this the second spiritual insect recorded in the insect scripture? Huan country actually has it? Was this with the black silkwood? A spiritual object that can attract and find spirit-swallowing bugs? Xiaohua clapped his hand, and the purple-red-black silkwood fell into his hand. Instantly, an extremely fragrant and sweet smell emanated from the black silkwood, and it instantly filled the entire room. That sweet fragrance entered Xiaohua's nose and mouth, and a feeling of laziness emerged in his mind. The soul thread in the mysterious dark cloud suddenly jumped, as if it had taken some elixir to refresh its mind. It jumped violently, and a powerful fluctuation spread out from within the dark cloud. My goodness, this is... Xiaohua was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. This was obviously something used by the soul cultivation method. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaohua released his soul strands, which wrapped around the entire black silkwood. When the black silkwood entered the dark clouds with the soul strands, Xiaohua clearly sensed that the rich fragrance of the black silkwood filled the entire sky. His strand of primordial spirit happily flew along with the fluctuations in the sky. As it flew, his primordial spirit visibly grew stronger, and slowly rose higher. Wonderful! Xiaohua withdrew his primordial spirit and was really happy. Needless to say, sword cultivators and soul cultivators had fought for so long, so they must have a lot of things used by soul cultivators. Xiaohua wanted to improve his soul cultivation, so killing sword cultivators was a shortcut. The Chestnut Valley recorded in the sword slip must be the place where the spirit-swallowing bugs are. If I have time, I can go there and see if I can get the larvae of the spirit-swallowing bugs. If I don't have time, then I'd better not go. Spirit-swallowing bugs, just thinking about it is horrifying. Xiaohua now had a lot of spirit insects in the space, but they had not hatched. He even had the eggs of the mirage butterfly, which ranked first, so he really did not care about the spirit-swallowing bugs. Well, this storage bag is probably the spirit storage bag of a sword cultivator. Xiaohua realized something and threw the storage bag into the space. Then, he erased the primordial spirits of all the flying swords and put them into another storage bag. The quality of these flying swords was ordinary, not as good as the previous green sword. Xiaohua did not care about them. He would wait until he returned to the Sky Patrol City and exchange them for spirit stones and other things. Then, Xiaohua took out the sword slip of the bird cultivator. The 3 sword slips of the bird cultivator recorded the same thing. In addition to the method of integrating the spirit birds into the body, there was also the elixir formula for the bird cultivator to take. Xiaohua just looked at the method of integrating the spirit birds into the body and then focused on the elixir formula. The elixir formula of the bird cultivator was very different from the elixir formula of the Daoist sect. It did not use spiritual herbs to refine the elixir, but the inner core of spirit beasts and the flesh of spirit beasts. It was somewhat similar to the elixir formula of the legendary Feng He Si. No wonder it smells a little. Xiaohua frowned and finished reading the elixir formula. He thought to himself, the inner core of the spirit beasts is used as the main ingredient, and the flesh and scales are used as supplements. It should be another refining method. Although it looks very bloody, it is also wonderful. I have not seen the elixir formula of the Feng He Si. I'm afraid it is a kind of moderate method, with inner core and spiritual herbs. However, the inner core of the beast cultivator can not only improve the cultivation, but also strengthen the body according to their secret method. It is also useful. It's the stench. I have to think about how to get rid of it. Otherwise, how can I take it? Xiaohua thought and carefully read the elixir formula several times. He remembered it in his heart and put it into the space. The spiritual stone vein. Xiaohua counted his gains and looked around the quiet room. He thought to himself, it has been so long since I got the refining method of the talisman from Tianmen Mountain. My primordial spirit has already understood the most basic refining method. Unfortunately, I have not had the chance to find the jade essence. Now that I am in the spiritual stone vein, I should be able to find some to practice? This was what Xiaohua wanted the most when he came to the spiritual stone vein in Jingquan Mountain. However, since the jade essence was such a precious thing, Xiaohua would not be able to get it easily. Moreover, the spiritual stone vein in Jingquan Mountain was extremely precious to the Sky Patrol City. Although the disciples of the Daoist sect came to help, they were probably patrolling. It was almost impossible for them to go deep into the jade stone vein. Looks like I have to think of something. Xiaohua scratched his chin and thought to himself. Just as he swallowed a few cyan spirit pills and was about to activate his cultivation method to cultivate, he suddenly jumped up again. His face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as he muttered, You see, with so many things, it's really easy for people to overlook. That's what I said. How can this beast cultivation method be useless? Isn't this thing a copy of the puppet technique? Of course, after Xiaohua obtained the upper part of the puppet technique from Mo Qingyuan, he had already comprehended it thoroughly. He already knew the basic puppet repair technique and even knew the material of the puppet. However, these were all the basics. Relying on these alone was far from enough to refine a puppet, let alone a high-level puppet, or even a puppet with sentience. When Xiaohua saw the bird cultivator's cultivation method, he suddenly realized something. Wasn't this kind of cultivation method that fused spirit birds with the body essentially the refining method of sentient puppets? Was this the puppet technique that used the body as the puppet and the spiritual beast as the primordial spirit? Moreover, Xiaohua already knew the weapon refining technique. Using the 5 elements weapon refining technique to refine a puppet, and then using the beast cultivation secret technique. Would he be able to refine a sentient puppet soon? Comprehending by analogy, my old friend is not deceiving me. Xiaohua was more aware of the importance of having a wide range of knowledge than now. Mo Qingyuan, this bastard, actually used the lower part of the puppet technique as bait to make this young master go find him. Isn't he at the extreme north of the Dawn Rain continent with the Huan country? His so-called puppet sect is probably just some cultivation method and secret technique that he obtained from the beast cultivation method, and then used it to suit the Daoist cultivators. This young master has also found the trick now, so who would pay attention to him? Xiao Hua thought to himself. If this place was the weapon refining technique, or if Xiao Hua had the materials to refine a puppet, he would definitely ignite the earth fire and other materials without hesitation to practice the inspiration he had just now. Unfortunately, this was a quiet room, and the materials to refine a puppet were also difficult to find. Xiao Hua could only understand all the details and forcefully suppress his excitement. Only then did he sit down cross-legged, consume the Azure Spirit Pill, and use the Immortal Body Bestowment technique. He did his best to absorb the rich earth spirit chi of heaven and earth, and even refine the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians. Gradually, he entered the ethereal realm. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and no one came to disturb Xiao Hua's cultivation. Naturally, Xiao Hua was also happy to be free. However, no one disturbed Xiao Hua, but that didn't mean that there was nothing. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the disciples of Jinshan Quanshan came to look for the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. They said that all the Dao Sect's disciples who came to support had arrived, and Tu Hong invited the representatives of the various sects to meet them. Because there were too many disciples who came to support this time, no matter how many small teams came or how many people came, each sect only invited 3 disciples to be their representatives. Only Cui Hongshan's first small team from the Imperial Thunder Sect came to Jinshan Quanshan, so they didn't have to worry about which small team's disciples or leaders to go. They only needed to send 3 people. Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui were naturally the 2 candidates, and according to Zhen Minghui's thoughts, the 3rd must be Xiao Hua. Hearing Zhen Minghui's suggestion, Cui Hongshan immediately rejected it. Chapter 23-22. No one understood Xiao Hua better than Cui Hongshan. Xiao Hua was the kind of person who was too lazy to entertain others. He would rather hide at the side and cultivate than to make friends with other cultivators. Since Cui Hongshan objected, Zhen Minghui did not say anything more. Other than Xiao Hua, the most suitable candidate was Dui Qimeng. Firstly, she was a female cultivator. Secondly, she was a disciple of Lightning Palace. She would follow Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui and would be the representative of Lightning Palace in the first team. Thus, Cui Hongshan and the rest did not inform Xiao Hua and followed the disciple of Golden Spring Mountain to Tu Hong's reception area. Tu Hong was a Jindan stage cultivator, and he was also one of the warlords of the Golden Spring Mountain. Even though it wasn't as majestic as a sect's guest hall, it was still far from what an ordinary cultivator's guest hall could compare with. This was an oval-shaped space that was a few hundred feet in size. There were thick yellow pillars that even a few cultivators would not be able to hug all of them. The pillars were engraved with complicated runes that were connected to the runes on the ground and ceiling of the space. There was a faint fluctuation of magic power. However, if one used their divine sense to scan it, they would not be able to find any trace of it. The pillars were extremely tall, at least 100 feet. The top of the pillars was similarly blue in color, like the clear blue sky. The white clouds in the blue sky were connected to each other. This was the complicated runes. In the gaps of the runes, there were hundreds and thousands of bright flower stones embedded in them, illuminating the entire space. It was no different from the clear sky. Below the walls of the space and on the ground, there were huge spiritual grasses or extremely tall spiritual trees planted from time to time. The fragrance of the spiritual grasses and the branches and leaves of the spiritual trees swayed in the wind. At first glance, no one would think that the space was underground. Cui Hongshan was also from a cultivator family and was quite knowledgeable. Following the disciple of Golden Spring Mountain into the reception area, he did not use his divine sense to scan the place. Instead, he used his eyes to think about the ravines and plants outside. He knew that General Tu Hong, who he had only heard of and had never met before, was a senior with good taste, who knew how to enjoy life, and even had some elegance. Hongshan, this reception area is so big. It should be able to accommodate all the disciples, right? Why is there a need to send only 3 people each? Dui Qiming's eyes shifted as she transmitted a message in a low voice. Cui Hongshan had long noticed that some disciples from other sects had already arrived. They were standing right in front of the hall, and in front of them was a jade table that was half the height of a person. On top of the table was a square vessel with more than a dozen token arrows inserted into it. Behind the table was a jade chair. Cui Hongshan narrowed his eyes and transmitted his voice. Senior Tu Hong is a gold core cultivator, and we are merely juniors. There are even Qi refining disciples among the disciples who came as reinforcements. How can he meet us one by one? This method of meeting the leaders of the various sects is precisely Senior's choice. Following which, he said with admiration, this Cui really wants to see what this general of Quanjin Mountain's disciple looks like. If this Cui has such cultivation and authority one day, I will certainly build my cave residence in such an elegant manner. Yes, Cui Lang can definitely do it. Dui Qiming had a smile on her face, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. She quietly extended her hand and held Cui Hongshan's hand. Dui Qiming didn't particularly like Cui Hongshan in the past. She even felt that the myriad Thunder Valley of Seismic Thunder Palace wasn't worthy of her. In particular, the myriad Thunder Valley had always been weak, which made her master somewhat hesitant. She was afraid that Dui Qiming would suffer some grievances after marrying into the myriad Thunder Valley. She had also mentioned this in front of Dui Qiming. Dui Qiming had also vaguely revealed this matter to Cui Hongshan during their interactions. It could be considered as a warning in advance, such as Xiang Yang's cowardice, Xiaohua's jokes, and so on. She had even pointed out that this might be the reason why the two of them couldn't dual cultivate in the future. Therefore, this was also the reason why Cui Hongshan had some resentment toward Xiaohua. However, Cui Hongshan's performance was different from Xiang Yang and Xiaohua's. He had a wide range of connections in Thunderclap Palace. While others mocked Myriad Thunder Valley, he endured the humiliation and became friends with them. In addition, his own aptitude was not bad. Gradually, he had some reputation in the Seismic Thunder Palace. Dui Qiming and her master naturally also heard of him. Dui Qiming also gradually agreed to Cui Hongshan's dual cultivation in her heart. She felt that Cui Hongshan could revitalize the myriad Thunder Valley. Xiang Yang and Xiaohua's weakness was also a good opportunity for Cui Hongshan to rise and even control the myriad Thunder Valley. When Xiang Yang returned to the mountain, Xiang Zhili suddenly became a new force to be reckoned with, and the myriad Thunder Valley became even more dazzling. Dui Qiming's master's eyes were naturally very sharp. She knew that the myriad Thunder Valley would definitely obtain the favor of Thundermeng Daoist in the future by relying on Xiang Zhili. This was the best time for her to become friends with the myriad Thunder Valley. In addition, the myriad Thunder Valley had promised Dui Qiming a mysterious betrothal gift that could allow Dui Qiming to attain a gold core. She naturally agreed to Dui Qiming marrying the myriad Thunder Valley. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to the person. At this crucial moment, a great sword battle appeared. It completely messed up the dual cultivation ceremony that the two had planned long ago. Just as Dui Qiming's heart was in a mess, she unexpectedly discovered that Cui Hongshan, who she thought highly of before, had unexpectedly exceeded her expectations. He had actually placed her in the same small team as him, and moreover, it was the first small team of the Imperial Thunder sect. Her heart, which was already in love with him, became even sweeter than honey. She knew that she had entrusted herself to a great husband, who far exceeded her expectations. Naturally, the sudden changes in the situation and the rise of strange peaks exceeded her expectations. It was the most inconceivable thing she had ever encountered since she became sensible. The joke that the myriad Thunder Valley was ridiculed by others was actually not a joke, but a true legend. An early-stage foundation establishment cultivator whose cultivation was comparable to a gold core was precisely capable of turning the entire Seismic Thunder Palace into a joke. With a fierce person like Xiaohua in the myriad Thunder Valley, would they still be bullied by the other disciples of the Seismic Thunder Palace? If he didn't bully other disciples, they would be secretly happy. Of course, Dui Qiming naturally also considered for her sweetheart. With Xiaohua, how would Cui Hongshan stand out in the myriad Thunder Valley? However, if Xiaohua's cultivation was at the middle stage of foundation establishment, Dui Qiming would still consider it. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's cultivation was comparable to the late stage of foundation establishment, which was close to the early stage of gold core. This was a helpless cultivation. He was simply not on the same level as Cui Hongshan. Dui Qiming only pondered for a moment before giving up. The two of them simply weren't on the same path. What puzzled Dui Qiming the most was that with Xiaohua's cultivation, why was he so secretive? He didn't even know about helplessness. Of course, Cui Hongshan was still dazzling in the myriad Thunder Valley even though Xiaohua had concealed it. What made Dui Qiming feel the most at ease was Xiaohua's attitude towards Cui Hongshan. She knew very well that the filth between the two of them was precisely because of Xiaohua's narrow-mindedness. Dui Qiming was a woman, and she was very clear. Xiaohua treated Cui Hongshan as a fellow disciple. Otherwise, not to mention rescuing them from the hands of the sword cultivators, even if he killed them all, who would know? Xiaohua gave them a lot of pills and flying swords without the slightest bit of stinginess. Chapter 23:23. What was the reason for a narrow-minded person like Xiaohua to not be stingy? Dui Qiming also understood that Xiaohua definitely had more things in his hands. That was the storage pouches of dozens of sword cultivators. The things inside were unimaginable. Who did this belong to? Xiaohua couldn't finish using it. If he couldn't use it, then it must belong to Myriad Thunder Valley. How many people were there in Myriad Thunder Valley? How much could Dui Qiming and Cui Hongshan get? It went without saying. What Dui Qiming admired the most was that Cui Hongshan's attitude towards Xiaohua was still magnanimous and neither haughty nor humble. Magnanimous because he tolerated Xiaohua's little temper, as if Xiaohua didn't reveal his cultivation. Neither haughty nor humble because Cui Hongshan still had the face of a senior brother. He didn't call himself junior brother just because Xiaohua's cultivation was much higher than his. Wasn't this Cui Hongshan, who didn't feel joy from external gains and was extremely refined and gentlemanly, the perfect partner in Dui Qiming's heart? Feeling Dui Qiming's tenderness, Cui Hongshan's heart felt sweet. It seemed that all the grievances he had suffered and everything he had done before had been repaid. He unconsciously clenched his fist. This clench was far beyond any other action. It was the charm of two hearts touching. Cui, Captain Cui, these are spirit stones. Zhen Minghui naturally turned a blind eye to the two's intimacy. However, when he walked past a stone pillar and accidentally touched it with his hand, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What? Spirit stones? Senior brother Minghui, you said, this entire stone pillar is made of spirit stones? Hearing this, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming were greatly shocked. The two let go of their hands and raised their heads at the same time, looking at that extremely tall and thick stone pillar with an inconceivable gaze. It wasn't that Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming had never seen spirit stones before. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of thousands of spirit stones appearing in this spirit stone mine. However, such a thick crystal pillar of spirit stones was erected here as a pillar. This kind of extravagance was something they had never dreamt of even in their dreams. This is a supreme-grade spirit stone? Dui Qiming moved her eyes over and scanned it with her divine sense. However, that divine sense was blocked by the runes outside of the crystal pillar. Impossible! Cui Hongshan shook his head. This should be the low-grade spirit stones left behind after Golden Spring Mountain excavated the spirit stone vein. Hee, I'll let Captain Cui know. This is a real top-grade spirit stone. The Quanjin Mountain Chi refinement disciple who had been leading the way and had not spoken a single word could not help but correct Cui Hongshan's self-righteousness. It's not just here, there are more in other places of my Quanjin Mountain. Ah? Top-grade spirit stones. How many are there in this hall? Cui Hongshan's face flashed with extreme embarrassment, which was immediately covered up by shock. His eyes swept across the hall. There were probably dozens or even hundreds of such large stone pillars in the hall. If they were all top-grade spirit stones, then how many would there be? It was simply enough to buy the entire Chui family, right? Hee, I'll let Captain Chui know. I've counted them before, and it's exactly 81. That aura refining disciple couldn't help but show off. Moreover, I've heard the general occasionally mention that this is precisely the crystal pillar of some great formation. I understand now. Chui Hongshan nodded slightly, and his face returned to normal. He smiled and said, "The Sky Patrol City is indeed generous. They've really put in a lot of effort for this spirit stone vein." Seeing Chui Hongshan's calm expression, that aura-refining disciple was actually a little disappointed. Thinking of the first time he saw so many top-grade spirit stones, he couldn't calm down even after dozens of days. The aura-refining disciple led Chui Hongshan and the other two to the table. When they were about a dozen feet away from the table, the aura-refining disciple stopped. He bowed and said, "Captain Chui, these are the seats for your esteemed group's disciples. Please wait here for a moment. Our general will be here soon." Chui Hongshan looked to his left and right. In front of him were disciples dressed in Daoist robes from Splendid Sect and Xuanyan Sect. On the left and right were disciples from Lian Country and Meng Country. Knowing that this seat was arranged by Golden Spring Mountain, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, fellow cultivator." After that aura-refining disciple left, Chui Hongshan and the others stood quietly with their eyes slightly closed, waiting for Tu Hong's arrival. After a few minutes, there was another series of footsteps. Chui Hongshan and the others turned their heads slightly and saw that the disciples of Utopia faction and Tai Ching sect were also led in by Golden Spring Mountain's disciples. Naturally, both He Fang Yuan and Yang Fangqing were shocked by this huge top-grade spirit stone crystal pillar. Looking at their astonishment and embarrassment, Chui Hongshan smiled in his heart. So it's not only me, but also the disciples of these big sects are also making a fool of themselves. When He Fang Yuan stopped and glanced at the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, he saw that Xiao Hua wasn't among them. His face showed a trace of relief. Then he cupped his hands slightly towards Chui Hongshan and transmitted his voice. "Captain Chui, why didn't junior brother Xiao come?" Chui Hongshan replied with a smile. "Xiao Hua is refining his cultivation method. He didn't have time to come." "Captain He, what's the matter?" It's nothing." He Fang Yuan thought for a while and said, "Junior brother Xiao killed the bird cultivator to avenge my Tai Ching sect's disciples. Earlier, junior brother Zhao's primeval essence was exhausted and he was recovering. I didn't dare to disturb him. I originally wanted to see him here and thank him in person." I can bring these words back." Chui Hongshan was a little puzzled. "Moreover, I'm afraid tomorrow is our turn. There will be a time when we meet. Captain He can also mention this to Xiao Hua." He Fang Yuan looked around and saw Yang Fangqing's gaze. He nodded slightly at him and said to Chui Hongshan, "Actually, I have a presumptuous request. I hope you can fulfill it." "What is it?" "I hope Captain He can explain it clearly." Chui Hongshan really didn't understand and secretly wondered if it had anything to do with Xiao Hua. Sure enough, He Fang Yuan hesitated slightly before smiling apologetically. "My Tai Ching sect's disciples were saved by Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. I have already recorded this in my captain token. Regardless of whether I live or die, my Tai Ching sect will definitely repay this favor to Imperial Thunder sect. Captain Chui, your first team's contribution will not be small." Chui Hongshan heard this and was overjoyed, nodding. This matter was all done by Xiao Hua. Captain Chui, no need to be modest." He Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Fellow Daoist Zhao's contributions are truly great. But fellow Daoist Chui and the others didn't fear the sword cultivator and risked their lives to save him. I am truly impressed." Many thanks, Captain He." Chui Hongshan knew there would be a but after this, so he smiled and nodded. "However, that disciple of my Tai Ching sect," He Fang Yuan said with difficulty, since he was already killed by the bird cultivator, that moment of cowardice earlier can't be his only performance. Moreover, his performance since the beginning of the battle was not bad. At that time, it was just a moment of confusion. The ancients often say that a single slip will cause everlasting sorrow. Oh, Cui Hongshan suddenly realized and hurriedly stopped He Fangyuan's words. He smiled and said, "Captain He, don't say too much. The record in my captain token is even simpler. It only states that I met fellow Daoist Tai Ching sect and helped him. Nothing else is written." He Fangyuan heard this and was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Captain Cui." "Hey, you're welcome, you're welcome." Cui Hongshan also cupped his hands from afar. In addition, fellow Daoist Yang Fangqing of the Utopia faction and fellow Daoist Kuxingxi of the Kunlun sect also had the same idea. This matter is a disgrace to all the sections. If we explain it at this time, it will definitely affect the morale of the disciples of all the sects, He Fangyuan said again. So, we discussed and only recorded the disciples involved in this matter in the captain token. I hope that Captain Cui will not inform Sky Patrol City of this matter when you are at Quanjin Mountain. When you return to Sky Patrol City, you can report it to Yanxi Prefecture's meeting hall. After all, this is our Dao sect's own matter. There is no need to let Sky Patrol City know so clearly. Haha, this is what Xiaohua wants. Cui Hongshan narrowed his eyes and muttered in his heart. He knew that Xiaohua did not want to attract attention. However, Cui Hongshan frowned and said with a bitter expression, "I can naturally cover up the matter regarding the Tai Ching sect's disciples, but the disciples of the other sects. Even if I agree to it, my junior brother won't agree to it. Captain He also knows that he abhors evil. I'm afraid it will not be easy to deal with him. I'll have to rely on Captain Cui to deal with him." He Fangyuan's heart relaxed when he heard this. Xiaohua's cultivation was high. He was a little anxious and felt that he did not dare to say too much. Facing Cui Hongshan, He Fangyuan could say it. "We are all fellow Daoists who bathed in blood together in the sword battle. Not to mention others, fellow Daoists Yang Fangqing and Kuxingxi have long had the intention to befriend fellow Daoist Cui. Although we can't be sworn brothers with the secular world, we can share blessings and misfortunes together." Good. Cui Hongshan nodded. Just as Captain He said, "We are fellow Daoists who have gone through life and death together. Tai Ching sect's Captain He's matter is my matter, and fellow Daoists Yang and Kuxingxi's matter is also my matter. Captain He, please rest assured, I will agree to this matter." Great. He Fangyuan was very happy and cupped his fists at Cui Hongshan again. Then, he transmitted his voice to Yang Fangqing and the others. Not long after, Yang Fangqing, Kuxingxi, and even the captains of other sects who came first also thanked Cui Hongshan. Deserting in the face of danger was indeed despised by all cultivators in the sword battle. Especially in Jinquan Mountain, in front of Patrol Heaven City, and in front of the other sects of the Three Kingdoms, it was definitely a taboo for Tai Ching sect and the other sections. Cui Hongshan not mentioning this matter was naturally giving face to the other sections. He Fangyuan and the others had to accept this favor, and this favor was also extremely huge. Then, Cui Hongshan transmitted his voice to Zhen Minghui and Dui Qimeng. Both of them nodded. Dui Qimeng looked at her lover and felt that he was even more lofty. Cough, cough. A low cough came from behind the table in front of everyone. On the stone wall behind the table, a faint yellow light flashed, and a short and even somewhat stooped old man walked out of the light. Seeing that the cultivator's white hair and the hardships on his face, Cui Hongshan was secretly disappointed. This was not the image of General Tu Hongtu in his heart. To be continued. Chapter 23-24. Fellow Daoists, my family's general has some matters to attend to and will be delayed for a moment. This old man came first to apologize to all of you fellow Daoists. The old man walked to the side of the table, but didn't sit down on the jade chair. Instead, he slowly walked to the side of the table and cupped his hands across his chest as he spoke. Sure enough, this isn't Tu Hong. Cui Hongshan was overjoyed. He immediately probed the old man's cultivation. Sure enough, He was only at the late Foundation establishment realm. We wouldn't dare. Senior 2 is busy, so we will wait here. For him to send Senior here, it really makes us juniors panic. A disciple of the Splendid Flower sect respectfully said, This old man is Lon Exin. I am the general's assistant. The old man smiled. Fellow Daoists have come to help and are honored guests of my Golden Springs Mountain. How could this old man not come to receive you? However, because this is a war, wine is not allowed. Otherwise, with the general's hospitable personality, he would have already prepared a feast to welcome you. Old Master Lon, what are you saying behind my back? A hearty voice sounded out. From the brilliance that Lon Xian had just appeared, a tall middle-aged cultivator walked out. Cui Hongshan's eyes brightened. This cultivator had a square face. His face was fair and clean, with silkworm eyebrows and phoenix eyes. His nose was like a hanging gallbladder, and he had a long beard. His eyes were filled with righteousness. This is a true general. Cui Hongshan secretly cheered in his heart. Not only does he have a dignified appearance, but he is also kind and approachable. He only delayed us for a moment, and yet this subordinate has to come here and apologize. He is truly admirable. Looking at Tu Hong's body, he wasn't wearing an ordinary Daoist robe, but a soft armor that protected his vest. The valiant aura of this armor accentuated his scholarly elegance, making him stand out from the masses. General, how could this old man dare to speak ill of the general? I was only casually chatting with fellow Daoists. As Lon Xian spoke, she turned to the cultivators and nodded with a smile. But at this time, Lon Xian's eyes swept over the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and saw the smiling Dui Chimen. Lon Xian's eyebrows shot up, her eyes flashing with amazement. But then she turned to look at Tu Hong. As Tu Hong saw Lon Xian's gaze, he was also startled. Following her gaze, he naturally saw Dui Chimen. Tu Hong's pupils suddenly widened, then returned to normal. Even the expression on his face changed slightly. Old Master Lon, have you seen the fellow Daoists from the various sects who came to reinforce us? Tu Hong was still smiling as he asked. His gaze left Dui Chimen and gently swept across the disciples of the other sects. All right, I'll let the general know that I haven't had the chance to get to know each and every one of you. Lon Xian also regained her composure. She bowed and said, This old woman didn't think that the High General would arrive so quickly. And all of you are my Jin Quan Mountain's guests. They risked their lives to come here. How can this old man treat them badly? There's no need to mention other trivial matters. As Tu Hong spoke, he cupped his hands across his chest and said, This old man is Tu Hong, the guard of my Sky Patrol City at Jin Quan Mountain. Fellow Daoists have come to my Jin Quan Mountain for many days, but this old man has not seen any of you, so I feel very uneasy. I ask that fellow Daoists be magnanimous and forgive me. We greet Senior 2. The cultivators didn't dare to be negligent. They all bowed in respect. Do you think this old man is old? Tu Hong stretched out his hand and stroked his 5 strands of beard. He smiled and said, It looks like this old man will have to call himself Tu. Senior 2 is truly approachable. A captain of the Black Sky sect smiled and said, Your appearance is similar to this junior's senior apprentice brother. If Senior wasn't a Golden Core cultivator, then this junior would have called you senior apprentice brother. Lon Xian also smiled and said, The High General has eaten the youth-preserving herb, so your appearance will never change. In addition, your hot-bloodedness has ensured the safety of my Jin Quan Mountain. That is something this old man cannot do. That's enough. Tu Hong waved his hand and sat down on a jade chair. He smiled and said, The greetings are over. Fellow Daoists, please tell me about the situation from Sky Patrol City. This way, this too can have a clear idea of what happened and see if there is any way to reveal our whereabouts. Lon Xian replied from the side. She turned to the cultivators and said, Fellow Daoists, please follow the order of the Lian Nation, Meng Nation, and Xi Nation. Follow the order from the beginning to the end. Thus, The disciples of the various sects followed Lan Xian's instructions. One by one, they began to recount what happened after they left Sky Patrol City's transmission array. As for Tu Hong, he sat upright on his jade chair, his expression solemn. He no longer had the playful smile from before. His eyes shined as he listened, and from time to time, he would interject and ask a few questions. It's a bit troublesome. Cui Hongshan heard the disciples of the various sects say that they had encountered different sword cultivators. They had fought life and death battles, and there had been some casualties. Moreover, the cultivation of these sword cultivators wasn't too high. Cui Hongshan suddenly realized that they had encountered dozens of swordsmen. That was definitely not something that the 10 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect could deal with. If this matter were to spread out, Xiao Hua would definitely become famous in one fell swoop. But that bastard concealed his cultivation, wasn't it because he didn't want others to know? Last time at Chicken Crow Mountain, he also clearly said not to mention his cultivation. Cui Hongshan said with a faint feeling of jealousy. However, after he heard He Fang Yuan and Yang Fangqing's words, he had a plan in his heart. What these two people said was the same as what they had discussed before. They only said that they had encountered a beast cultivator at the end, and at the critical moment of being besieged, the Imperial Thunder sect disciples had come to help. They didn't mention any disciples that had escaped. Since others had concealed it, he could certainly conceal it. When Cui Hongshan reported, he clearly stated the route he had taken, as well as the sword cultivators and beast cultivators he had encountered. However, the cultivation and number of sword cultivators had shrunk. Tu Hong also nodded as he listened. After Cui Hongshan finished, he said, "In a great battle of the sword path, our Dao sect's cultivators should work together to resist the enemy. This time, Imperial Thunder sect came to help our Jin Quan Mountain Spirit Stone Mine. They had done well in this matter. When the other sect's disciples were in danger, they stepped forward despite the difficulties and risked their lives. They should be rewarded." Then he looked at the others and said, "I would like to report this to Sky Patrol City and award Jin Quan Mountain's first great merit to Imperial Thunder sect's first team. Does anyone have any objections?" "My Tai Ching sect supports it." He Fang Yuan was the first to raise his hand without hesitation. Yang Fangqing, Kuxingxi and the rest also agreed. The other cultivators looked at each other helplessly. It was very obvious that although there were more than a dozen disciples behind the Imperial Thunder sect who hadn't reported, from the previous reports, it seemed that apart from the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect who acted to save others, most of the other teams didn't care about their own safety and escaped if they could. Even if someone acted, it was only to save one team. How could they save 4 or 5 teams at once? "We have no objections." The other disciples naturally knew that Tu Hong was trying to motivate them and raise their morale. They had no objections to Imperial Thunder sect's reward, so they raised their hands and agreed with a bitter expression. Chapter 23-25. Captain Cui, bring out your token. Lan Xian said with a smile. Yes. Cui Hongshan's heart was filled with excitement. This merit came too easily. His luck. This opportunity was truly indescribable. After Tu Hong wrote something on Cui Hongshan's token, he looked at it and smiled. I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. For the Imperial Thunder sect to do such a good deed, I must definitely reward them. Afterwards, I will report this matter to Sky Patrol City and ask them to inform the meeting hall to reward the Imperial Thunder sect's first squad. Cui Hongshan received the token and bowed. This junior thanks senior too for the reward. This junior will engrave this matter in my heart and carefully explain senior's words to this subordinate. I will strive to achieve more merits in the sword war. Good. Tu Hong clapped his hands. Fellow Daoist Cui's words are exactly what I was thinking. The sword war has just begun and there will be many opportunities for you to achieve merits. Even in my Golden Spring Mountain, there will still be opportunities to do so in the future. I want to see which fellow Daoist is worthy of my reward. Furthermore, as fellow Daoists can see, my Golden Spring Mountain may not have much, but we have a lot of spirit stones and other items. If any fellow Daoist can contribute to my Golden Spring Mountain, this too will definitely not treat him unfairly. Yes, we understand. Everyone's eyes brightened as they heard that there would be spirit stones as rewards. They bowed and said, after waiting for the dozens of sects to finish explaining the situation, Tu Hong smiled and said, fellow Daoists, you have worked hard. Under the arrangement and leadership of all of you, although there are close to 3,000 disciples who came to my Golden Spring Mountain, according to what I know, they did not arouse the suspicion of the sword cultivators. This is indeed worthy of celebration. In fact, this is a great merit. I will definitely report this matter to Sky Patrol City. Yes, thank you, Senior too. The cultivators beamed with joy. As for the rest of the fellow Daoists, I will leave the arrangements to fellow Daoist Lon. I still have some official business to attend to, so forgive me for not accompanying you. Tu Hong stood up and cupped his hands before turning to leave. As he left, his eyes couldn't help but sweep over the Imperial Thunder Sect's Dui Chimeng. Farewell, Senior Tu. Everyone bowed. Dui Chimeng was also very grateful for Tu Hong's reward to the Imperial Thunder Sect and smiled respectfully. After Tu Hong left, Lan Xen took out a jade slip from her bosom. She smiled and said, fellow Daoists, here are all Foundation Establishment cultivators. You are far stronger than the disciples of my Golden Springs Mountain. My Golden Springs Mountain will definitely provide you with a strong support. For the past 10 days, the Commander-in-Chief has been racking his brains to make arrangements to properly set up the defense of my Golden Spring Mountain. Of course, as fellow Daoists can see, my Golden Spring Mountain's defensive array is perfect. Even if sword cultivators were to fly over it, they wouldn't be able to sense it. At the same time, this old man will reveal one more thing. Even if 10 illusory sword cultivators attack at the same time, my Golden Spring Mountain's defensive array will definitely not be broken. Furthermore, these 10 illusory swordsmen may not be able to escape unscathed. As these words came out, all of the cultivators present smiled. Even if Lan Xian's words were a bit exaggerated, the truth was that she could resist at least 5 of them. 5 sword cultivators that were equivalent to Golden Core Stage cultivators. Just how sturdy was this Golden Spring Mountain's array? Just how stable would they be inside the array? Sending so many disciples out, isn't this a bit too much for the assembly hall? Are the other spirit stone veins the same? Many ideas were born in the minds of the disciples present. Of course, this array formation still needs someone to preside over it. As if Lan Xian knew what everyone was thinking, she smiled and said, fellow Daoists, you will be the main force behind this array formation in the future. However, I ask that fellow Daoists rest assured, there is no need to consume any magic power. As long as you understand the law formula, you will be able to channel the heaven and earth spiritual energy from the spirit stones into the array formation. My Golden Spring Mountain may lack many things, but there is one thing that I lack the most, and one thing that I do not lack the least. What I do not lack the least is spirit stones, and what I lack the most is disciples with the same cultivation as you fellow Daoists. Then, Lan Xian carefully explained the matters of the patrol. She divided the days and areas that each squad would patrol, and finally gave out the jade slip for the defensive array formation. However, when she passed the jade slip to Cui Hongshan, there was a slight hesitation. It was just that Cui Hongshan and the others didn't notice this. Everyone took their respective jade slips and bowed to bid their farewells to Lan Xian. Lan Xian quietly stood there, watching everyone leave. Her eyes didn't hesitate for a moment as she stared straight at Dui Chimeng's back. He waited until Dui Chimeng held Cui Hongshan's hand and walked out of the hall. Then he sighed, turned around, and walked into the stone wall that had appeared. As the stone wall flashed with a brilliant light, his figure disappeared from sight. He didn't even care that there were still many Dao sect disciples that were slowly walking away. The place that Lan Xian appeared in was like a palace. Besides the gorgeous carvings and exquisite decorations, there were only a dozen or so handsome servants standing around. Seeing Lan Xian walk in, the servants immediately bowed in greeting. Lan Xian simply ignored them and didn't ask where Tu Hong was. She walked down the corridor, heading towards the deepest part of the palace. She knew that besides that place, Tu Hong absolutely wouldn't go anywhere else. As Lan Xian walked, the decorations of the palace became even more gorgeous. But the number of servants also decreased. When she arrived at a secluded quiet room, there was no one left. The quiet room was very empty. It wasn't too large and was quiet. Lan Xian stood in front of a stone wall, quietly standing there without speaking. After waiting for half a cup of tea's time, a slightly tired voice sounded out, "Old brother Lan, you can come in." This voice was Tu Hong. "Yes, this old man obeys." Lan Xian respectfully responded. Then, she saw a yellow circle appear on the stone wall. The circle slowly rotated, forming a deep vortex. A massive suction force covered Lan Xian, sucking her in. Lan Xian didn't struggle. She knew that this spell was personally controlled by Tu Hong. Without Tu Hong's permission, no disciple of Goldspring Mountain could enter. Of course, as far as Lan Xian knew, besides her, no other disciple of Goldspring Mountain could set foot in this forbidden land. The place where Lan Xian's figure was revealed was different from the palace. It was actually a slightly barren place. Not only was the light dim here, but the temperature was also much lower than in the snow region. This barren place was completely paved with cobblestones. Between the cobblestones, there were some light purple thorns that stubbornly pointed towards the sky. Above the thorns and cobblestones, there was a layer of frost like salt. On top of the cobblestones, around 100 feet away from Lan Xian, there were two massive tents erected there. These two tents were oval in shape, with a high protrusion in the middle. There was a several-foot-tall mast erected in the middle of the tents, and above this mast was a square flag. However, this flag was empty without any sign at all. Just as Lan Xian stood there, her white hair began to condense into a layer of frost. However, he didn't step forwards. Instead, he placed his hands on his chest and lowered his head, silently looking at the cobblestones beneath his feet. It was like every cobblestone had its own sad and beautiful story. "Old brother Lan, how long has it been since you last came? Come and have a drink with me." "Yes, I will obey the orders of the general." As Lan Xian heard Tu Hong's words, she lifted her foot and walked towards the tent, step by step. Every time she stepped on the cobblestone would emit a rustling sound. These cobblestones actually didn't have any spells on them. When Lan Xian arrived in front of the tent, she saw the tent's curtains. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. She lifted the curtains and walked in. The tent was covered with a thick cotton carpet. As she stepped on it, she felt weak all over. On the left side of the curtains was a giant sand table. On it were some mountains and rivers, as well as several cities. There were even some small humanoid dolls standing on top of it, holding long spears in their hands. In front of the curtains, there were some ordinary chairs placed on top of the cotton carpet. Behind these chairs, there was a shelf, and on this shelf, there were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and all sorts of other weapons. In front of the curtains was a table. This table had already faded in color and was extremely similar to the table in the reception hall. There was also a flask on top of it, and within the flask were some arrows. After these arrows, Tu Hong held a large bowl in his hands. He glanced at Lan Xian, tilted his head back, and drank all the strong wine in the bowl. And on top of this table, there was a blue porcelain jug. Goldspring Mountain Tu Hong, a Golden Core Realm cultivator's secret hideout, was actually a military tent. Lan Xian walked in front of the table and picked up the blue porcelain jug. She respectfully poured wine into the bowl that Tu Hong had placed down, and then filled another bowl to the brim. She picked up the wine bowl with both hands and raised it above her head. She respectfully said, "Lan Xian offers a toast to the general." Good. Tu Hong stretched out his hand, placing his index and middle fingers on the inside of the wine bowl and his thumb on the outside. He gently lifted the wine bowl and brought it forward until it touched Lan Xian's bowl. He said, "Come, cheers." Gulp, gulp, gulp. As Tu Hong gulped down the wine, The strong liquor flowed down his long beard and actually soaked his armor. If Cui Hongshan was here, he would definitely open his eyes wide. He couldn't believe that the refined Tu Hong actually had such a bold and unrestrained side to him. That's great. Lan Xian also drank in a single breath. Her clothes were soaked through. She sighed, this is still a burning knife. Spicy and satisfying, the taste doesn't change at all. It's far better than any spirit wine. Since you haven't drunk in a long time, let's have 2 more cups. With a loud crash, Tu Hong slammed the wine bowl on the table and reached out to pick up the wine jug. Lan Xian didn't dare to be negligent. She quickly grabbed the wine jug and apologetically smiled, this old man will. As she spoke, she poured out 2 more bowls of wine and accompanied Tu Hong to drink 2 more cups. Suddenly, a dark red color rose up from Lan Xian's face. Old brother Lan. Your capacity for alcohol. Even though you've reached foundation establishment, you still haven't changed. Tu Hong smiled. He reached out for the wine jug and poured himself a bowl, not giving one to Lan Xian. This old man can't compare to the general. Lan Xian smiled and said, I don't need to use true essence to refine this strong wine. 2 bowls are enough. Chapter 23-26. I'm afraid you won't be able to experience the taste of 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Tu Hong waved his hand and drank another bowl of wine. Lan Xian smiled as she watched Tu Hong drink the wine, the dark red on his face gradually fading away. After Tu Hong drank a bowl of wine, he didn't stop. Instead, he drank another bowl after another without stopping. Lan Xian only respectfully stood there, watching, not saying a single word. Tu Hong picked up the wine jug and couldn't pour out a single drop. With a sigh, he tossed the wine jug to the side on the thick cotton carpet. Lan Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, this old woman didn't dare to ask. I wonder what Mian Shan's methods were like? Naturally, it would shock the world. Even I found it inconceivable. Tu Hong's eyebrows shot up. He glanced at Lan Xian and then back at the empty bowl. I'm afraid this old woman will have to congratulate General? Lan Xian looked at Tu Hong's expression and tentatively cupped her hands together. If this was before today, I would have been overjoyed to hear your congratulations. Tu Hong said as he looked at the empty wine bowl, a bit self-deprecating. This. Lan Xian bit her lips. She didn't know how to respond. Come, old brother Lan, come with me. Tu Hong bitterly smiled and stood up from his chair. The chair creaked, as if it were also abnormally old. Lan Xian's heart tightened. She quickly followed behind Tu Hong. Tu Hong stood up. After several steps, he arrived at another curtain of the tent. As Tu Hong lifted the curtain, he saw the situation of the other tent. This tent was even more desolate. Besides a bed-like object standing in the middle of the tent, there was nothing else. And on this bed was a transparent crystal coffin. And inside this crystal coffin, there was a beautiful female cultivator lying on her back. If a single Imperial Thunder Sect disciple were to come here, they would definitely cry out in amazement. This was because this beautiful female cultivator looked almost exactly the same as Dui Qiming. As Tu Hong stepped into the tent, the anxiety in his eyes gradually faded and was replaced by a trace of gentleness. His footsteps were light, as if he was afraid of waking up the female cultivator from her sweet dreams. As Lan Xian entered the tent, she looked towards the crystal coffin. But as she saw the appearance of the female cultivator within, she frowned. She followed Tu Hong and quietly walked in front of the crystal coffin. Yu Meng. As Lan Xian saw Tu Hong standing in front of the crystal coffin without speaking, she tentatively asked. But before she could finish speaking, Tu Hong raised his hand, indicating for her to shut up. Then he clapped his hands together and took out a small bell from his storage bag. It was very similar to Xiaohua's soul-sucking bell. Then Tu Hong raised his hand and lifted the lid of the crystal coffin, revealing the face of the female cultivator. There was a faint layer of frost on her charming face. She was just like an ice beauty. Dang dang dang. The soul-suppressing bell in Tu Hong's hand rang. The female cultivator's tightly shut eyes slowly moved, then she opened them. She slowly stood up, looked around, and jumped out of the crystal coffin in a flash. She bowed to Tu Hong and said, "Greetings, husband." Yu Meng, stand up. With a smile on his face, Tu Hong reached out and grabbed Yu Meng's hand. The coldness from Yu Meng's hand instantly penetrated his heart. "Congratulations, Lord General." Lan Exin bowed, her face full of amazement. The soul cultivator techniques of the Million Meng Mountains, they are truly, truly mysterious. This old woman really cannot imagine it. Huh, what's there to be happy about? Tu Hong ruefully smiled and pointed at Yu Meng. "Old brother Lan, take a look. Is there any difference between Yu Meng and the past? Or perhaps, is there any difference between us?" Lan Xian didn't know if she had seen clearly just now, but she looked again and again. She smiled and said, "Lord General, this old woman saw that Yu Meng's eyes were dull, without any emotion. She is somewhat similar to a puppet. But she is indeed Yu Meng. She is similar to the Million Meng Mountains soul cultivators. The promise is also similar." That's right." Tu Hong nodded. He looked at Yu Meng and smiled. "When I first saw Yu Meng open her eyes from the crystal coffin, the ecstasy in my heart was incomparable. At that time, I only thought that even if I had to give the entire Gold Spring Mountain to the soul cultivators, it would still be worth it. But when I saw Yu Meng's current appearance, I couldn't help but feel disappointed. It's just that they clearly said that the dead cannot be resurrected. Although the soul cultivator's secret techniques are linked to the soul, they cannot create something out of nothing. They can only use a soul artifact to control a person's body. To put it bluntly, Yu Meng is not the Yu Meng of the past. She is now nothing more than an empty shell. She is only relying on this soul artifact to support herself." As he spoke, Tu Hong shook the bell and said, "Yu Meng, help your husband bring over some strong wine." "Yes, this concubine understands." Yu Meng bowed and slowly walked towards another tent. Her face was as cold as ever, without the least bit of emotion. Isn't this similar to the magic of some of the cultivation sects in the country of Xi?" Lan Xen looked at Yu Meng's graceful back and whispered, "The Million Meng Mountains soul cultivators wouldn't deceive us, right?" "No, they wouldn't." Tu Hong shook his head. "What I'm looking for is not an ordinary soul cultivator, but someone with some background. Someone who has a deep understanding of my Dawn Rain continent, is far from those uncivilized soul cultivators. Moreover, they have clearly stated that those aristocratic families in the country of Xi are refining Yu Meng's body into a puppet. Yu Meng will listen to whoever takes the soul artifact. But at this time, Yu Meng is relying on her soul to disperse the mark in her body. She only recognizes me. Even if someone else were to take the soul artifact, it would be useless. Of course, Yu Meng has been sacrificed for many years. I used this crystal coffin to preserve her appearance. If I didn't use a soul cultivator's secret technique to refine her, she still wouldn't be able to leave this place. That's right. Lan Xian understood. She sighed and said, "A perfectly good person is now nothing more than a puppet. Even I, an old man, am unable to calm my heart." That's right. Before today, I also had the same thoughts. Tu Hong's eyes flashed with sorrow. I only wanted to stay by Yu Meng's side and watch her unchanging appearance slowly grow old. When the day comes that I reach the end of my life, I will accompany her to the 9 nether realms. But today, I saw a living Yu Meng. Lan Xen forced a smile. That's right. Tu Hong's eyes flashed with a thoughtful expression. When I saw that female cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect, I was simply stupid. Wasn't this a gift from the heavens? A few days ago, the soul cultivators had just left, and now this female cultivator has delivered herself to my doorstep. Wasn't it because the heavens saw my painstaking efforts and came to help me? Chapter 23-27. A million soul cultivators from Meng Mountain? Lan Xian also thoughtfully asked. At this time, Yu Meng walked in with a jug of wine in her hands. She easily placed the jug in front of Tu Hong. Oh, where's the wine bowl? Tu Hong took the jug and glanced at Yu Meng's empty right hand. I'll go get it. Yu Meng's expression didn't change. She lightly said as she turned around. No need. Go back and rest. Tu Hong's face flashed with gloom as he whispered. Yes, husband. Yu Meng complied and entered the crystal coffin again. She lay down on her back and closed her eyes. Dang dang. Tu Hong shook the bell again, and Yu Meng immediately quieted down and remained motionless. Let's go. Tu Hong closed the lid of the crystal coffin and turned to leave the tent. Lan Xian didn't dare to be negligent. She quickly followed him out. Outside the tent, it was abnormally cold. Tu Hong looked up, squinting his eyes as he looked at the pitch-black ceiling. After a long time, he tilted his head back, took a sip of the strong wine, and handed the jug to Lan Xian. Lan Xian didn't dare to refuse. She also took a small sip, but she didn't hand the jug over to Tu Hong. Tu Hong pointed a finger above his head and said, The soul cultivators have already said that if I hadn't spent a great deal of money to bid for this magic tool fragment called the icy mirror, then I would have created an icy cold space here. If I hadn't placed Yu Meng in the crystal coffin after she died, then even if they had secret soul cultivation techniques, they still wouldn't have been able to awaken her. Moreover, if they didn't have Yu Meng's soul, or if they had a soul that was extremely similar to Yu Meng's soul, then she could only move about in the crystal coffin and the icy mirror. A soul that is similar to Yu Meng's soul. General is saying. Lan Xian cried out in surprise. Tu Hong didn't even look at Lan Xian. He lifted his hand and took the jug of wine from Lan Xian's hand. He took a long drink and laughed. Yes, it is that female cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect. Although I don't know if her soul is similar to Yu Meng's, since they have the same appearance, it is extremely likely that their souls are similar. How could I possibly give up such an excellent opportunity? This old man understands. Lan Xian nodded. When I assign tasks, I already switched the Imperial Thunder sect's positions and transferred them to the most core area. General, find an opportunity to capture Imperial Thunder sect's Daoist Qimeng. Sigh, what a pity. If it were that simple, why would I hesitate? Tu Hong smiled bitterly. Lan Xian thought for a moment and smiled. Are there any other taboos? Yes, there are a few taboos. Tu Hong nodded. First of all, the soul cultivator told me that the soul must be in perfect condition and must not be damaged in any way. Secondly, the owner of the soul must be willing, otherwise the soul won't be pure. If it carries the owner's imprint, it will break Yu Meng's imprint. If Yu Meng can no longer be resurrected, even if she changes her body, she will still be Daoist Qimeng. This is troublesome. Lan Xian shook her head. This Daoist Qimeng seems to be a couple with their captain, Cui Hongshan. He's just an early-stage foundation establishment brat. He's nothing. Tu Hong sneered. This too knows that this time I have completed the city lord's plan. How could he not grant this small wish of mine? Won't the Yanxi prefecture grant the wish of a Jindan stage cultivator from the Sentry City? Do you want this old man to? Lan Xian whispered. No need. Tu Hong arched an eyebrow and proudly said, It would be easy for this Tu to kill that bastard, but this Tu disdains it. Besides, if Cui Hongshan dies in Golden Spring Mountain, others won't say anything. But when this Tu asks the city lord for Daoist Qimeng in the future, wouldn't those people be able to use it against me? If those self-righteous fools from the Yanxi prefecture investigate this matter, then it will become an obstacle. This old man understands. Lan Xian nodded, but then asked, Then I, Golden Spring Mountain, won't protect Cui Hongshan? Won't I let him die here? This too won't do it, old brother Lan won't do it, and even my Golden Spring Mountain disciples won't do it. Tu Hong drank another mouthful of wine and smiled. But who can guarantee that a sword cultivator won't do it? This too can't protect a Imperial Thunder sect disciple just because he has scruples. Wouldn't that be even more of a weakness? This old man understands. Lan Xin nodded. This old man knows what to do. In this war, 5 out of 10 will remain. If the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples are lucky, then they will survive. If they aren't, then let them die. Tu Hong picked up the wine jug and slowly walked back into the tent. In Lan Xian's eyes, his back was increasingly lonely. Lan Xian sighed. She knew that it wasn't appropriate for her to stay here any longer. She bowed and said, "General, this old man will retire." Go. Tu Hong waved his hand. "Arrange everything well. Perhaps that sword cultivator will come in a few days." Lan Xin turned and walked towards the stone wall. A powerful vortex sucked her in, and she disappeared from sight. What? There are actually so many top-grade spirit stone crystal pillars in the reception hall? Xiaohua had been called out from Cui Hongshan's seclusion room and was very unhappy in his heart. But when he heard that Golden Spring Mountain's top-grade spirit stones were used in such a manner, his eyes began to shine. He smacked his lips and said, Isn't this too much of a waste of heaven's gifts?" Looking at Xiaohua's appearance, Cui Hongshan gave birth to a trace of contempt. "Damn it, it's a good thing that I didn't let this bastard go, otherwise, I'm afraid he would have thrown himself onto those spirit stone crystal pillars and used his teeth to bite off a piece of the top-grade spirit stone. A wandering cultivator, no matter how high their cultivation is, they are still different from my cultivation family's upbringing. No matter how high Xiaohua's cultivation is, compared to Senior Tu Hong, the difference is like clouds and mud. Junior apprentice brother Xiao, Golden Spring Mountain's crystal pillars are array formations. They are used for defense." Zhen Minghui chuckled as he explained. He naturally understood Xiaohua's shock. Wasn't he also dumbfounded at that time? Also, what that disciple of Golden Spring Mountain said was correct. Golden Spring Mountain may lack anything, but they will never lack spirit stones. That's great. We came to the right place." Xiaohua rubbed his fingers together, as if he were already holding some top-grade spirit stones in his hands. Immediately after, Cui Hongshan said a few more things, but Xiaohua didn't listen in his heart. His mind was filled with the shiny spirit stones. "Xiaohua," Cui Hongshan shouted. What's the matter?" Xiaohua obviously didn't hear what Cui Hongshan said. He was slightly stunned. Cui Hongshan was happy in his heart. He didn't care about Xiaohua's expression and said, "Golden Spring Mountain Senior Tu Hong gave my Imperial Thunder Sect a great merit the moment we met. This Cui knows that this is all thanks to you. Now, this Cui wants to discuss with you, should this Cui directly record your merit in the captain token? Or should this merit be recorded on my first squad's disciples?" Cui Hongshan mentioning this matter in front of everyone was quite thought-provoking. It could be said that he was frank and sincere, but it could also be said that he had ulterior motives. However, Xiaohua was too lazy to think about what he was thinking. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Naturally, it's everyone's merit. If it wasn't for everyone trying their best to kill the beast cultivators, I'm afraid you would have already been killed by them." Junior Martial Brother Xiao. Dui Qiming glanced at Cui Hongshan with some dissatisfaction and advised, "Actually, against the sword cultivators, we did put in some effort, but against the beast cultivators and giants, it was all thanks to Junior Martial Brother Xiao. It's all thanks to Junior Martial Brother's strength. If we lose the credit, we won't feel at ease." Merit or storage pouch, which is more important? Xiaohua pursed his lips and extended his hand. "Senior Martial Sister Dui, feel free to ask for the merit. Just give the items to Junior Martial Brother." Junior Martial Brother doesn't know. Dui Qiming was anxious. "After the Sword Dao battle, we will return to the Imperial Thunder Sect and be rewarded according to our merit. Isn't this merit good stuff?" "NN." Xiaohua nodded. "When the time comes, just give the good stuff to Xiaohua." "All right." Dui Qiming sized up Xiaohua with her beautiful eyes. She really didn't understand why Xiaohua didn't like to be famous. If she had Xiaohua's cultivation, she would have already made a name for herself in the Sword Dao tournament. By the time she returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect's Dui Lei Palace, Wouldn't she be able to get whatever cultivation method and spirit pills she wanted? Maybe everyone has their own ambitions. Dui Qiming could only think like this. After that, Cui Hongshan took out Quan Jinshan's jade slip and told them the area that the Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad had to guard, as well as the location of the supporting array. He then made 10 copies of the jade slip and gave each of them a copy. The Imperial Thunder Sect was responsible for a very large area. If 10 people patrolled together, they wouldn't be able to take care of the entire area. Cui Hongshan complained about Quan Jinshan's irresponsible arrangement and divided the 10 people into 5 groups. 2 people in a group and divided the area they would be patrolling. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but Ming Mao and Xiao Hua were in the same group. Xiao Hua didn't care, but Dui Ling, who was in the same group as Zhen Minghui, was already pouting. "Let's go." Cui Hongshan acted as if he didn't see it and waved his hand. "Today is our first shift. Let's first familiarize ourselves with the environment and set an example for the others. After all, if we were rewarded the moment we arrived, the others will definitely be jealous." "Yes, we understand." Zhen Minghui and the others nodded with a smile, but Xiao Hua didn't care and secretly said, "He really is a fan of politics. This is also the quality of a cultivator aristocratic family." Everyone flew out of the quiet room, and Ming Mao and Xiao Hua each showed their tokens and entered the cave that the Qi refinement disciples had dug out from. After flying for a while, they passed through several crisscrossing tunnels and gradually entered the depths of the jade mine. The 10 people of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first small team were divided into 5 groups and flew towards different tunnels. Junior brother Xiao. After flying for a while, seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything and didn't make any arrangements, Ming Mao couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "How should we patrol? Should we follow the route or go against it?" It's so troublesome?" Xiao Hua was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that there would be so many ways to patrol. He thought that he only needed to fly once. I'll teach junior brother Xiao that when doing something, there should be a plan. What to do first, and what to do afterwards, all of these must be thought out in advance. Ming Mao said with a smile, "Otherwise, it'll be a mess." Junior brother Xiao wants to become the pillar of my Imperial Thunder Sect in the future, so you'll definitely be in charge of a branch. It's better to nurture these abilities as early as possible. Chapter 23-28. Xiao Hua felt a headache as soon as he heard this. He was used to doing as he pleased. What planning? What controlling? How could it compare to freedom? Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "This little brother's brain is lazy. Let senior apprentice Sister Bright Eyes arrange everything. This little brother will just accompany you from behind." Haha, Bright Eyes chuckled and said, "Senior apprentice brother Zhao's magic power is profound. These are all small details that you don't need to think about. In short, once senior apprentice brother has a status, there will definitely be people who will give you advice." Captain Cui mentioned that Lan Exin. She must be one of Senior Tu Hong's strategists. What are strategists? Xiao Hua didn't understand. 4 golden core stage cultivators like Senior Tu Hong, or even nascent soul stage cultivators, they only care about their cultivation base and cultivation base, and are too lazy to divert their attention to the affairs of Golden Spring Mountain. Therefore, there are some cultivators who are good at handling these affairs who come out to help and give advice to Senior Tu Hong. These are the so-called strategists. Bright Eyes patiently explained. "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiao Hua nodded. He understood that there were some cultivators who didn't have much of a future in terms of cultivation, so they attached themselves to high-level cultivators in order to find a way to improve themselves. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua inexplicably thought of the Immortal Beauty School. Senior apprentice brother Xiao is really smart. Just a hint and you understand. Bright Eyes smiled and flattered. Senior apprentice Sister Bright Eyes, please don't praise me. This little brother will be your strategist. You should lead the way. Xiao Hua smiled and stretched out his hand. Strategists? Bright Eyes was surprised at first. Then she covered her mouth and laughed. I didn't think that senior apprentice brother Xiao would be so humorous. I really didn't realize it before. As she spoke, Bright Eyes didn't hold back. She picked a tunnel entrance and flew in. Sweat, this Xiao wants to lead the way, but it's a pity that this Xiao always gets lost. It's better if I don't. Xiao Hua looked at Bright Eyes' figure as she flew away. He smiled and thought to himself, besides, walking at the back isn't that bad. There was a saying in the secular world that said, men and women work together. These words were also applicable to the cultivators of the cultivation world. At least, that was what Ming Mao thought. She flew with Xiao Hua for half a day, and it was extremely relaxing. Occasionally, she would even joke with Xiao Hua, and the two of them chatted very harmoniously. However, the only thing that made Ming Mao unhappy was that all the topics were started by her. When she didn't speak, Xiao Hua would just follow behind her without saying a word. I still have to work hard. Ming Mao inwardly encouraged herself. Xiao Hua didn't know what Ming Mao was thinking. His mind wasn't on flirting at all. His mind was already on the spirit stone mine. The stone walls in this spirit stone mine were rather strange. They restricted spiritual sense and Buddhist sense, and they couldn't go very far. It seemed to be a natural restriction. Although Xiao Hua tried his best to release his Buddhist sense, he could only see about 100 feet away. Therefore, although he and Ming Mao flew through a few tunnels and saw a few caves, they didn't discover anything. This caused Xiao Hua to be displeased. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, Senior Sister Bright Eyes, didn't you notice anything strange? Hearing Xiao Hua's sudden question, Ming Mao was secretly happy. She hurriedly asked, Junior Brother Xiao, did you notice anything? Senior Sister Bright Eyes, don't you feel strange? Xiao Hua's eyes darted around as he looked at the spacious tunnel and said, This is the interior of the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Vein. It must be bustling with noise and excitement. Not to mention the disciples mining the spirit stones, there must be many disciples patrolling the area. Why haven't we seen any disciples of Jinquan Mountain after flying for so long? Ming Mao didn't think so much. Her thoughts were the same as Xiao Hua's, and they weren't on patrol. I guess this isn't the center of the spirit stone mine. Ming Mao thought for a moment and said with a smile, We are only here to help. Jinquan Mountain won't let us see the center of the spirit stone mine. It's good enough that they let us patrol without worry. They still want us to contribute to the defensive array, right? Senior Sister Bright Eyes is right. Xiao Hua nodded, but I'm still worried. How about this? Senior Sister will patrol according to the plan that we discussed earlier. I'll go take a look, see if there's anything wrong. Saying that, Xiao Hua's figure flashed and quickly rushed towards a cave on the left. His figure quickly disappeared into the cave. Junior Brother Xiao. Ming Mao was shocked. She stretched out her hand and shouted, This is an important place of Jinquan Mountain. How could Xiao Hua hear her words? He had already flown away. Why is this fellow so reckless? No wonder Captain Cui was dissatisfied with him. Ming Mao muttered. She looked at the place where Xiao Hua disappeared with some reluctance. Then she felt an ominous feeling in her heart. Could it be that he didn't want to stay with me? That's why he found an excuse to escape? My appearance isn't any worse than Xue Xue's. It's just that my master isn't as powerful as her master. My Dui Lei Palace is just slightly worse than Sun Lei Palace. I can't miss this good opportunity. Senior Sister Dui said it right. Opportunities are meant to be grasped by people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an opportunity. In any case, Xue Xue and he haven't undergone the dual cultivation ceremony yet. I still have a chance. And even if they dual cultivate, what can they do? For a cultivator with an outstanding cultivation like Xiao Hua, what's so strange about having a few more dual cultivation partners? If I don't take advantage of the fact that Xiao Hua hasn't revealed his strength, I won't be able to regret it in the future when Xiao Hua is targeted by many female cultivators. Thinking about how domineering Heavenly Thunder Palace is, no matter how shy this fellow is, I will still capture him. Xiao Hua didn't expect that he had already become Ming Mao's target. After he flew into the cave, he first used his divine sense to make a mark on the side. Then, he immediately put on his camouflage robe and used a concealment technique. He followed the cave and flew underground. However, after flying for nearly the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua arrived at an even more remote place. He saw that this place was very messy. The ground was filled with stone fragments of various sizes. Occasionally, there were small pieces of spirit stone fragments on top of the stone fragments. Ha, I'm afraid I'm close to the spirit stone mine. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He didn't have time to think about why this place wasn't cleaned up. His gaze swept across the place and he flew towards an opening at the end of the cave. There wasn't anyone guarding that opening. When Xiao Hua flew into the cave, he couldn't help but be shocked. He saw that this was a square space that was 100 zhang long and several tens of zhang deep. The cave entrance was right above this space. This space was completely empty. There was nothing inside. Wu Xiaohua was very bored. He let out a soft sigh. That woo-woo sound reverberated in the entire space. It was as if Xiaohua was sobbing in his heart. Damn it, Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and he cursed, "This is definitely an abandoned mine that has already been mined." Without waiting for this sound to finish reverberating in the space, Xiaohua immediately turned around and went back to search again. However, Xiaohua's luck didn't seem to be good today. It wasn't suitable for him to make a fortune. He searched for a while more. When Ming Mao's patrol was about done, he had no choice but to go back. He found 2 more empty and abandoned mining sites. Are you kidding me? Xiao Hua was depressed. When had great Daoist Xiao, who was known as "thieves don't leave empty-handed," ever been humiliated like this? No, Xiao Hua thought, today is my first patrol. Quan Jinshan might not care. Furthermore, there might be disciples from other sects who have the same plan as this young master. Their cultivation is not good enough. They might be discovered by Tu Hong. This way, there might not be any opportunities in the future. Today, this young master must get to the bottom of this. That's right. In the entire Quan Jinshan, the one with the highest cultivation was Tu Hong, an early-stage golden core cultivator. This kind of cultivator, in Xiaohua's eyes, had no pressure at all. Wasn't the entire Quan Jinshan waiting for Xiaohua to bring disaster to it? Thinking, Xiaohua formed a hand seal and entered the ground. He opened his left hand and opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. He carefully searched for the location of the spirit stone mine. It was a pity. Although the Dharma eye was powerful, Xiaohua couldn't see far. It was no different from his divine sense. Just as Xiaohua was about to close his transcendence eye, a dozen or so huge earthen yellow pillars suddenly appeared several feet in front of him. Good. Xiaohua's eyes widened in an instant. His magic power surged as he dashed forward. "Oh, there are people here." Just as Xiaohua's figure appeared in a huge space, he was stunned. He saw that this space was actually densely packed with cultivators. And these cultivators were all sitting cross-legged in groups of 3 to 5, surrounding these huge pillars. There was even a faintly discernible gaze that unconsciously swept past the place he appeared. This is bad. Xiaohua hurriedly dodged and used the trace concealment technique again. There's someone. Sure enough, the gaze that saw Xiaohua unconsciously swept past Xiaohua's body and was immediately stunned. He shouted and his gaze returned to the place where Xiaohua disappeared. At the same time, he jumped up. Who? Hearing the strange movement of that cultivator, the nearby cultivators all opened their eyes and looked towards the sky. Beside the cultivator, a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator also jumped up and swept his divine sense over there. However, Xiaohua disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had never appeared. The cultivator's divine sense swept for a moment but did not find any trace of him. Su-hu, what did you see? That cultivator frowned and glared at the cultivator who jumped up first and asked. This subordinate seems to have seen a figure appear. Su-hu gritted his teeth. He himself was also not sure. You saw it? That cultivator looked up and down, half believing and half doubting. What did he look like? What was he wearing? This Su, who smiled bitterly. He originally saw it unconsciously, and Xiaohua disappeared in an instant. How could he remember clearly? After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "This subordinate could not see clearly." That cultivator said coldly. "That means you are not sure? Also, you did not carefully comprehend the details of the array. Instead, you were casually looking around?" "Captain," Su, who hurriedly said, "it's not that this subordinate did not want to comprehend it. It's just that the details of this array are too profound. This subordinate was worried that I would delay the great general's plan. This subordinate opened his eyes and wanted to relax. However, this subordinate really did not dare to lie. I heard that in these few days, the disciples of the various sects of the Dao sect have come to my Golden Spring Mountain. If someone were to find this place..." Chapter 23-29. Shut up. The team leader berates, "You only need to comprehend your own technique. Where are the other matters for you to worry about?" Yes, this subordinate understands. Su, who is still unwilling to give up. He looks over and uses his spirit sense to scan the area. There really isn't a single trace of magic power, nor is there any trace of him. You go sit down and continue comprehending. The team leader looks around and berates, "All of you hurry up and work hard. The general said that after the Dao sect cultivators come, we won't be able to stay peaceful for long. We must familiarize ourselves with the array before the sword cultivators come. This matter is crucial. Whoever dares to delay the general's plan, even if I don't say it, all of you should know the consequences, right?" Yes, this subordinate understands. When everyone hears, they don't dare to look anymore. Even the disciple who opened his eyes earlier hurriedly sits down and closes his eyes to comprehend. The team leader waves his hand and directs a dozen disciples who are also in the middle stage of foundation establishment to fly into the air and surround Xiaohua's hiding spot. Unfortunately, Xiaohua has already flown away. How can they find him? Following which, the dozen disciples searched the entire space once again but still couldn't find any trace of him. They can't help but hesitate. A cultivator says worriedly, "Team leader, this matter is a little difficult. If we report this to the general, he will definitely be furious. We actually allowed the Dao sect cultivators to find this place. But if we don't report this and there really is such a person here, I'm afraid it will cause trouble." Actually, from what this old man sees, there isn't anyone here. The team leader thinks for a moment and smiles. The ordinary invisibility talisman can't use magic power. If someone is flying in the air, he will definitely reveal himself. Furthermore, this place is within the mine. Even the 5 elements escape technique can't penetrate deep. Team leader means? We don't need to report? Of course we need to report. The team leader smiles. If we don't report, how will the general know of our hard work? How will he know that our vigilance is high? Yes, this subordinate understands. The disciple suddenly realizes, this subordinate will go over now. You stay here and comprehend. This old man will personally go over. Yes. The disciple's eyes reveal a trace of disappointment. He follows the other dozen people to their seats and sits down while the team leader flies out. After Xiaohua concealed his tracks, he directly walked over the heads of these Jin Quan Mountain disciples. These middle-stage foundation establishment disciples didn't notice at all. I'm overjoyed. Xiaohua was still remorseful as he flew. Needless to say, this must be the top-grade spirit stone crystal pillar that Zhen Minghui was talking about. That Golden Spring Mountain disciple was right. Other than the array formation in the guest hall, there should be 9 more in the other places. This is one of them. I was wondering where all the patrolling disciples of Golden Spring Mountain had gone to. So they were all hiding within the array. Tu Hong's plan is really well thought out. He wants the disciples of Jin Shanquan to control the main part of the array and the Dao sect disciples to control the unimportant parts. He wants my Dao sect disciples to work for him. That's why I'm looking for spirit stone veins. I can't waste my magic power for nothing. Xiaohua knew that the disciples in the formation would definitely search for it, and they would definitely report it to Tu Hong. Therefore, he didn't dare to be negligent and continued to search along the tunnel. When he found an abandoned mine next to the array formation, Xiaohua scratched his head. Fuck, are you kidding me? Don't tell me that all the spirit stone veins in Jinshan Quan Mountain have already been emptied by Sky Patrol City? Why didn't they leave anything for me? Following which, Xiaohua turned around hatefully and was about to escape back. But just as he turned around, Xiaohua still wasn't satisfied. With a wave of his hand, he took out the spirit-seeking mouse and scolded, "Little Silver, your mother isn't here. I'm your mother's mother, why can't you understand what I'm saying? Quickly go and find the spirit stone veins, otherwise I won't let you eat any more spirit herbs." Then, Xiaohua glared fiercely at Little Silver, not caring whether it understood or not. It was strange. At this moment, Little Silver was different from Imperial Thunder Sect's myriad Thunder Valley's Little Silver. As soon as this guy was released from the space, it immediately raised its nose and sniffed around. After a while, its eyes immediately lit up, and just like the crystal pillar of the supreme-grade spirit stone that Xiaohua had seen earlier, it burrowed into the ground beside Xiaohua. Haha! Xiaohua was overjoyed. Without saying a word, he made a hand seal and followed it. The spirit-seeking mouse was indeed a spirit-seeking mouse. It was completely different from Xiaohua's blindness. It had a purpose. It directly burrowed into the ground without any hesitation. Xiaohua used Earth Escape to follow it. He clearly felt that the pressure underground was different from before. Not only was there an extremely heavy force pressing down on his head, faintly imprisoning all the vital essence in his body, but there was also a strong force pushing him out. Moreover, this layer of soil was extremely fine and it was very difficult to escape through the ground. He had to consume a lot of vital essence for every foot he traveled. Fortunately, Xiaohua's vital essence was extremely strong, and he didn't show any signs of exhaustion even after diving down several hundred zhang with the spirit-seeking mouse. However, the force pushing him up was even stronger, and Xiaohua gradually found it a little strenuous. Moreover, a lot of time had passed, and Xiaohua was ready to beat a retreat. But just as Xiaohua was about to call out to the spirit-seeking mouse, his eyes instinctively lit up. The spirit-seeking mouse stopped and very happily pounced forward. My goodness, this is... Xiaohua also stopped, his eyes wide as he stared at the crystal that was several hundred zhang tall in front of him. He couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air, and some liquid flowed in his mouth. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and touched the ice-cold crystal. His divine sense swept over it, and he couldn't help groaning again. Damn it, I'm rich. This doesn't seem to be a supreme-grade spirit stone. This should be chalcedony. It's an extremely rare chalcedony found in spirit stone veins. Thinking this, Xiaohua no longer hesitated. He stretched out his hand and took out Qiu Yinlu. Gathering all the strength in his body, he stabbed at the chalcedony spike. With a muffled clang, the sharp demonic weapon, coupled with his incomparable strength, actually pierced a small part of Xiaohua's Qiu Yinlu into the spike. I'm a little too excited. Xiaohua used all his strength to pry open the Qiu Yinlu, but the chalcedony didn't budge at all. Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. As long as he used all his strength to pull the Qiu Yinlu out, he would use less strength. Then, Xiaohua would pry left and right, prying out several pieces of chalcedony in succession. After putting the chalcedony into his space, Xiaohua didn't dare to stop. With a wave of his hand, he put Little Silver, who was pouncing on the chalcedony, into his space. Completely ignoring the hidden bitterness in Little Silver's eyes, he immediately rushed back to the surface. When Xiaohua returned to the tunnel following the divine sense mark, he saw a pair of anxious bright eyes looking around. Chapter 23:30. Oh, what's wrong? Xiaohua turned around the cave and asked with a smile. Xiaohua, where did you go? Seeing Xiaohua appear, Ming Mao was pleasantly surprised. She immediately pounced over, hurriedly and naturally holding Xiaohua's hand as she said anxiously, I didn't go anywhere? I'm just watching from the side. Xiaohua also pulled his hand out without leaving a trace and pointed behind him. Then, why did you take so long? Captain Chui's communication talisman has been here for a long time, urging us to hurry back. Ming Mao reproached. Her voice seemed to be bitter. Moreover, your communication talisman can't be sent out. How can this concubine not be anxious? My communication talisman can't be sent out? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but fortunately, the communication talisman can't be sent out, otherwise if he was in the array, wouldn't he be exposed? That's right, where did you go? Ming Mao rebuked. Xiaohua shrugged and smiled. This little brother is indeed nearby. The reason why the communication talisman can't be sent out is because this is a spirit stone mine, right? What does this have to do with a spirit stone mine? Ming Mao asked curiously. Let's hurry up and leave. Xiaohua smiled and flew up. Didn't senior sister say that Cui Hongshan sent a communication talisman? Hee, Cui Hongshan is your senior brother. Why are you still calling him that? Ming Mao asked with a smile. Xiaohua's brows twitched, but he didn't reply. Ming Mao blinked her eyes, knowing that Xiaohua wasn't willing to talk about it, so she didn't ask anymore. The two of them flew back from their patrol area. Just as they flew back to their resting area, they saw that in front of the quiet room, there were disciples from various sects standing there with displeasure on their faces. What took you so long? Cui Hongshan reproached again. Ming Mao hurriedly said, Captain Cui, this concubine received your communication talisman and hurried back, but because it was the first time I was on patrol, I flew slowly and just happened to be at the farthest place. Fortunately, Jin Shan Quan's disciples haven't come yet. Cui Hongshan muttered and didn't ask any more. What's going on? Ming Mao asked curiously. Junior brother Xiao and I were just patrolling the area. According to the disciple of Golden Spring Mountain, he vaguely mentioned that there seems to be a problem with one of the patrolling guards in Lian country. Cui Hongshan frowned slightly. Xiaohua rolled his eyes. The place he went to was really far away from the place where the Imperial Thunder sect was patrolling. As for where he went, he really didn't know. He didn't even know which sect helped him take the blame. However, with him, the main culprit here, that sect would not suffer any losses. Sure enough, after another cup of tea's worth of time, Lan Xian personally arrived. As she looked at the many disciples gathered in front of the quiet room, Lan Xian smiled and cupped her hands across her chest. Fellow Daoists, I've disturbed you all. That was a false alarm. I'm really sorry. What's going on, fellow Daoist Lan? One of the captains asked in a displeased manner. It's nothing. Lan Qin didn't hide anything and said, I found traces of an enemy in one of the array cores of my Golden Spring Mountain array. But my Golden Spring Mountain disciples didn't find any sword cultivators that entered, so this old man thought that it might have been a fellow Daoist that came as reinforcements that mistakenly entered the array core. Of course, the fellow Daoists from Lian country's variant beast sect were also patrolling at that time. The disciples of the other nearby sects also didn't go to the array core. So this old man thought that my Golden Spring Mountain disciples had made a mistake. That disciple was severely punished just now. Oh, so that's how it is. The captain nodded. This matter is truly important. It's normal for fellow Daoist Lan to be cautious. If fellow Daoists can understand this old man's difficulties, then that is for the best. Lan Xian cupped her hands across her chest and said, Fellow Daoists, when patrolling, it is best that you follow the predetermined area and do not overstep it. Also, because my Golden Spring Mountain collects spirit stones, there are many underground caves that are similar to a maze. If some fellow Daoists are curious and go in the wrong direction, they really might not be able to return. Remember this, remember this. Then, Lan Xian bid everyone farewell and left. Cui Hongshan looked at Xiaohua and the others, but didn't say anything. In his heart, he faintly felt that there was something strange about Xiaohua and Ming Mao coming back so late, But he also didn't ask anything. In the next few days, although Xiaohua restrained himself a bit, he still found time to directly take little silver underground and crazily mine for jade marrow. It was just that this jade marrow was really hard. At first, it was fine, but later, Xiaohua directly took out the wishful iron rod and used it to cut off a small piece. Just as Xiaohua was overjoyed, in the vicinity of the spirit stone mine at Golden Spring Mountain, a dozen sword cultivators came. The sword cultivator in front of them was none other than Ling Yunwu of the High Wind Sword Sect. Ling Yunwu's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. The flying sword under his feet slowly flew as he swept out with his divine sense, slowly searching. Poor Ling Yunwu. The first time he came to White Jade Mountain, he couldn't find any clues at all. When he came the second time, he relied on a secret technique to find some clues, and found the place where the dozens of bright swordsmen he trusted had been killed. Even if he found it, what was the use? Ling Yunwu still didn't have the slightest clue. This place is very far away from Sky Patrol City. Furthermore, it's barren. Which golden core cultivator would come here? Or hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators? To completely surround my swordsmen? The cultivators of Sky Patrol City were forced by LV Ruochang's plan to guard the Spirit Stone Mine. Then there must be hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators coming to reinforce White Jade Mountain. If they were just passing by, it's impossible for there to be hundreds of them, only a few or a dozen. Only in the vicinity of White Jade Mountain can they gather together. But where is this Spirit Stone Mine? It's not like I haven't been here before, but I've never found any signs of a Spirit Stone Mine. Ling Yunwu was really going crazy. He also had a mission to attack the Spirit Stone Mine, but it wasn't near White Jade Mountain. Furthermore, compared with attacking the Spirit Stone Mine, his mission was more important. That was dark silk wood, which LV Ruochang had obtained by chance in Million Mountain Meng. Now that he needed it, where was he going to find another piece? Moreover, there was also the sword pouch, which was also a very precious thing. He had lost it just like that. He felt ashamed just thinking about it. He was really too careless. After flying for half a day, Ling Yunwu arrived at the mountain range of Spring Gold Mountain. Ling Yunwu sighed and landed on the mountain range. The disciples scattered around him also flew over. Everyone's face was full of embarrassment. Obviously, they didn't find anything. Senior Brother Ling, a disciple who was also an illusory sword cultivator, said softly, "Those Foundation establishment cultivators. I'm afraid they've already returned to Sky Patrol City. The possibility of success is extremely small if we search inch by inch." Sigh, that's strange. Ling Yunwu sat on a huge rock in the mountain range and smiled bitterly. LV Ruochang sent a flying sword message saying that she couldn't find the sword pouch's trace even with her secret technique. That sword pouch was either imprisoned by a powerful magic power, or it was too far away from the sword region. Maybe I've guessed wrong? Is there really a late-stage golden core or nascent soul cultivator? This, a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't attack a drawing sword disciple, right? At most, it would be a golden core cultivator. The disciple said softly. Sigh, maybe. Ling Yunwu didn't comment. The most important thing now is to find the black silk wood. Otherwise, the beast cultivator senior's life will be lost. I won't have the face to see anyone. I've been here before, but I haven't seen any spirit stone veins. The disciple looked at the endless pine trees and shook his head. We can't find it, but it doesn't mean it's not here. Maybe it's under the forest? Ling Yunwu snorted and waved his hand. The flying sword flew out like a raging fire. Boom, boom, boom. It destroyed all the trees in a radius of hundreds of feet under the mountain range. For a moment, flames soared into the sky. Looking at the crackling flames burning and slowly extinguishing, the charred trees fell to the snow-covered ground. A bitter smile appeared on the disciple's face. He bowed and said, "Why don't I bring the disciples to the forest to have a look?" "Go." Ling Yunwu nodded. "Find more places." The disciple accepted the order and left. Following which, boom, 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 sounds came from the forest. trees began to fall to the ground. Sigh, it feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. Although the Ling Feng sword sect's disciples moved quickly, the area they searched was still pathetically small compared to the entire forest. Who knew how long it would take for them to search through the entire forest? Sigh. Ling Yunwu sighed softly again. He felt a faint sense of regret. He knew that everything had already happened and regret wouldn't solve anything. However, he couldn't help but think. Of course, this wouldn't have happened, right? After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Ling Yunwu seemed to have rested enough. He flew up and stepped on his flying sword. He charged into the sky and flew towards the other side of the Golden Spring Mountain. However, just as he flew for 100 feet, another sword light came from the northeast. This sword light was as blue as water and incomparably clear. Oh! When Ling Yunwu saw this sword light, a smile appeared on his face. He covered up all the dejection he felt earlier. With a push, the fiery red sword light under his feet flew forward to meet the incoming sword light. When the sword light flew closer, a beautiful middle-aged woman could be seen on the flying sword. She was dressed in the standard sword cultivator attire. She had big eyes, a towering chest and snow-white skin that was very eye-catching. "Husband!" the female swordsman shouted when she saw Ling Yunwu. "Oh, Wang, why aren't you on duty in Swords Gate? What are you doing here?" Ling Yunwu smiled and stretched out his hand as if he was going to catch the female swordsman. This female swordsman was Ling Yunwu's wife, Yuan. Yuan's face was full of smiles. Before she flew to Ling Yunwu's side, she couldn't wait to take out a sword scroll and shouted, "Husband, I have good news to tell you. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.